Chapter 1. Transmigration. Listening to the growling of his stomach and observing the pair of misty, blinking big eyes before him, Chu Tian let out a long sigh, quietly cursing his inability to be ruthless. It had been over a month since he arrived in this wretched place, and gazing up at the blood-red moon that hung in the sky like a mournful tear, Chu Tian reaffirmed the startling truth. He had indeed crossed over to another world. Ever since awakening amid that thunderstorm, what he beheld was no longer the lightning that had struck him, nor the towering skyscrapers nearby, but rather a sprawling mountain range. The dense vegetation adorned the mountains with towering trees and low shrubs, a sight much reminiscent of Earth, save for that discordant crimson moon above. Reflecting on the days that had passed, Chu Tian suspected he was regressing towards a primitive state. In this cursed land, there hadn't been a single creature capable of breathing encountered throughout his prolonged stay, forcing him to subsist on a diet of plants and roots, leaving his palate nearly as bland as that of a bird. The clothing he once wore had long since become inadequate due to the harsh conditions of wilderness living. Throughout his journey, the fruit trees and vines he came across bore the scars of his consumption, as most had been devastated to provide the meager sustenance and covering he required. After a month of hardship, Chu Tian begrudgingly accepted the reality of his situation and began to curse the heavens. Cursed be the old sky. Other protagonists of transmigration tales emerged with unparalleled martial skills, extraordinary powers, mountains of gold coins, and throngs of beautiful women trailing behind. But what of himself? He felt akin to a university student on the verge of graduation, with the flattering title of animal medicine to his name, or in unflattering terms merely a veterinarian. It seemed his curses had invoked a response, for today, after a month of vegetarianism, Chu Tian finally encountered something fleshy. Before him lay the scene of a small white dog, no larger than a palm, whimpering softly at the edge of a cliff. One of its hind legs twisted at an unnatural angle must be broken from a fall. A gust of mountain breeze rustled the surrounding foliage, and Chu Tian's stomach growled in agreement. For a man who had subsisted on roots and fruits for an entire month, this unexpected opportunity for wild game was akin to a lavish feast. A grin spread across Chu Tian's face as he seemed to catch a whiff of barbecued meat, and wiping the torrent of saliva from his mouth, he praised the heavens. He grasped a wooden stick, preparing to cook his grand meal. Although it might not be substantial, it was still meat. The little creature appeared to grasp the gravity of its situation, trembling as it fixated its luminous eyes on Chu Tian, pleading silently for mercy. After a long moment of consideration, Chu Tian sighed deeply. Gritting his teeth, he hurled the stick to the ground, reasoning that he wasn't at the brink of starvation yet. As a veterinarian, Chu Tian had subjected numerous small animals to various experiments, even having dissected a few cats and dogs himself. But today was different. The sorrow reflected in the little creature's eyes and the expression of utter despair on its faces. A distinctly human emotion rendered him momentarily disoriented, making him feel that what he was about to consume was not merely a dog. "You're fortunate today. You've crossed paths with a good man like me." Chu Tian gently patted the little creature's head. It was unimaginable that the one often labeled a butcher among veterinary students would find compassion one day. During his first dissection class, he had been met with gasps and retching among his classmates as he eagerly disassembled a specimen, earning himself the illustrious moniker of the butcher from his professor. Wu, the little creature, nuzzled against Chu Tian's palm, extending a tiny pink tongue to timidly lick his fingers. Odaliktful. Glancing at the dog's twisted leg, he added, "You've hit the jackpot today by running into this veterinarian." After gathering a few twigs and a sturdy vine, he declared, "To save you completely, it'll now set your leg. It will hurt a bit, so be sure to remain still." Then, with a self-deprecating smile, he wondered why he was talking to a dog. "Woo-woo. Ha!" Watching the little creature nod inquisitively made Chu Tian dizzy. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The dog blinked rapidly, its bright eyes sparkling in response. What the how is it that animals in this world possess such high intelligence? Without further hesitation, Chu Tian efficiently set the broken bone, securing it with twigs and vines. The entire process took less than 3 minutes, and upon viewing his handiwork, he felt a swell of pride. His 4 years in veterinary school had not been in vain, though he had failed to win over a girlfriend, His exceptional veterinary skills left even the most esteemed professors envious. Reflecting on his status as a veterinarian, he couldn't help but sigh, contemplating other protagonists while seeing his own circumstances. Gold coins and beautiful women felt further away than ever. Achieving something remarkable seemed out of reach, and it left him pondering whether the locals even kept pets. Perhaps opening a veterinary clinic wouldn't be such a bad idea, could at least provide a means to make a living. The little creature, newly mended, lay comfortably on the ground, groaning happily as its tail wagged about. Gazing fondly at the adorable puppy, a wicked smile crept onto Chu Tian's face. "Little one, do you have any other family?" A slight nod. Chu Tian's heart soared with joy, and his smile brightened. "Then how about you stick with me from now on?" After a moment's hesitation, the dog nodded affirmatively. "From today forth, we'll rely on each other," Chu Tian declared, his voice filled with warmth as the dog enthusiastically wagged its tail. "Let's give you a name. How about Little White?" Chu Tian suggested, only to be met with an exaggerated shake of the little dog's head. "Ah!" Ignoring the protest, Chu Tian laughed heartily. The plan to adopt this juvenile canine was a success. Though they would share bonds of reliance, it would be Chu Tian who would serve as the protector in this vast wilderness, where both were uncertain about what might unfold. With Little White by his side, not only could he ease the loneliness of his solitary existence, but he could also use it as a shield against magical beasts, or even barter with bandits. Most importantly, in moments of dire hunger, this little creature would become a source of sustenance. Unaware of its tragic future, Little White, with one paw on its forehead, shook its fluffy little head, seemingly distressed about its new name. "Hey there, young brother." Suddenly, a deep voice broke Chu Tian from his daydream, igniting a wave of excitement within him. The words "young brother" filled him with immense joy. First, he encountered another person and would no longer have to endure hardships in the mountains. Second, the newcomer spoke in Mandarin, and lastly, the polite manner of address suggested no malice in his approach. Once these thoughts crystallized, Chu Tian swiftly gathered his composure, ready to engage in his first conversation in this otherworldly realm. "Ah, Ido, may I ask who you are?" As he spoke, Chu Tian took stock of the imposing figure before him, a burly man clad in intricately crafted knightly armor reminiscent of medieval Europe. A colossal sword, nearly 2 meters in length, rested against his back, and his purple-black hair framed a face that exuded authority, albeit with a hint of weariness. "I am Canis from the Caesar Empire. May I ask your name, young brother? How did you find yourself in the Sunset Mountains?" He glanced at Chu Tian's makeshift fur attire with interest. "So this cursed place is called the Sunset Mountains," Chu Tian realized, straightening up his coat of furs, a bit shy as he finally grasped the name of the mountain range that had caused him so much suffering. "Oh, so you are Mr. Canis," Chu Tian nodded, offering a friendly smile. "Have you not heard of me?" Canis' surprise was palpable at Chu Tian's calm demeanor, which resulted in a slightly awkward chuckle. "I apologize for the presumption. Not everyone on the continent knows me. Could this man be famous? Why would everyone know him?" Chu Tian thought warily. He quickly deduced, "I am Chu Tian, originally from a remote village far from here. Recently, it was ravaged by bandits, and I managed to escape alone, only to get lost on my way here." As he spun this yarn, Chu Tian marveled at his own acting prowess, inwardly chuckling at the series of sympathetic sighs from Canis, who seemed genuinely moved by his fabricated story. "My village is quite secluded. We have little exposure to the world. From what you mentioned earlier, it seems you hold considerable fame in this region. Since you come from a remote village, it's no wonder you haven't heard of me." Canis responded with a slight smile, unfazed by Chu Tian's skepticism. "Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Canis, the commander of the Fire Dragon Legion of the Caesar Empire, a dragon knight, and a marquis." "A dragon knight?" Chu Tian's eyes widened, as though he had just hooked a giant fish. Chapter 2. The injured dragon. Wandering along the mountain path, Chu Tian, now clad in fresh attire, engaged in lively conversation with Canis while cradling the little creature. They relished the provisions offered by Canis, seizing the opportunity to glean insights about this alien realm. This world is known as the continent of mythical beasts, resembling the Eurasian landmass of Earth, bordered by the sea on 3 sides. However, the northern expanse is not a frigid polar region, but rather vast, desolate grasslands, the territory of the beastmen, ferocious and bloodthirsty, The orcs gather on the Schwana Great Prairie, frequently encroaching upon the eastern Caesar Empire through the Red Earth Canyon. The most fertile lands lie to the southwest, occupied by the Rice Empire and the magical Kingdom of Elsin, the heart of the continent. The highly commercialized Scott Kingdom serves as the epicenter of power among these four great nations. Amidst the crevices of these empires exist numerous smaller states, yet they lack the influence to alter the prevailing dynamics. Aside from the orcs, other intelligent species, such as dwarves, elves, and goblins, are dispersed among the humans, lacking fixed abodes. Upon realizing that he was in the presence of a true dignitary, Chu Tian resolutely decided to intertwine his future with Karnas. After all, who wouldn't want to bask in the shade of a towering ancient tree? With just a flick of a finger, his existence in this foreign land could be assured, and Karnas seemed to possess a commendable character. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Tian became increasingly enthusiastic, and it wasn't long before the two began to refer to each other as brothers. "Brother, what brings you to this desolate wilderness?" This is far from a mere wilderness," Karnas responded, a flicker of concern crossing his face before he smiled and explained. "The Sunset Mountain Range marks the boundary between the Caesar Empire and the Elsin Kingdom. Within the mountains dwell countless ferocious magical beasts. Ordinary folk cannot even approach the fringes of these mountains. Yet it seems peculiar, since entering the mountains, I have yet to encounter a single magical beast." Karnas furrowed his brow in puzzlement. "Perhaps it is a blessing. Otherwise, my brother, you would be in quite a predicament, haha." Heavens above! Upon hearing Karnas's words, a chill ran down Chu Tian's spine. Just half a day ago, he had lamented the absence of a single creature. And now he realized that a month of vegetarian fare might not be such a bad idea after all. "I have come here to pay my respects to His Highness, the Holy Priest of Light, Anthony, who resides atop the highest peak, the Celestial Summit." As he spoke, Karnas pointed reverently toward a towering mountain shrouded in clouds. "That is where he dwells. The Holy Priest of Light? He must be formidable. How does he compare to you, brother?" Noticing Karnas's eager anticipation, Chu Tian quickly grasped that this Anthony was an even greater figure than a dragon knight. "A substantial catch indeed," he mused. "How could I possibly compare with His Highness Anthony? It is said that he is favored by the goddess of life, revered as the embodiment of wisdom, the continent's foremost priest, and the mentor of the Caesar Empire." Understanding that Chu Tian was not well-versed in the continent's history, Karnas patiently elaborated. 30 years ago, during the final stages of the war between our Caesar Empire and the southern neighbor, the Rice Empire, a decisive battle unfolded at Quarry Fortress that ended that conflict. Our forces suffered nearly 200,000 casualties, along with thousands of high-ranking mages, leaving us gravely weakened. However, the most devastating loss was the near-total annihilation of our advanced combat magical beasts, including our ultimate weapon, the 9th-tier beast, Kuyata, which was left on the brink of collapse. This plunged the Caesar Empire into a crisis of annihilation. In that dire moment, His Highness Anthony arrived on the battlefield alone. The ASR army was on the verge of collapse. He invoked the forbidden incantation from the prayer of the Goddess of Life, the Hymn of Life. Bathed in the divine light, while the fallen soldiers and mages could not be resurrected, most of our primary combat beasts were revived, and Kuyata regained its strength. This turned the tide of battle, leading to the defeat of the Rice army, which lacked advanced magical beasts, thus averting our nation's downfall. Karnas recounted the events of yesteryear with a sense of nostalgia, igniting a fiery passion within Chu Tian. A single knight, standing against the tide of chaos, altering fate with his own strength. He truly yearned to meet this legendary hero. Moreover, if this hero could lend a hand in securing his future, that would be even better. "I have come here to request His Highness Anthony to heal my mount and companion, Chien." A shadow of concern crept across Karnas's face. "Mount? Could it be a dragon?" Chu Tian inquired eagerly, filled with curiosity about such mythical creatures. "Indeed, a fire-element giant dragon. Is it possible for anyone to harm a dragon?" Chu Tian found this hard to believe, given that dragons are often depicted as formidable beings in all the legends of Earth. In the last battle against the Beastmen, it sustained grave injuries while protecting me, surrounded by 4 golden behemoths. Although the Empire's priests attempted to heal it, for some unknown reason, Chien has been unable to move since its recovery. Alas, Karnas sighed. I fear only His Highness Anthony can mend its wounds. I believe it will recover. Seeing Karnas's forlorn expression, Chu Tian hurriedly offered words of comfort. Ow ow, the little boy in his arms nodded solemnly, its tiny head wobbling. Can it understand what I am saying? The little one's actions clearly surprised Karnas. Of course. Our little boy is quite clever, Chu Tian replied, a note of pride in his voice. Ow ow Bai puffed out its little chest in agreement, crossing its front paws, gazing skyward with wide, sparkling eyes, exuding an air of superiority. What an adorable little creature! Karnas reached out to pat Bai's head, only to have it deftly evade his touch with a shake of its head. Is it strange that Bai understands human speech? Chu Tian sensed something amiss, having just arrived in this foreign world. He was entirely ignorant of its nuances and had assumed all magical beasts were like Bai. Thus, Karnas's words piqued his curiosity. Not all magical beasts possess such understanding. They are classified into 10 tiers. Only those of the 4th tier and above can comprehend human language. And only those of the 7th tier and above can articulate it. What tier is Bai? Could it be that this casually picked up little dog is a high-tier beast? Chu Tian felt his heart racing. While I cannot ascertain why it is so intelligent, I do not sense any magical fluctuations from it. Perhaps it would be best to regard it as a mere ornamental pet. Karnas subtly doused Chu Tian's burgeoning hopes with a bucket of cold water, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Ow ow, Bai protested, voicing its displeasure at Chu Tian's predicament. Ignoring Bai's objections, Chu Tian, who had just been contemplating changing Bai's fate, reluctantly resolved to keep it as a last resort for sustenance. By the way, brother, the despondent Chu Tian shifted the topic. What kind of injury has Chi Yin sustained? The primary damage was inflicted by the claws and trampling of the golden behemoths. Karnas's face was etched with worry. The physical wounds have been treated, yet the condition has shown little improvement. Claw marks and trampling. A vivid image formed in Chu Tian's mind. For towering, clumsy bears, each over 10 meters tall, encircling a hapless little lizard, wildly swiping with their claws and stomping down with their massive legs. Surviving such an ordeal, it seems dragons are indeed extraordinary creatures. In Chu Tian's mind, the abode of a hero should be at least an elegant and serene villa, if not a resplendent palace. Yet, it was inconceivable that such a dilapidated hut could be associated with the legendary figure, at the summit of Celestial Peak. A broad platform had clearly been artificially constructed, with a circular altar several meters high at its center, inscribed with various magical symbols, the heart of which was adorned with a hexagram magical array. Beside the solemn altar stood a few ramshackle grass huts, awkwardly positioned. Is this truly the home of the holy priest Anthony? Perhaps great individuals have peculiar tastes? Chu Tian pondered. Your Highness Anthony, Karnas seek an audience. Just as Chu Tian was musing over the incongruity between the humble abode and its heroic inhabitant, Karnas respectfully approached the door and knocked. Creak, the door opened. Staring in astonishment at the elderly figure who emerged, Chu Tian's mischievous expression morphed into one of shock. At last, a phrase flickered into his mind. In this world, heroes do not inherently exist. They are born from the tales spun by many. Stooped in stature, clad in a tattered gray robe, leaning on a gnarled stick, sporting a few tufts of gray-white beard, his face was a tapestry of wrinkles, accompanied by a hint of a lecherous demeanor. Karnas, the valiant dragon knight, knelt respectfully before this aged man. I am aware of your circumstances, and I shall address them, Anthony said slowly, lifting his heavy eyelids, which bore remnants of sleep, extending a grimy hand to assist Karnas. A charlatan, Chu Tian's assessment grew more critical. And who might this be? Anthony inquired, gesturing toward Chu Tian with his staff. Respected holy priest Anthony, greetings. I am Chu Tian, but you may call me Shao Tian. I am a friend of Brother Karnas, that I have long heard of your heroic deeds and hold you in the highest regard. Upon learning that Brother Karnas intended to visit you, I took the liberty of accompanying him out of admiration. Though deeply reluctant, Chu Tian uttered these overly flattering words, bowing deeply. "Ah, a commendable young man," the holy priest remarked, glancing at Chu Tian before turning to Karnas. "Summon Qi Yin. I shall beseech the divine for its healing." Despite having prepared himself mentally, Chu Tian was still rendered speechless by the casually summoned red dragon by Karnas. This lizard, adorned with bat-like wings, was a sight he had long anticipated through countless novels, yet knowing of the Western dragons was one thing. And witnessing one was an entirely different experience. That a dragon is simply a dragon. Even in its feeble state, the imposing presence of this colossal creature, stretching over 10 meters in length, left Chu Tian gasping for breath. Anthony, with a smile brimming with mirth, glanced at the trembling Chu Tian. "Shall we begin?" Chapter 3. Bloodletting the Dragon. O great goddess of life, may your radiant glory descend upon this world and show mercy upon us, your humble devotees. The profound and solemn incantation reverberated throughout the towering Sunset Mountain range, the pinnacle of the range, known as the summit of heaven, as Anthony, the holy priest of light, uttered his prayers. A fierce wind arose, driving layers of colorful clouds towards the altar at the mountain's center. The clouds thickened, soon enveloping the entire peak. From a distance, a solitary peak stood starkly against the rolling mountains. Draped in colorful mist, gazing down majestically upon all, with staff held high and arms outstretched towards the heavens, a milky white, sacred radiance enveloped Anthony. Upon concluding his incantation, he tilted his head back, intently staring at the vast sky. Under his devout gaze, a brilliant beam of white light suddenly descended from the heavens. Like a sword slicing through the thick clouds, it illuminated the languid red dragon upon the altar, acknowledging the response to his prayer. Anthony exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow, steadying his somewhat unsteady form, and silently reflecting, "It is still too strenuous. Had it been years ago, a mere 8th-level prayer would not have exhausted me." A 9th-level holy priest, to this extent, exuding an air of fatigue, Anthony slowly descended from the altar and addressed the somewhat anxious Karnas below. "Dragon Knight Karnas, I have beseeched the goddess of life. I believe we shall soon see results." "Thank you, esteemed holy priest," Karnas replied, though his gaze remained fixated on the dragon upon the altar. His steed and friend, the red dragon Qi Yin, observing Karnas' anxious demeanor, a hint of admiration flickered across Anthony's pallid face. Exhausted from the exertion, to regard one's magical companion as kin is indeed worthy of the dragon's acknowledgement. No wonder he has become the youngest dragon knight on the continent. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath them, causing the very mountains to sway. The Sunset Mountain range, extending for hundreds of miles, seemed to ripple in response to the quake, with the altar appearing as if it might collapse. Karnas hurriedly supported the weakened Anthony. "Your Highness, are you all right?" At that moment, the light from the altar began to shift, transforming from white to red, then orange, green, and purple. Ultimately, a dazzling beam of 7-colored light surged from the altar, shooting skyward, lingering above the summit of heaven for quite some time before vanishing into the vast expanse of stars. "The goddess of life has responded." The holy priest nodded at Karnas, signaling that the spell had been completed. Witnessing Anthony's actions, Karnas leapt into action, sprinting towards the altar, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages that showcased the formidable strength befitting his title as a dragon knight. However, upon reaching the altar, the unfortunate red dragon Qi Yin remained utterly still, unchanged. "Your Highness, it appears it is still the same." Karnas gently patted his magical companion, but receiving no response, he spoke in a trembling voice. "How can this be?" Anthony hastily ascended the altar, meticulously inspecting the dragon from head to tail, his face contorting in distress. "My prayers cannot fail. The goddess of life has indeed responded." Feeling his magic and faith severely challenged, the old priest's features twisted in frustration, his back hunching further. Though he had suffered significant loss of strength and was no longer the formidable figure of his past, could it be that even an 8th-level spell had failed? Desperately pondering, Anthony's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Any damage inflicted upon Qi Yin would vanish under the divine light, but could it be that its injuries are not externally inflicted? Pausing with the broken tree branch in his hand, he turned to Karnas to explain, though it sounded more like self-reassurance. not externally inflicted. It was clearly harmed by the claws and trampling of the golden behemoth. Canis retorted, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Yet his tone was not one of questioning the holy priest, but rather a gentle inquiry. For a moment, silence enveloped them. A certain someone and the dog in his arms gaped, tongues lolling, their eyes wide in awe at the magnificence of the miracle. Despite having witnessed countless computer-generated effects and grand scenes on screen, the reality of magic unfolding before Chu Tian left him utterly astonished. Fantasizing about a future surrounded by gold and beauty, he found his thoughts drifting, as was his habit, to technical nuances. Not externally inflicted? Could it be an internal injury? Trampled, unable to move, glancing at the dragon's glazed eyes. A spark of inspiration ignited within Chu Tian, reaffirming his thoughts, and he made a gamble, one that could potentially alter the course of history. Perhaps I can heal it, though uncertain of his own thoughts. Chu Tian spoke with conviction, dropping a weighty bombshell on the hesitating Anthony and Canis. You can heal it. Are you a priest too? I sense no power emanating from you. The old priest furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chu Tian with disbelief. Little Tian, can you truly heal it? Canis echoed, his expression a mixture of incredulity and burgeoning hope. Under the intense scrutiny of the two, Chu Tian felt a wave of self-doubt wash over him as he weighed the pros and cons. If successful, he would be hailed as a benefactor to the Dragon Knight, a relationship that would ensure a life of splendor, that if he failed, it would merely be akin to being struck down by lightning, worth risking for his future. Of course. My brother, do you believe in me? After speaking, he gently set Xiao Bai down and gazed earnestly at the two. Did Anthony and Canis exchange glances, and after a long pause, Canis finally nodded vigorously, as if making a desperate decision. Then you shall give it a try. After all, the situation cannot worsen. Suppressing his anxiety, Chu Tian conducted a thorough examination of the dragon, that if Qi Yin were merely a lizard, he could confidently assert that it had sustained a severe blow, resulting in bruising at the back of the head and neck, thereby compressing the nerves and causing immobility. However, this conclusion only held true under the premise of it being a lizard. That yes, for a dragon? The thought sent shivers down Chu Tian's spine, that a lizard equals a dragon? This equation circled incessantly in his mind. Brother, hand me a dagger. Hesitation was not in Chu Tian's nature, clenching his teeth. He resolved to take the plunge. Receiving the dagger, he approached the dragon's neck under the watchful eyes of Anthony and Canis. The skin, which should have been as hard as steel, felt wrinkled and sunken, the delicate dragon scales having softened, clearly unable to withstand the dagger's sharpness. This was the spot. The back of the head was too perilous. Chu Tian was not bold enough to risk operating on a dragon's head, so he opted for the comparatively safer neck. What do you intend to do? Qi Yin cannot sustain any further harm, although he had lent the dagger to Chu Tian and chosen to gamble on him. Seeing the young master brandishing the weapon near his magical companion made Canis' heart race, while Anthony looked on in confusion. To let it bleed. Chu Tian squinted, a slight smile gracing his lips as he unhesitatingly drove the dagger into Qi Yin's neck. The ferocity and swiftness of his action lived up to the butcher's reputation. A spray of crimson light erupted as blood gushed forth from Qi Yin's neck. Unprepared for the deluge of dragon blood, Chu Tian was drenched from head to toe, leaving him utterly covered in the vibrant crimson. Dragon Knight Canis was left dumbfounded, and the holy priest Anthony was equally stunned. Xiao Bai, with paws covering its eyes, peeked through the gaps, wide-eyed with a mix of questions and exclamations, observing the spectacle of the drenched Chu Tian. What on earth are you doing? Qian? The simultaneous cries of Anthony and Canis echoed. Yet at that moment, Chu Tian was too preoccupied to appreciate the chaos. Pain, the singular word reverberated in Chu Tian's mind, bathing in dragon blood, whether or not he would be the first in history to do so. It was certainly unprecedented. Dragon blood, a coveted treasure for many. It was said that weapons forged from it could sever hair with a breath, and scrolls inscribed with it could level cities. That if the continent's powerful beings witnessed vast amounts of dragon blood being used for bathing, it was likely that Chu Tian's future would not be particularly bright. However, the gravity of his transgression was lost on Chu Tian, as every cell in his body seemed to groan. Every nerve danced in a frenzy. Amid the astonished exclamations of Anthony and Connus, along with Xiao Bai's whimpers, Chu Tian finally succumbed to the glorious embrace of unconsciousness. Roar as Chu Tian collapsed, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the mountains, jolting everyone from their shock. Under the astonished and incredulous gazes of those present, the red dragon Qi Yin, previously immobile, began to wobble and rise to its feet. Chapter 4. The student and the teacher. Chu Tian's current mood resembled that of a person suffering from diarrhea who, after holding on for an hour, suddenly discovers a restroom. Ah, how delightful! Ever since the stagnation of blood was released, the dragon's body has been rapidly rejuvenating at a visible pace, leaving young Master Chu in awe of the formidable nature of the dragon clan. Even more astonishing to Chu Tian was the revelation that Qi Yin was a 9th-tier fire dragon, a veritable paragon among dragons, a dragon of remarkable status. When Qi Yin unfurled its wings, spanning over 10 meters, and gazed down at Chu Tian to express gratitude, the unique majesty of the dragon caused young Master Chu's legs to tremble uncontrollably, rendering his usually eloquent tongue inarticulate. In contrast, Xiao Bai, unhurriedly extending a short, stout forepaw, groomed its thick white fur and casually waved its tiny paw, nonchalantly accepting the gratitude on behalf of Chu Tian. This prompted Chu Tian to inwardly curse, acknowledging the creature's remarkably thick skin. What vexed Chu Tian further was that, apart from that moment of thanks, Qi Yin typically carried itself with an air of arrogance, as if the entire world conspired against it. Of course, this disdain was reserved for ordinary folk. It still held great respect for Anthony and Karna. Yet, it seemed that in this desolate wilderness, apart from those two, only one ordinary person remained. Qi Yin's demeanor was easily explicable. Pride is an inherent trait of dragons, especially considering that although Chu Tian had saved it, he had also wounded it deeply in the realm of mythical beasts. No one had ever survived in comfort after drawing blood from a dragon. The proud dragon clan would never permit any being to desecrate its form. Fortunately, Karna's demeanor soothed the wounded spirit of young Master Chu. And with each passing day, the steed's condition improved, and Karna's smile grew, increasingly radiant in Chu Tian's presence. When Qi Yin had fully recovered, an impulsive Karna sought to forge a brotherly bond with Chu Tian, who readily acquiesced, leaving Karna regretting the hasty decision. To be a dragon knight's sworn brother truly felt like a dream from which one might awaken with a smile. As for Anthony, he elicited immense excitement in Chu Tian. The moment he regained consciousness, the old priest summoned him forth. "Young man, I thank you for accomplishing what I could not." The grandeur of the high priest's character far exceeded his appearance, showing no resentment towards Chu Tian for overshadowing him. "Not at all. You flatter me. I merely had the fortune of a fortunate turn," Chu Tian replied, all the while secretly reveling in derision towards the old man's image, pondering how he might establish a connection with this significant figure. "Oh, by the way, where did you learn the technique to heal Qi Yin? Are you also a priest?" Anthony inquired, stroking his goatee while casting a dubious glance at Chu Tian. "No, I am not a priest. I simply felt compelled to act as I did, as if someone were guiding me on how to proceed." Young Master Chu found himself at a loss for words, unable to confess that he was merely a veterinarian by trade. By intuition? A glimmer of cold light suddenly sparked in Anthony's murky eyes as he scrutinized Chu Tian from head to toe. Indeed, it was by intuition. Under the old man's penetrating gaze, a chill ran down Chu Tian's spine, prompting him to hastily defend himself. "I simply felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Qi Yan's condition, and before I knew it, I acted that in retrospect, I still feel a twinge of fear. What if I had failed to heal it?" "You truly possess the gift of a priest." Anthony finally confirmed that Chu Tian emitted no magical or combat energy, identifying him as an utterly ordinary individual. Gradually retracting his gaze, he uttered a statement that left Chu Tian utterly bewildered. "Would you care to become my student?" Just as Chu Tian was contemplating the meaning of that phrase, he was struck by a bombshell. What a pity! Seeing Chu Tian's lack of immediate response, Anthony assumed he was reluctant. With your exceptional sensitivity to injuries and your compassionate nature, it would be a waste for someone of your caliber not to pursue the priesthood. Xiao Bai, however, understood Chu Tian well, recognizing his excitement and prompting him with a discreet prod of its tiny paw, accompanied by a knowing wink, an opportunity not to be missed. "I am willing," young Master Chu finally reacted, eagerly agreeing to become the student of the high priest. The prospect of being a disciple of such a prestigious figure filled him with visions of gold coins and beautiful maidens rushing toward him. "It is an honor to become your student. Praise the goddess of life. I am willing to dedicate my life to this noble vocation of priesthood." He wore an expression of sanctity, realizing that he possessed an unexpected talent for divination. "At long last, someone can inherit my legacy. Praise the goddess of life." Anthony, the high priest, expressed his heartfelt sentiment. "Praise the goddess of life." The two kindred spirits, one old and one young, lamented together. In the following days, Karna and Shi Yin took their leave. Karna had pressing military matters to attend to in the imperial capital. Meanwhile, the proud red dragon Shi Yin, having endured a significant setback, submitted a request for leave to further its training, returning to the dragon clan's lair in Mount Agura to enhance its skills and seek to redeem itself in the future. After bidding farewell to his sworn brother and the imperious dragon, Chu Tian set about constructing a makeshift shelter for himself and Xiao by beside Anthony's humble abode, embarking on his somewhat imperfect journey as a priest apprentice. Like other professions, our priesthood is divided into 9 tiers: apprentice priest, novice priest, junior priest, intermediate priest, senior priest, grand priest, priest mentor, grand priest mentor, and finally, the highest tier, the high priest, who is, of course, your teacher, me. The newly minted mentor, Anthony, proudly elaborated, unaware that his student was lost in contemplation, while Xiaobai lay nearby, basking in the sun, sprawled out lazily on its back, thoroughly enjoying the warmth. "So, teacher, are you the greatest expert on the continent?" Chu Tian inquired, genuinely curious about this matter. "Yes and no," Anthony replied with a dry smile. "When it comes to healing, no one can surpass me. Yet, how about that colossal blunder with Qi Yin? Such a spectacle that could frighten the bravest souls, yet ultimately reliant on me." Young Master Chu silently scoffed. "If we were to compare combat prowess, in terms of offensive capabilities?" Sweat beaded on his brow, nearly revealing his true intentions. "As a priest, my duty is to heal. There is no need for offensive capabilities." Chu Tian's heart sank, feeling as though the vision of gold coins and maidens had just fluttered away. "Of course, we do possess some offensive spells for self-defense. Otherwise, how could I live in these perilous sundown mountains, teeming with ferocious beasts?" Noticing his student's despondence, Anthony hastily sought to rekindle Chu Tian's enthusiasm. "However, these are advanced spells, only accessible to those of 7th-tier status, priest mentors and above, that if all goes well, you could master them in 10 years. Blast it! You must be jesting," reflecting on the reputation and capabilities of the individual before him. Chu Tian relinquished any impulse to physically reprimand him. Having transitioned from a veterinarian on Earth, he found himself trapped in the role of a physician in this new world. Was his fate to solely mend the wounded and save the dying? Naturally, if you wish to enhance your offensive capabilities, there are ways. On the continent, a warrior's strength is primarily derived from 2 components: innate magic or combat energy, and magical companions. Magical companions can also enhance strength. Chu Tian glanced at Xiao Bai, sunbathing, and questioned, "Haha, your Xiao Bai certainly cannot. I refer to high-tier magical companions that a formidable magical companion possesses strength on par with, or even surpassing, its master. Just like Karna, on land, his strength equates to a 7th-tier great swordsman, but when mounted on Qi Yin, he transforms into a dragon knight capable of contending with an 8th-tier sword sage." Anthony paused for effect before continuing, "With Karna's talent, I believe he will reach 8th-tier status within a decade. By then, paired with the 9th-tier Qi Yin, our Caesar Empire will give rise to an ultimate being on the continent, a holy dragon knight." "A holy dragon knight?" Chu Tian squinted, chuckling at the thought. The brother of an ultimate being could stride confidently wherever he went. What must one do to capture a high-tier magical beast? 7th or 8th tier would suffice, considering Qi Yan's imposing presence. Chu Tian adjusted his standards. Thud. Anthony swung his staff, striking Chu Tian's head with a forceful tap, admonishing, "7th or 8th tier. You ought to abandon such thoughts for now. The strength of magical beasts is comparable to that of practitioners of the same tier. 7th or 8th tier. That already requires the prowess of a mage or higher. Our Caesar Empire has only 17 8th tier battle magical beasts. To tame them as pets, one must first exhibit sufficient strength to earn their recognition. Had it not been for Karna's outstanding character, he may not have become a dragon knight with his current abilities. Teacher, I am well aware of this." Chu Tian, feeling dejected, posed a question. "Could you teach me magic directly?" Young Master Chu resolved to confront reality. "Oh, very well. Let us begin with the foundational spell of the priesthood, healing magic." The diligent student filled the high priest with a sense of accomplishment. However, healing magic is intended for a second party, and currently, I have yet to identify a target for casting. Surprised by the student's rapid progress, Anthony found himself momentarily flustered. A target for casting? Young Master Chu squinted, scanning the surroundings until his gaze settled on a certain unfortunate creature basking in the sun. Still relishing the warmth, Xiaobai suddenly shuddered, lifting its head just in time to meet Chu Tian's playful grin. With its rear end perched high, tail drooping, and head buried deeply in the ground, Xiaobai trembled, its front paws covering its round little head, presented before Chu Tian. "Oh, magnificent goddess of life, please bestow upon me your power, healing magic." As he recited the incantation, he waved his hand towards Xiaobai. No reaction? Once more, young Master Chu raised his arm high, bringing it down forcefully. Still no response. How could this be? After countless failed attempts, Chu Tian was left breathless and exhausted, while the old priest tightened his gray-white brows. "Try casting the spell on me," he urged. Confounded, Anthony resolved to personally give it a go. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he recited the incantation once more. "Great goddess of life, please bestow upon me your power, healing spell." Yet again, there was no response. Woe is me! Little Bai, eager to escape the fate of a test subject, cried out gleefully. "How peculiar! Why can I sense no magical fluctuations?" Stroking his sparse goat's beard, Anthony lowered his head, deep in thought, meanwhile, oblivious to his teacher's musings. Chu Tian sat cross-legged, staring blankly at his hands. What others could master in mere days had become more challenging than forbidden spells in his grasp. The usually confident young Master Chu began to fret. "Follow me." Suddenly recalling something, Anthony seized Chu Tian's arm and hurried back to the thatched cottage. After a thorough search, the old priest finally unearthed a crystal ball, caked in dirt. From the bottom of a chest, he wiped it off and handed it to Chu Tian, saying, "Cast your spell at it." "What is this? A magical artifact? Can it unleash forbidden spells?" The air of mystery surrounding Anthony filled Chu Tian with eager anticipation for the unassuming crystal. If only beauty could be attained. If forbidden spells could be cast so easily, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Infuriated, the old priest reddened and struck Chu Tian's head with a gnarled branch. Sensing a problem, Chu Tian leaned forward and quickly inquired, "Teacher, what is wrong? Have you heard of the Battle of Quarry Fortress?" "Of course, you single-handedly charged into the enemy lines, saving the Empire from imminent doom. Your heroic deeds have spread across the continent and are recounted by bards as legends." Chu Tian suspected these tales were exaggerated, knowing well the power of advertising on Earth, and added that thought in his mind. "Alas, in my youthful arrogance, I witnessed our soldiers bleeding profusely on the battlefield. I in a fit of rage. Disregarding my former teacher's warnings, I invoked a forbidden spell of the priesthood, the hymn of the goddess of life, at the cost of my own life. As a result, I survived, but at the expense of my strength. And this is how I ended up." Anthony lifted his gaze, reminiscing about his former glory. "To maintain a deterrent against our enemies, I concealed news of my injuries, retreating here to seek a way to restore my power." In truth, Anthony's well-meaning efforts had a tremendous impact. In the 30 years following the Battle of Quarry Fortress, the Ray's empire refrained from rash actions, intimidated by the holy priest and the terrifying 9th rank Kiata. While lacking high-tier battle magic beasts within its own borders that a decade ago, a low-ranking officer of the Caesar Legion, Caunus, fortuitously tamed a 9th-rank crimson flame. From then on, Caesar became the only nation on the continent to possess 2 9th-rank magical beasts. Towering over its rivals, the existence of Crimson Flame and Kiata left the Ray's empire in despair, while neighboring nations bowed in submission. That in the past 20 years, aside from the beast clans, only the distant Tianhai kingdom dared to occasionally harass the empire's coastal territories. Observing the lamenting figure before him, resembling a feeble shrimp, young Master Chu swore never to resort to forbidden spells in this lifetime, even though he had yet to learn any. Enough of this. Anthony snapped back to reality. This is a magical crystal, capable of testing your magical potential. Hurry and test it. Chu Tian cradled the crystal ball in his left hand, reciting the incantation he had repeated countless times over the past few days, while his right hand slowly waved towards the crystal ball. No reaction. Even Chu Tian, who was utterly clueless about magic, understood what had transpired. He was utterly devoid of magical aptitude. Goddess of life. I have taken on a student with not a shred of magical potential, Anthony lamented, his face paling. Chu Tian stood dumbfounded. The harsh reality of being a magic imbecile weighed heavily on his already fragile nerves. Fear not. An innate deficiency can be compensated with hard work. Have faith in the miracles of the goddess of life. Regaining his composure, Anthony consoled his student, attempting to muster one last effort. Woe is me little by nuzzled close. Patting Chu Tian's calf with its tail, offering sympathy and encouragement. Praise the goddess of life. Chu Tian nodded despondently. Chapter 5. A life of happiness awaits me in the year 718 of the Beast era. It was a splendid year for the Caesar Empire. Under the command of their brilliant emperor, Ludi III, the Caesar army triumphed over the northern beastmen invaders. The southern nemesis, the Ray's Empire, also subdued by the might of the empire's iron boots, tempered its once aggressive demeanor. The Caesar cavalry was invincible. This illustrious reputation, built over centuries, was once again solidified by the blood of their foes that on the borders they repelled foreign aggression, while peace and tranquility reigned within the nation. With officials praying for such days to last longer, in contrast to the ministers in the court, the empire's common folk seemed to relish the circulating gossip. Have you heard about Crimson Flame? It's the Mount of Knight Caunus. It was injured in the last war against the Beastmen. Dozens of court priests were unable to heal it. In a small tavern in the capital city of Pompeii, a young waiter was enthusiastically regaling the patrons with this news. Your information is outdated. I heard that just last month, Marquis Caunus personally visited the Sunset Mountains to request the holy priest Anthony heal his magical pet. But you probably don't know this other piece of news, do you? Captivated by his audience, the waiter nonchalantly lifted a drink from a patroness table and gulped it down, with a self-satisfied grin. He continued, Actually, it wasn't the holy priest who healed Crimson Flame, not the holy priest. Then who possesses such great power? The few customers in the tavern were drawn in by this revelation. Word has it that it was a mysterious young priest. Crimson Flame's injuries were such that even His Highness Anthony was at a loss. Enough with the chatter, get back to work, came the boss's booming voice. All right. The waiter quickly nodded and scurried off. Just then, the door swung open, and a youth adorned in priestly robes, wielding a priest's staff, entered, accompanied by a pure white pet dog. It was none other than Chu Tian and Little Bai, clad in immaculate priestly robes, leaning on a staff taller than himself, with long black hair framing a face as sharp and pure as a chiseled statue. Chu Tian presented an imposing figure. Greetings, esteemed priest. Welcome. The waiter immediately approached. Finding a relatively clean table by the window, Chu Tian lifted Little Bai's plump neck and set it on the table. 2 bowls of noodles. Please. 2 bowls of noodles. The waiter, assessing Chu Tian's attire that was neither lavish nor shabby, hesitated. Priest, are you truly only ordering 2 bowls of noodles? The waiter seemed incredulous. Praise the goddess of life. A decaying life is the beginning of downfall. With a rich voice and a solemn demeanor, the young Master Chu, having wholly adopted Anthony's mannerisms, was gradually descending into quackery. Patting the few remaining silver coins in his pouch, he added, Then please bring me several of your signature dishes as well. Woe is me, little by protested with a whimper. Oh, and a jug of fine wine. Glancing reproachfully at Little Bai, Chu Tian inwardly cursed the little glutton who had nearly drained him of his wealth on their journey. Tossing a silver coin towards the waiter, he instructed, "Run a message to Marquis Canis, saying a person named Chu Tian is here." The vastness and complexity of Pompeii left Chu Tian astounded, after wandering for most of the day without finding his brother's residence. He had no choice but to send someone to do his bidding. Stealing a glance at the boss, who was busy counting coins, the waiter quickly pocketed the silver coin and whispered, "Are you a friend of Marquis Canis?" "What? Does it not seem so?" "It does, of course it does, he." The waiter chuckled awkwardly. "I was merely curious how someone of your stature would end up in such a humble place." "Enough idle chatter, hurry." Chu Tian waved his staff impatiently. Several days prior, Chu Tian had finally graduated from Anthony's tutelage. Or rather, he had been expelled in the holy priest's words. Throughout the annals of history, there had never been a student as hopeless as Chu Tian. The most elementary healing spell took him over a month to learn, and even then, its effect was limited to merely soothing Little Bai's muscles. That, of course, Chu Tian did gain something. The dragon's bloodbath was not in vain. According to Anthony's confirmation, having been doused in the blood of a fire-type dragon, Chu Tian would henceforth be immune to all fire-type magic. However, still unsatisfied, the young master often pondered when he might procure some blood from dragons of other elements. Disheartened, Anthony had finally instructed Chu Tian to descend the mountain for training. Grow through practice. Nonetheless, young Master Chu felt a profound gratitude towards his teacher, for upon parting, Anthony had stuffed all his treasured possessions into a spatial ring he gifted to Chu Tian, fearing that his student would embarrass him after descending the mountain. This made Chu Tian's heart ache as he watched his teacher's lonely, aging figure fade away. Yet his sorrow quickly morphed into anger. Little Bai was proving to be quite the financial burden. After a single instance of giving Little Bai wine, the little creature had developed a fondness for the drink. Whenever Little Bai licked its lips and gazed up at Chu Tian with tear-filled eyes, coins would inevitably vanish from his pouch. Finally reaching the imperial capital, Chu Tian sighed as he felt the emptiness of his coin purse, grateful that he still had a generous older brother. "Boss, the bill, please." Returning to the present, he scooped up Little Bai, both satisfied and full. "Please provide 12 silver coins." The portly proprietor waddled closer, his rotund waist swaying. "Is it really so expensive?" Chu Tian once again felt the weight of his coin pouch. Since when did the prices in the imperial capital soar so high? He quickly scanned the equipment adorning Chu Tian's body. Esteemed priest, the prices in Pompeii have always been this way." "Oh, well then, do wait a moment. My friend is on his way and will settle the bill for me." Chu Tian patted the little white creature in his arms and turned back to sit down. "Humph. Sir, you aren't trying to pull a fast one on me, are you?" The proprietor's flesh quivered with his tone. "I merely forgot to bring my money for the moment," but Chu Tian maintained his smile. "So you forgot your money? What other excuses will you come up with?" With that, he greedily eyed the staff in Chu Tian's hand. "Let us use that as payment." "Humph." Chu Tian's expression darkened. "Just wait. I assure you the money will come." With that, he shot a sidelong glance at the proprietor and turned his gaze out the window, ignoring him. Such petty, mercantile individuals exist in every world. Entangling with them is hardly worth the trouble. Watching the street scene outside, Chu Tian gently caressed the little white creature in his arms, patiently awaiting the arrival of Canis, but he had anticipated his financial constraints and had deliberately chosen this unassuming tavern on the street. Yet he still found himself in trouble. Oh, how audacious to be broke and yet so brazen. "Hand over that staff." With that, the proprietor's thick hand reached toward Chu Tian. "Get lost!" Chu Tian lifted the staff, bringing it down heavily while the glint in his eyes grew colder. "Damn it, you, a mere priest, think you can intimidate me?" The proprietor rolled up his sleeves. "Do you really think you're someone important here? He told you to get lost. Didn't you hear?" A large hand firmly grasped the proprietor, preventing him from retaliating. "Big brother." Chu Tian smiled as he stood to greet Canis, who was adorned in lavish noble attire. "Marquis Canis, big brother." The proprietor, having a slight understanding of the empire's prominent figures, slowly wilted under Kana's presence that a servant who had accompanied Kana's rushed over to assist the rotund figure back to his chair. Haha, you seem much livelier now. Kana's patted Chu Tian on the shoulder with appreciation. How is your teacher? His Highness Anthony? Anthony? Teacher? Thud, the sturdy servant also collapsed. Chapter 6, The Royal Banquet, Part 1. Morning, the Marquis Kana's estate, training ground. Though it was called a training ground, it spanned half the size of a football field, with various weapons neatly arranged along the walls. Scattered sword marks and fist prints marred the uneven ground, while several rock and human-shaped statues stood proudly in the center of the training area. Before a towering rock, Kana's donned light armor, wielding a massive sword as he gazed intently at the stone before him. Flickering red light constantly enveloped Kana's, accentuating his steadfast and imposing figure. Suddenly, Kana's shouted, and a dazzling red light flashed across the giant sword. With the shout, Kana's vanished from his spot, and around the rock, figures resembling fluttering ribbons appeared, swirling about as countless stone fragments erupted with a crackling sound. Minutes later, as the red light faded, Kana's reappeared a distance away, and the once chaotic rock had transformed into a graceful female statue as the last stone debris settled. Good! A voice of admiration rang out as Chu Tian, cradling the little white creature, strolled into the training ground. Haha, I didn't realize my big brother was also an artist. Approaching the statue, Chu Tian admired it while chuckling. I just wonder who this lady is. Could she be my future sister-in-law? Casually tossing the massive sword, it landed perfectly on a nearby weapon rack. Kana's face turned slightly red, a rare occurrence for him. Stop joking. It's still uncertain. Why are you up so early? It seemed Kana's was quite sensitive about his romantic affairs, hastily changing the subject. Chu Tian secretly laughed that in matters of love, he was unlike the invincible commander on the battlefield, but rather resembled a bashful young lad. Awoken by the little white creature, Chu Tian grumbled, having squeezed the little creature in his arms. However, his fingers attracted the creature's sharp teeth, eliciting a soft whimper. Woo-woo with a chuckle. Chu Tian withdrew his finger from the little creature's mouth, and both he and Kana's shared a laugh. After Kana's had warmly welcomed Chu Tian to his home with a lavish banquet the previous evening, they had exchanged toasts, showcasing Kana's remarkable drinking prowess. The household servants, upon learning of Chu Tian's identity, frequently approached him with drinks. With Chu Tian having little tolerance for alcohol, he soon succumbed after consuming numerous cups. In a haphazard manner, he tossed the still-drinking little white creature into a wine vat, and he was subsequently carried back to his room. Unexpectedly, early this morning, the little creature, harboring a grudge, bit Chu Tian's ear to rouse him from his hangover. Complaining about the little creature, Chu Tian and Kana's engaged in casual conversation as they returned to the hall. Once seated, Kana's suddenly remarked, "After you fell asleep last night, someone from the palace came looking for you." Someone from the palace? What does that have to do with me? The current emperor, Rudy III, was diligently attending to state affairs daily. How could he spare time to concern himself with a mere insignificant figure like me? Chu Tian squinted, pondering. Tomorrow, His Majesty is hosting a banquet to honor you, the great hero. Congratulations. Kana's laughed. Great hero? Me? Big brother, you jest. How have I become a hero? Setting down the little white creature that was still entangled in his grasp, Chu Tian expressed his bewilderment, having only been in the beast fantasy continent for 3 months, but he had spent the first month wandering in the mountains and the last 2 months studying under his teacher. He had not achieved anything noteworthy for the Caesar Empire. How could you not be a hero? You cured the Crimson Flame, restoring its combat capability. That is indeed a significant contribution to Caesar. Kana's explained in detail that it turned out that in the beast fantasy continent, the number of magical beasts is a symbol of a nation's military strength. Caesar became a powerful nation on the continent because it possessed tens of thousands of third-tier unicorn warhorses, which formed the formidable Caesar Iron Cavalry. Feared by all, moreover, powerful magical beasts could decisively sway the outcome of wars. 30 years ago, during the Battle of Quarry Fortress, it was the presence of Anthony, a being equivalent to a 9th-tier magical beast, that enabled Caesar to turn the tide of the battle. Consequently, nations exerted unimaginable effort into developing magical beasts. High-tier intelligent magical beasts are often difficult to tame by individuals. Thus, the main battle high-tier magical beasts of various nations are generally raised from a young age or acquired through treaties, with high-ranking generals commanding them during combat. However, this method seldom unleashes the full potential of magical beasts, falling short compared to those commanded by their masters. The Crimson Flame, being a 9th-tier fire dragon, is one of the 2 highest-tier magical beasts possessed by Caesar, and it is a pet of a master. Its status is self-evident. Restoring its combat capability was indeed a significant achievement for Caesar. At this point, Caunus's expression turned somber. "I have been a burden to the Crimson Flame. If it were to battle alone, its strength would even surpass that of a top-tier archmage. However, now it often has to look after me. And as a result, we can only exert the power of an 8th-tier dragon knight together." Although Chu Tian appeared somewhat dazed, his mind was sharp. Squinting his eyes, a crescent smile formed at the corner of Chu Tian's mouth. He understood that the Crimson Flame's status in the Caesar Empire was akin to that of nuclear weapons on Earth, serving as a nation's ultimate strategic weapon. Healing the Crimson Flame was tantamount to providing Rudy III with a formidable atomic bomb. It seems this merit is indeed considerable. I wonder what rewards I shall receive. The following evening, at Caesar Palace, the entire palace had been painted a magnificent golden hue, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. 2 rows of guards clad in golden armor flanked the sides of the grand arched palace entrance, which stood over 10 meters high and several meters wide. Through the palace gates, one could faintly glimpse a grand hall adorned in black-edged gold. Centrally situated within the palace, before the entrance, officials and nobles continually streamed inside. Clothes make the man. Dressed in the ceremonial outfit and wielding the white jade staff gifted by Anthony, Chu Tian, who was already handsome, radiated an aura of elegance amidst the surrounding aging, portly, and unattractive officials. As he observed the noble ladies and gentlemen passing by, many of them frequently cast admiring glances in Chu Tian's direction. Caunus, noticing Chu Tian's ongoing observations of the palace, teased him. "It seems my brother's charm is quite substantial. Who knows, perhaps tonight will unfold a romantic love story." "Huh." Chu Tian rolled his eyes at Caunus, pouting slightly, and discreetly pointed to a passing matron who was as wide as 3 individuals combined. "Let such a love story be yours, big brother." Caunus couldn't help but chuckle. Just as he was about to say more, he was interrupted. "Ha, Marquis Caunus, it has been a long time." A short, stout elder suddenly approached, clasping his fists in greeting to Caunus with a smile. "Ah, it is the right minister. How have you been recently?" Caunus returned the knightly gesture. "I presume this young man is the star of tonight's festivities." Chu Tian? "Indeed, a promising youth." After speaking, he nodded as if in approval. Junior pays his respects to Duke Ander. Chu Tian placed his right hand over his chest, slightly bowing, respectfully performing a standard noble gesture he had learned from Anthony. Caunus had previously hinted at Chu Tian's unexpected achievement, suggesting that given his merit, he might likely be ennobled. Thus, he hoped Chu Tian would seize the opportunity to befriend influential figures at the banquet, laying a foundation for his future noble career. Naturally, Chu Tian was more than eager to comply. Before departing, he had already inquired of Caunus about the important figures attending that evening, and the right minister Ander was among them. So Chu Tian dared not neglect the esteemed figure before him. Satisfied with Chu Tian's humble demeanor, Ander beamed even more brightly that he beckoned to a knightly-looking youth standing behind him. "Anderson, come over and greet the Marquis and Mr. Chu." Greetings to the Marquis, and yes, to this esteemed priest as well. The son of the right Prime Minister, Anderson, performed a knightly salute to Caunus, then glanced at Chu Tian. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, acknowledging the formality. The disdainful look in his eyes was palpable. Feeling Anderson's arrogance, Chu Tian inwardly cursed. However, being under the same roof, he had to consider his father's feelings in the future, so Chu Tian still smiled and returned the gesture. It seemed that Ander was also dissatisfied with his son's demeanor, furrowing his brow and offering Chu Tian a slight, apologetic smile. "It's almost time. We should enter the palace early." Sensing the atmosphere turning somewhat chilly, Caunus concluded the conversation, gesturing toward Ander to proceed. "Very well, let us continue our discussion inside," Ander replied. Chapter 7. The Royal Banquet, Part 2. The banquet was held in the grand hall of the palace's front wing, with four colossal dragon-carved pillars supporting the dome, that a long dining table stretched from north to south across the hall, and the air was infused with the scent of sandalwood. The expansive and majestic environment exuded a regal aura, even with over 100 people present. It felt anything but crowded. The dragon throne at the northern end loomed high above, radiating an air of sovereignty even in the absence of its occupant, that the third emperor, Rudy, had yet to arrive. The guests were more relaxed. Under the guidance of Khanaz and Ander, Chu Tian continuously greeted various dignitaries. While exchanging pleasantries with these illustrious figures, Chu Tian inwardly condemned the hypocrisy of the nobility. The constant bowing left his neck aching, yet he forced himself to maintain an air of aristocratic grace. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about Qian. What must it have felt like when he had stabbed it with that knife around his neck? One could not deny that Chu Tian now exuded a touch of nobility. His holy priestly robe glimmered subtly, and the white jade staff he wielded seemed to emanate a soft glow. Coupled with his elegant demeanor, who could discern that he was merely a veterinarian, frequently approached by noble women and young ladies, Chu Tian felt a swell of pride. Perhaps this evening would indeed unfold into a romantic tale. Ander remained by Chu Tian's side, exchanging greetings with old friends while occasionally engaging in light conversation with him. His humorous and affable manner greatly endeared him to Chu Tian. "The emperor has arrived," with the guards' booming voices. The hall fell silent, and one could hear the rustle of falling leaves. "We welcome your majesty." The response came in unison, as if rehearsed, coinciding with the entrance of Rudy III. Chu Tian bowed, yet his eyes discreetly scrutinized the young emperor, striding confidently closer. Just an ordinary fellow, Chu Tian silently assessed. He indeed possessed a certain presence, and noticing the solemn expressions of those around him, he added to his internal commentary that it was unrealistic to expect a person from modern society, especially someone as daring as Chu Tian, to develop a sense of reverence towards a monarch. Nevertheless, although Rudy III's appearance was unremarkable, the authority he had amassed over the years instilled caution among the attending ministers. Today is a day of joy. There is no need for excessive formality. Please take your seats. With a wave of his hands, signaling for everyone to sit, Rudy III's gaze turned to Chu Tian. "Are you Chu Tian?" Rudy III inquired with interest, a smile gracing his features. Seemingly satisfied with Chu Tian's demeanor, "Chu Tian pays his respects to your majesty." Chu Tian hurried forward to bow once more. In his 20 years of life, he had never bowed so often in a single day. He lamented inwardly, maintaining a serious facade while responding to Rudy III's greetings towards Anthony and some insipid compliments. Chu Tian's thoughts drifted towards potential rewards. "Chu Tian, you have rendered great service to the nation and shall be generously rewarded." Finally, the conversation shifted to tangible matters. Chu Tian steadied his racing heart, humbly replying, "As a member of the Caesar Empire, it is my honor to contribute to your majesty's endeavors. I dare not covet rewards." Yet inwardly, he cried out, "Let the gold coins and beautiful maidens come forth with greater fervor. Our Caesar Empire is known for its clear rewards and punishments. How could one not be rewarded for merit? I bestow upon you the title of First Earl, 10,000 gold coins. Furthermore, the name Chu Tian seems rather peculiar and does not align with the identity of a noble on the continent, that I shall grant you a new name, Vladino." Thus, Chu Tian, no, Vladino Tian Chu, formally entered the ranks of the continent's nobility. Calmly thanking the emperor, Chu Tian maintained an expression as unchanged as a stone, as though the title and the gold coins had not struck him. However, his reaction caught Rudy III's eye, who secretly admired him, thinking to himself, "Unflappable in the face of honor and disgrace. Truly capable." Gulping hard, he clenched his trembling hands to regain composure. After bestowing the rewards, Rudy III exited the hall, while Chu Tian finally calculated the value of 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. When Anthony departed, he had merely given a pouch of silver coins. Just that single pouch allowed Chu Tian to indulge from the Sunset Mountains to Pompeii. Now, receiving 10,000 coins, and in gold no less, converted into silver, that amounts to 100,000 coins, Chu Tian had suddenly stepped into the realm of millionaires. Praise the goddess of life. A tremendous sense of happiness enveloped Chu Tian in an instant. The granting of a title was expected and did not stir the already prepared Chu Tian. However, the sudden influx of gold coins left him momentarily bewildered by their value. Yet it seemed the goddess of life truly favored her followers. Chu Tian remained oblivious that his earlier Navet had paved a smooth path for his future in Rudy III's mind. Congratulations, my Lord Earl. The congratulatory voices jolted Chu Tian from his reverie. Turning his head, he found himself face to face with Reggie, the heir of the Pampas family, whom he had just met. Ah, congratulations to you as well, Chu Tian replied, not daring to be dismissive. This renowned playboy had been born into the title of Marquis, and the significance of his family was unparalleled. It was a widely accepted belief among all Caesars that there was nothing the Pampas could not procure. The Pampas family, with its centuries-long legacy, had existed since the founding of the Caesar Empire, and through the diligent efforts of generations of patriarchs. Not only did they control a significant portion of Caesar's industries, but they also commanded several lucrative trade routes that spanned the continent. That it was rumored among the populace that the reason Rudy III had been able to defeat numerous princely rivals for the throne was primarily due to the financial backing of the Pampas family. A golden fish, crafted entirely of gold. This was how Chu Tian categorized Reggie, the heir of Caesar's wealth. Chu Tian understood that in the presence of the Pampas heir, his own wealth paled in comparison to that of a beggar. Recognizing this, Chu Tian donned the most sincere smile and struck up a conversation with Reggie. The more they talked, the more enjoyable the exchange became. Chu Tian found Reggie's demeanor refreshing. He exhibited none of the arrogance typically associated with a wealthy heir. His speech was direct and candid, occasionally laced with colorful language, reminiscent of a college dorm camaraderie. Gradually, the two cast aside the burdensome airs of nobility and, with arms slung around each other's shoulders, engaged in hushed discussions about the beauties of the imperial capital, punctuated by bursts of raucous laughter. Vladino, did you know? The first beauty of Caesar might just make an appearance. Reggie raised an eyebrow, teasing Chu Tian with a lewd glance. Just don't get bewitched when she arrives. The first beauty of Caesar? Who is that? Such a bold moniker. Surely, it cannot be true. Having become accustomed to the various plastic celebrities on Earth, Chu Tian was skeptical that he would be enchanted by the original beauties here. With a hearty slap on Chu Tian's back, Reggie retorted, "Come on. It's none other than the Emperor's sister. Princess Selena, I warn you, if you dare to slander my goddess again, I shall challenge you to a duel. Praise the goddess of life, but I recall you are just an ordinary person. A duel. I shall accompany you to the end." Chu Tian grinned mischievously. Comparing his physique to that of his opponent, Reggie ultimately relented. "Damn it. I question whether you are truly a student of the holy priest. Being so shameless." Chu Tian chuckled and quoted a famous saying from Earth. "Shamelessness is my character. Ha ha. Even more shameless than I." Reggie was rendered speechless. How fragrant! A delicate aroma suddenly wafted through the air, causing Chu Tian's nose to tingle. Who would have thought that a student of the holy priest would dare to call himself shameless? A clear and melodious voice floated from behind Chu Tian. Chapter 8, The Royal Banquet, Part 2. While the banquet in the Grand Hall continued in full swing, the atmosphere in Emperor Rudy III's study was somewhat stifling. His Majesty was unleashing his fury upon 3 subordinates. 127 court priests rendered utterly helpless. How do you claim to be the Minister of Magic? With a heavy thud on the table, Rudy III pointed an accusatory finger at a mage-clad minister. "Your Majesty, the priests have done their utmost, but this seems to be a natural disaster." Sensing the Emperor's wrath, the Minister of Magic, Demar, quickly offered an explanation. "A natural disaster? How could a calamity cause 100,000 warhorses to fall ill simultaneously?" Rudy III's anger intensified. "The Caesar Iron Cavalry is unparalleled. Now that our cavalry has collapsed, and the Res Empire is eyeing us hungrily, what shall we do if they invade at this moment?" Pacing a few steps, Rudy III suppressed his fury and turned to another grim-faced mage. Inquiring, "Bari, what has your intelligence bureau uncovered?" "Your Majesty, I have conducted a thorough investigation, and there are no signs of human interference." Bari's deep and resonant voice filled the room. The warhorse encampment is a military restricted zone, without your majesty's or the commanding officer's orders. No one can approach. Moreover, to incapacitate 100,000 warhorses simultaneously, it would require a top-tier practitioner or a magical beast of level 9 or above. According to intelligence, there have been no unusual movements from high-tier magical beasts or powerful individuals in various countries recently. Therefore, I too believe this to be a natural disaster. Barry meticulously articulated his analysis. Well, even if it is a natural disaster, how should we address the current situation? Upon hearing his subordinate's assessment, King Rudy III relaxed slightly and continued to inquire of Damel. I believe it would be prudent to convene the senior priests of the realm for a discussion. There must be a solution. Noticing the emperor displaying signs of anger once again, Damel wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hesitant to speak further. Your Majesty, the situation is not as urgent as it appears. The priests can deliberate at a measured pace. At that moment, the ever-attentive Chancellor Griming interjected. Oh, please continue. Rudy III expressed keen interest in Griming's words. The illness afflicting our warhorses has indeed significantly weakened our military might. However, the losses are confined to the steeds near the imperial capital. The 4 main military legions stationed at the borders remain unscathed. Should conflict arise, we still possess 200,000 iron cavalry ready to engage. Furthermore, although the Crimson Flame is absent, the 9th tier Kiata is sufficient to deter other nations. And 17 8th tier magical beasts stand ready for battle. Thus, the situation is not beyond redemption. Additionally, the Northern Beastmen suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Khanas 3 months ago and have yet to recover their morale. They are unlikely to invade again in the short term. The Western Elson Kingdom has historically maintained amicable relations with us, while the Scott Kingdom's mercantile focus renders them a minimal threat. Therefore, for the time being, we can expect no hostilities from these 2 fronts, that for the southern kingdom of Reese, even if they attempt to capitalize on our plight and mobilize troops from the northwest. Our defenses should suffice. Griming, having served under 3 emperors, was a seasoned statesman, a true pillar of the empire, and his words eased the furrowed brow of Rudy III. Regarding the issue of the warhorses, Your Majesty might consider allowing Count Vladino to attempt a remedy. After all, he possesses the ability to cure the 9th tier Crimson Flame. Griming added. Barry suddenly stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty, according to the investigations of my intelligence bureau, Chu Tian has only studied under Mr. Anthony for 2 months, and he exhibits no magical fluctuations. Had Chu Tian been aware that he had been so thoroughly scrutinized, he would surely have refrained from immersing himself in the study of beautiful women within the Grand Hall. Barry's efficiency certainly justified the moniker the Empire's watchdog. Having only arrived in Pompeii 3 days prior, he had already dissected Chu Tian's background. And no wonder, he had held the position of director of the Empire's Intelligence Bureau for 2 decades. No magical fluctuations? After a prolonged contemplation, recalling Chu Tian's demeanor during the award ceremony, Rudy III remarked, Let him have a try. After all, there exists a precedent with the Crimson Flame. Your Majesty is indeed wise. The once overshadowed Minister of Magic, Damel, finally found an opportunity to speak, timidly praising Rudy III. Furrowing his brow, Rudy III regarded Damel before issuing orders. Griming urged the Holy Phoenix Legion of Fenna to intensify their surveillance of Reese and instruct Tum to dispatch the Shadow Wolf Legion to Quarry Castle immediately for defensive support. Barry increased the number of covert operatives in the south. We must ascertain Reese's every move, particularly regarding the movements of high-tier magical beasts. Having concluded, he gestured dismissively at Damel, somewhat impatiently stating, Damel, you are to inform Count Vladino to diagnose the warhorses. After a moment's pause, he added, If you cannot manage even this trivial task, you need not return. Hearing Rudy III's commands directed at the 3 of them, the honest and earnest Damel shivered, silently lamenting that his tenure as Minister of Magic was nearing its end. In the Grand Hall, Chu Tian turned around, dumbstruck as he beheld the ethereal beauty before him, a celestial maiden untouched by the world. The gears in his mind seemed to rust, halting their rotation. Chu Tian had encountered beautiful women before, but none compared to such otherworldly allure. In her presence, It felt as though all language lost its significance. The sounds around him faded, the surroundings vanished, and time itself seemed to stand still at that moment. Only the enchanting figure before him occupied his thoughts. His eyes naturally narrowed, and an incessant thought echoed in his mind. She is mine. After several seconds, seeing that Chu Tian remained unresponsive, the beauty smiled sweetly. It seems, Count, you are rather fatigued today. I shall not intrude further. Until next time. With that, she left the entranced Chu Tian with a graceful silhouette. Observing Chu Tian's clumsy demeanor, a group of young elites, represented by Anderson at a distance, let out a collective sigh, retracting their previously tense and hostile gazes. Clearly, the charm of Princess Selena was irresistible, not only to Chu Tian. It appeared that Chu Tian's romantic endeavors would not unfold smoothly. How do you like that? Stunned, are you? Princess Selena truly lives up to her reputation. Do you still wish to duel? Reggie jabbed at Chu Tian, mocking him. A single smile can bewitch 100 souls, rendering the beauties of the 6 palaces pale. In comparison, Chu Tian finally regained his composure and casually quoted a timeless maxim. What is wrong with you? Chu Tian suddenly noticed Reggie, frozen like a statue. His eyes wide and mouth agape, gazing at him in astonishment. Are you daft? Chu Tian playfully slapped Reggie on the head. Big brother, no, my lord. Reggie suddenly embraced Chu Tian, exclaiming, From now on, you shall be my idol. Reggie's exuberance drew the attention of those around them. But upon recognizing it was Reggie, they merely shook their heads and returned to their own affairs, as such antics were evidently not a first occurrence. That line you just uttered was incredibly creative. My lord. With that verse, you could probably win the heart of Princess Selena. Reggie's exaggerated reaction caused Chu Tian to chuckle inwardly, but he could only recall those few lines. Any more, and he would surely slip up. Being a literary thief is a promising career, but expecting Chu Tian, a veterinary butcher, to excel in it was rather demanding. Throughout his 4 years at university, Chu Tian had spent the majority of his time engaged with medical texts, as for Tang poetry and song lyrics. He possessed a single volume, which had unfortunately been repurposed as a table stabilizer. From what you implied earlier, has no one yet pursued Princess Selena? Pushing Reggie aside, Chu Tian inquired. Upon receiving confirmation, the young master Chu smiled. A rather lewd smile, with gold in hand. How far could beauty be? Secretly contemplating how to capture the princess's heart, Chu Tian remained oblivious to the great trouble approaching him. Chapter 9. The uniqueness of the worldly steed Thud Shao slipped from his grasp. Chu Tian stared blankly at the so-called patient before him, bewildered. This was a significant predicament. The unicorn warhorse, or perhaps more aptly termed a third-tier magical beast, bore a skeletal structure similar to that of an earthly horse, but was significantly larger. Standing a full yard high, its body was covered in dense, glossy black scales, its teeth razor-sharp, and a foot long. Pitch-black horn protruded from its forehead, with 2 scapulae jutting outward like bony wings. This was the patient Chu Tian was to attend. High above, the colorful clouds drifted, while the steed galloped below. Under the azure sky, an expanse of verdant grassland lay before him, whereas 100,000 patients awaited the arrival of their veterinarian. However, rather than galloping, they hung their heads low, kneeling upon the grass, gazing at Chu Tian with 200,000 vacant eyes. The gathering of 100,000 warhorses obscured the sky. The spectacle was indeed magnificent. Yet Chu Tian had no heart to admire it. Was this truly a horse? Even if it were, no one had informed me of the existence of so many. Damn, you old rascal, have you deceived me? Chu Tian cursed vehemently at the heavens. 3 days prior, after the banquet concluded, Chu Tian had pilfered a few bottles of fine wine, intending to bring them back for Xiaobai. Unexpectedly, upon exiting the palace gates, he was intercepted by the Minister of Magic, Damel. Faced with one of the 3 titans of the Imperial Command, Chu Tian, a mere baron, dared not offend him. In this world, he was akin to a military minister, and moreover, he was there to convey the Emperor's orders. When Damel casually mentioned that a few horses had fallen ill and requested him to provide a diagnosis, Chu Tian was elated, viewing it as an opportunity for merit. Just a few horses, and as a professional veterinarian, surely he could resolve their ailments with ease? Though it couldn't compare to the previous incident with the Crimson Flame, a little extra gold was still within the realm of possibility. Right? Nonetheless, Chu Tian remained cautious, diligently probing Damel for details regarding the illness. To his surprise, the old fellow responded nonchalantly that the horses merely had a poor appetite and appeared somewhat lethargic. That Damel's reputation for honesty and integrity had long been established in the imperial capital, and Chu Tian had heard whispers of it. Hence, he felt reassured. Little did he know, this seemingly honest man had cunningly played him this time. After botching several tasks, Rudy III's dissatisfaction with the Minister of Magic had reached a boiling point, had it not been for his unparalleled prowess as a Grand Magus. He would have been replaced long ago. Thus, Damel had learned his lesson. Upon receiving the task, he calculated, if he told Chu Tian the truth, that the Emperor had 100,000 warhorses suffering from an incurable affliction, and that over 100 court priests were at a loss, it would surely frighten Chu Tian away. Conversely, by downplaying the severity, if Chu Tian failed to cure them, the blame would fall on his incompetence, leaving Damel unscathed. Thus, after minimizing the gravity of the situation countless times, when Damel presented it to Chu Tian, it morphed into a task of treating a few adorable little colts with a diminished appetite. The nature of the task had shifted from a casual trial, as described by Rudy III, into a life-or-death assignment. "Damn it! I've been played!" Chu Tian suddenly shouted, startling his attendants. Kevin, the overseer of the warhorse camp, hurriedly approached Chu Tian's side. Picking up the fallen Xiaobai, he handed it back to Chu Tian and inquired, "My lord, what troubles you?" "Nothing, just recalling some unpleasant matters." Upon receiving Xiaobai, Chu Tian let out a pained yelp. It turned out that the little creature had retaliated, leaving deep bite marks on his wrist. Casting an apologetic glance at the stifled laughter of Kevin, Chu Tian straightened his face, cleared his throat twice, and gravely stated, "Ahem, well then, let us address the matter at hand. What symptoms do these warhorses exhibit?" "Recently, I have been plagued by a persistent high fever with little appetite and no vitality. For specifics, I shall leave it to you, my lord, to observe for yourself." Upon finishing his words, Kevin summoned a warhorse. Chu Tian scrutinized the steed closely. Blisters of varying sizes had formed on its lips and corners of its mouth, some of which had already become ulcerated, and the hooves exhibited similar afflictions. The horse's body, having been deprived of proper sustenance for an extended period, was emaciated and gaunt. When he touched its back, it felt chillingly cold. "Did you not mention it was suffering from a high fever? Why, then, is its body still so frigid?" Chu Tian inquired, perplexed, directing his question at Kevin. Kevin cast a surprised glance at Chu Tian and lowered his voice, saying, "Are you not aware of the peculiarities of unicorns? The characteristics of unicorns?" As he glanced around, he noticed the attendants behind him wore equally astonished expressions. Chu Tian realized he had unwittingly committed a fundamental blunder. He hastily rectified his oversight. "Praise be to the goddess of life. Only half a month ago, I was studying under my mentor, Anthony, and have never descended from the mountain. It is only natural that I remain unfamiliar with unicorns." He adopted a sanctimonious demeanor. Speaking with utmost sincerity, "My mentor taught me that one must grow through practical experience, and it appears this wisdom rings true." With that, Chu Tian, seizing the moment while others were distracted, stealthily slipped a piece of jerky from his sleeve and fed it to Little White. Having spent so long in each other's company, Chu Tian was certain that after his pretentious display, he would undoubtedly be met with Little White's mocking laughter, and thus he sought to placate the creature. Upon hearing Chu Tian mention Anthony, Kevin and his entourage immediately donned expressions of reverence, their gazes towards Chu Tian imbued with genuine respect, a stark contrast to their earlier bureaucratic demeanor. Chu Tian, observing the shift in their attitudes, mused to himself that the old man's reputation was indeed quite advantageous. "I see now. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. The candor of your lordship, the Count, has moved us." Kevin bowed his head, offering a heartfelt apology while also introducing the unicorns. "Candor, you say? Had it not been for the fear of failing my mission and facing the Emperor's wrath, I would have no inclination to feign piety." Chu Tian grumbled inwardly while listening to Kevin's exposition. The unicorns first emerged from the domain of the beast folk, on the vast expanse of the Schwanha grassland. Centuries ago, a visionary emperor of the Caesar Empire, disregarding the opposition of his ministers, bartered a substantial quantity of grain with the orcs for several unicorns. After years of dedicated effort, the unicorns, which initially exhibited low fertility, were finally bred in abundance through the endeavors of numerous high priests and mages. Subsequently, a considerable number of third-tier unicorn warhorses appeared on the territories of Caesar's enemies, earning an unparalleled reputation for Caesar's iron cavalry through their formidable military exploits. In essence, the strength of unicorns is only marginally superior to that of ordinary first-tier magical beasts, with their magical abilities being entirely lacking. The true terror that warranted such a steep price from Emperor Caesar stemmed from one unique characteristic: intermediate magic immunity. Before such forces, the enemy's middle to low-tier mages were rendered utterly ineffective. This was also the reason why the magical kingdom of Elsin maintained a cordial relationship with Caesar. Although Elsin boasted nearly 100,000 mages, the majority were of middle to low tier, with fewer than 10,000 capable of posing a threat to unicorn warhorses, while Caesar's cavalry numbered 300,000. Furthermore, due to the characteristic of intermediate magic immunity, unicorns' bodies remained perpetually cold. Even a 6-tier fire mage could not induce the slightest rise in their body temperature, let alone a mere fever. The only means of assessing the temperature of a unicorn was through their eyes. Following Kevin's guidance, Chu Tian examined the horse's eyes closely and, indeed, found them to be a glaring crimson rather than the typical sky blue. After further inspection, Chu Tian began to sense something amiss. Yet upon observing the unicorn's hooves, which bore a striking resemblance to those of earthly horses, he hesitated to draw conclusions. The blisters on the mouth, the lack of appetite, the lethargy, and the persistent fever. These were unmistakable symptoms of the most prevalent hoof-and-mouth disease on Earth. Chu Tian racked his brain to recall his knowledge from school. Indeed, hoof-and-mouth disease could only occur in cloven-hoofed animals. Yet these hooves? Never mind. Let us presume it to be hoof-and-mouth disease. Chu Tian had previously dared to treat a dragon. How could he shy away from this mere third-tier warhorse? Fetch the Minister of Magic, Damar, and instruct him to bring every mage in the imperial capital here. Chu Tian commanded Kevin with fervor. Chapter 10. A great fire when Damar hurriedly arrived with over 1,000 mages at the warhorse encampment. Chu Tian had already ordered the enclosure of 100,000 warhorses within a massive circular pen. Stretching for miles, the iron fencing surrounded the multitude of warhorses, creating a magnificent sight from afar. The mages, initially brimming with grievances, found their discontent quelled upon witnessing the splendid spectacle, and they collectively expressed their admiration. At the center of the enclosure, a colossal altar had been erected. Were Anthony present, he would undoubtedly recognize it as a grander version of his own. Spotting Damar approaching in the distance, Chu Tian quickly made his way over, a broad smile adorning his face. "Ah, Damar, my good sir. Those few little colts you asked me to treat are indeed quite robust. They weigh as much as tens of thousands of horses. I wonder what His Majesty will think upon seeing them." It was unavoidable, truly unavoidable. As he spoke, Damar's face grew increasingly flushed, until it rivaled the hue of Guan Yu. His hands fumbled, unsure where to rest, as he realized that no position felt appropriate. Finally, Damar clasped his fists and managed a wry smile. "Let this be a one-time exception, if you please." "Haha," Chu Tian chuckled, finding the old man overly amusing. In his homeland, Damar would surely hold the position of vice-chairman of the military commission and commander of the 2nd Artillery. It was unexpected to see him humbly beseeching a mere count such as himself. What a genuine soul! Chu Tian sighed. After their laughter subsided, he could no longer bring himself to trouble this endearing old man. So he placed an arm around Damar's shoulder, chuckling, "Oh, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Really? Ah, that is splendid." Damar's face finally broke into an innocent grin, and the redness began to recede. Chu Tian pondered how this man managed his position, shaking his head in private, feeling somewhat disenchanted. "I already have a treatment plan in mind." "Wonderful," Damar exclaimed, stamping his foot in delight, his excitement akin to that of a child. Completely oblivious to his status as a national leader, young Master Chu was thoroughly impressed. It seemed this was the only leader of a nation he would ever encounter, a veritable child at heart. Nevertheless, this made matters even better. Chu Tian commenced executing his plan, narrowing his eyes and donning a wicked smile, reminiscent of when he had deceived Little White. He asked, "My lord, as the minister of magic, does that mean you oversee all the mages in the realm?" "Indeed," Damar replied, bewildered, pondering why Chu Tian had suddenly posed such a question. "Then, might you allow these mages to temporarily heed my command?" Chu Tian gestured toward the gathered 1,000+ individuals, adding, "Thus, I can heal these 100,000 warhorses." "Very well. From this moment forth, they shall obey your command." Damar nodded without hesitation. Even Little White couldn't help but marvel at Damar's sincerity, as he had so readily relinquished authority to that great deceiver. Without further ado, Damar immediately issued a command to the mages. Everyone was to follow the instructions of Count Vladino. Chu Tian surveyed the over 1,000 mages before him with satisfaction, a wave of accomplishment washing over him. 1/10 of the mages of the Caesar Empire were now under his command. How amusing! He instructed the mages to form a circle, evenly distributing themselves around the enclosure, while he entrusted Little White to an attendant, maneuvering through the throng of warhorses to ascend the central altar. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a staff imbued with amplification capabilities, a gift from his mentor. Straightening his robe, he adopted a solemn expression, evoking a sense of sanctity akin to that which Anthony once possessed. "Esteemed mages, when my prayer is completed, I implore you to unleash your most adept 6th-tier fire magic upon me." Chu Tian bellowed at the staff. The circle was simply too vast. From the altar at the center to the mages at the perimeter was a distance of nearly a kilometer. And even with the staff's amplification, his voice might not carry that far, especially given that his magical power was virtually non-existent. Fortunately, the staff proved effective, and soon Damar responded, "Count Vladino, you are certain it is to be an attack upon yourself?" His voice boomed with authority, resonating with confidence. Truly, he was the only grand mage of Caesar, and in the absence of a 9th-tier mage god, Damar, as an 8th-tier grand mage, stood as the highest-ranking mage in the empire, which elucidated why Ludi III had tolerated this bumbling old man for so long. "I assure you, rest assured, I am immune to fire magic," Chu Tian proclaimed proudly, grateful for the support of the Scarlet Flame. Without it, his grandiose plan would have paled in comparison. After receiving Damar's clear affirmation, Chu Tian seated himself casually, producing a magical scroll which he cast into the air, and began shouting fervently at the staff that as his voice echoed outward, it transformed into a solemn incantation, entering the ears of the gathered mages with a sacred aura. "O great goddess of life, please descend with your wrath. Purify your pitiful followers." As Chu Tian's prayer resonated, the magical scroll in the sky burst forth, a colossal flame image materializing in midair, flickering as if imbued with life. "Attack!" Damar bellowed, waving his staff as a massive pillar of fire surged toward the altar. The leader set the precedent, and the 1,000+ mages encircling the altar, eager to comply, began chanting incantations and conjuring their magic. Fireballs, fire pillars, fire walls, fire dragons. Everything related to fire surged forth, racing toward the altar with fervor. From an aerial perspective, over 1,000 sources of fire erupted, casting countless sparks that shimmered brightly before converging into a singular point at the center. In that moment, fireballs and pillars soared together, while walls of flames mingled seamlessly with fiery dragons. Fire! 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 All the flames ultimately gathered around Chu Tian. Consumed by the roaring blaze, Chu Tian rose, elevating his amplification staff high into the air, instantly augmenting the inferno several-fold. As the scorching winds enveloped him, he retrieved a pre-prepared wind scroll from his ring and forcefully slammed it onto the altar. In the instant the scroll ignited, whirlwinds spiraled around Chu Tian, causing the flames to crackle and roar. The wind fueled the flames, and the fire borrowed the wind's might. At that moment, Chu Tian resembled a converter, as the crimson flames coursed through him, transforming into a pure azure hue. They then burst forth, rapidly charging towards the surrounding battle steeds. The azure sky had turned a fiery red, while the verdant grass emitted crackling groans, and the sorcerers were drenched in sweat from the sweltering heat. Yet, the unicorn steeds amidst the flames reveled in this sensation. Accompanied by the glow of fire, weary steeds rose from their kneeling positions, emitting a chorus of whinnies. Ha! It worked. Observing the steeds regain their vigor, Chuton exhaled a sigh of relief. The virus that could be exterminated by high temperatures must have been foot-and-mouth disease. The anxiety that had weighed on him was finally lifted. On Earth, combating foot-and-mouth disease typically involved incinerating the virus at high temperatures, often resulting in the destruction of both animals and the virus together. However, in the beast fantasy continent, lacking advanced incineration technology, they had steeds unafraid of flames. Thus, Chu Tian orchestrated such a grand spectacle, curing the ailment while simultaneously putting on a show. Originally, it sufficed for the sorcerers to set the steeds ablaze, yet Count Chu leveraged his fire immunity to create a thunderous scene. His purpose was singular. Without a grand display, how could his achievements appear substantial? And without substantial achievements, how could he garner greater rewards? With that thought, Chu Tian smirked slyly when no one was watching. But soon his smile faded as he realized, despite meticulous planning, he had overlooked one detail. While his body was immune to fire, his clothing was not. At that moment, Chu Tian found himself in a state of undress. Chapter 11. Rapid Promotion and Wealth. Fortunately, he had a spare outfit in his ring. Chu Tian quickly donned it. Luckily, the erected barriers were sufficiently large, so when Damar led the sorcerers to the altar, Chu Tian had regained a semblance of decorum. The steeds beneath the altar, though still somewhat lethargic, appeared much more spirited than at the outset. Clearly, Chu Tian had accomplished yet another significant feat, brimming with pride. Yet maintaining a solemn demeanor, he addressed Damar, who hurried onto the altar. "The steeds are all well. All is well. Haha, they are perfectly fine." Damar beamed with excitement. Finally, a task had been accomplished. All 100,000 steeds had regained their health. And surely, the king would be pleased, securing Damar's position as the Minister of Magic, thanks to Count Vladino. With that thought, Damar leaned closer, dusting off Chu Tian's pristine clothing as if it had collected the slightest speck of dust, and complimented, "Truly worthy of being a student of the High Priest, resolving the Empire's great troubles with such ease. The spectacle you produced, even I, a grand sorcerer, could not replicate. Not to mention you, even old Anton would likely find it impossible." Chu Tian mused inwardly. In reality, throughout the entire process, his role had merely been that of a converter, amplifying the flames of the sorcerers and directing them toward the steeds for their disinfection. The true contributors were the more than 1,000 sorcerers. However, Chu Tian certainly would not divulge the truth. Descending the altar alongside Damar, a throng of sorcerers trailed behind. Leaning closer to Damar, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Now can we speak candidly? What truly transpired?" Damar chuckled sheepishly. "To be honest, I didn't intend to deceive you. 2 months ago, when Marquis Karnas returned from the Sunset Mountains, all the steeds near the imperial capital suddenly fell ill. And you witnessed the symptoms. Illness among steeds is not uncommon. Previously, priests would handle it simply, and if it was incurable, they would be disposed of. However, this time, a simultaneous outbreak among 100,000 steeds caused our cavalry to dwindle by a third. Yet no cause could be determined, leaving the priests at a loss. His Majesty was extraordinarily enraged and ordered me, the Minister of Magic, to expedite a solution." As he spoke, Damar's face flushed again, scratching his head as he continued. "His Majesty pressed me closely. If no resolution was found, my position would be at risk. Yet, I truly had no means, and I feared you would hesitate to assist, so Chu Tian chuckled inwardly. So that was the case. Damar truly underestimated him that if the issue was resolved, it would be a significant achievement. If not, he would merely endure a few scoldings from Louis III. Such an opportunity was one Chu Tian could not afford to miss. Only straightforward individuals like Damar would take Louis III's threats seriously. As the crowd returned to Pompeii City, Louis III, having received urgent reports, stood at the city gates awaiting Chu Tian's return. The grand procession was led by Damar, who immediately spotted His Majesty and hurriedly approached, shouting, "Your Majesty, joyous tidings, Your Majesty, joyous tidings." Oh no! It turned out Damar had stumbled in his excitement. Louis III chuckled at the clumsy display of the old man, shaking his head, yet his spirits were high. And under such influence, Damar appeared particularly endearing. Helping Damar rise from the ground, Louis III smiled. "Be careful, my minister of magic." Having never seen His Majesty treat him with such warmth, Damar felt a lump in his throat, his gratitude toward Chu Tian deepening. Yet still uneasy, he leaned in closer, whispering to Louis III when no one was paying attention. Your Majesty, you won't be dismissing me, will you?" Louis III smiled, internally reflecting. Damar may be a bit dim-witted, but his loyalty is commendable. Such devoted ministers are rare. Dismissing Damar, Louis III raised his head, arms wide, and bellowed toward Chu Tian. "Welcome back, Marquis Vladino, triumphant in your endeavors." Marquis Vladino? Chu Tian was perplexed. When did he become a marquis? He looked questioningly at His Majesty. Sensing Chu Tian's confusion, Louis III took his hand, leading him into the city while affirmatively stating, "Indeed, Chief Court Priest, Marquis Vladino." Chu Tian squinted and smiled, realizing he had been promoted once more. The rapidity of such advancement was astonishing, considering his elder brother Karnas, who had enlisted at 13 and fought in countless battles over 2 decades, had only attained the rank of marquis. Meanwhile, Chu Tian had only been in this world for just over 3 months and had already reached such heights. Contemplating, Chu Tian calculated that the title of marquis should be sufficient to be worthy of Princess Selena. Right upon returning to the palace, a celebratory banquet ensued, where Louis III formally announced Chu Tian's promotion and appointed him as the empire's chief court priest. Originally, Chu Tian, being merely a novice priest, contemplated declining the prestigious role. However, at a crucial moment, his steadfast friend Reggie discreetly hinted, "The chief court priest enjoys unrestricted access to the palace, providing ample opportunities to encounter Princess Selena." Receiving this hint, Chu Tian promptly altered his stance, fervently declaring his unwavering commitment to serve the empire with utmost dedication. Yet, during the banquet, Princess Selena was notably absent, leaving Chu Tian with a sense of regret. Fortunately, Louis III bestowed upon him another delightful surprise, a marquis's estate. With continuous exclamations of admiration, Chu Tian embraced Little White, accompanied by Karnas, as they marveled at their new home. That it was a quintessential European medieval manor, adorned with vibrant flowering vines that enveloped the walls. Encircling a green expanse the size of a sports field, that a spacious forecourt led through a wide gate along a gravel path straight to the white central main building. The garden was dotted with a variety of trees, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The only minor flaw was the vast, empty space behind the main building, which appeared somewhat desolate. Chu Tian was thoroughly satisfied. Caressing Little White's fur, he contemplated the estate's value as he and Karnas entered the central main building. In the reception hall, he waved to dismiss the servants, inviting Karnas to take a seat. Then placed Little White on the carpet. "Go on, choose a room for yourself." Finally, he could separate from Little White, Chu Tian lamented. Recently, Little White had developed an exceedingly bothersome habit. Every morning, it would gently nip at Chu Tian's ear to rouse him from his dreams, leaving Chu Tian perpetually sleep-deprived. Now that they had moved, he could finally justifiably find Little White a proper bedroom. Woo-woo, Little White lay on the ground, refusing to rise. With a sorrowful expression, its body quivered in a mournful manner, tears glistening in its large eyes, as if to say, "Have you abandoned me?" Chu Tian and Karnas exchanged a glance, both feeling an indescribable pang in their hearts. The little creature's emotional influence was overwhelming. Alas! "Very well. Perhaps we should continue to share a room," Chu Tian conceded. Woo-woo! Little White joyfully leaped up, performing a somersault in the air, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of its mouth. Little White remains as charming as ever," Karnas remarked, then added, "Vladino, you should rest early. Tomorrow you have to teach at the Royal Academy of Magic." Teach students? Become a teacher? Chu Tian was bewildered. How had he become a teacher? Not just any teacher, but the vice president of the Magic Academy. Karnas corrected him. Chapter 12. Being a role model to Caesar Empire is one of the nations with the most concentrated royal power on the beast fantasy continent. Although the empire is populated with numerous nobles, and some high-ranking nobles possess their own territories, their influence over the emperor remains minimal. According to imperial law, those of count rank and above are considered high nobles, entitled to hereditary succession and the possibility of acquiring lands. However, the military power within these noble territories is strictly curtailed, with even the most exalted duke commanding merely a guard of 10,000. Furthermore, the allocation of territories is extremely rigorous. To be why this standard alone, Caesar has engendered great envy among nations like the Less Empire, where royal power is fragmented. All authority is concentrated in the hands of the emperor. While the imperial government is divided into 6 departments: finance, law, defense, construction, personnel, and diplomacy. A decade ago, upon ascending the throne, Lud III established the Supreme Command, which oversees the nation's military, directly commanding the troops and comprising the departments of magic, operations, beast management, and a clandestine military intelligence agency, with the emperor himself serving as the supreme commander. The Minister of Defense within the government has been reassigned to handle logistics and equipment matters. Chu Tian, the chief court priest, is affiliated with the magic department, overseeing national official rituals, with his direct superior being the rather sluggish archmage Damar. The empire of Caesar upholds a tradition to cultivate magical talent within the empire. The Minister of Magic typically also serves as the Dean of the Royal Magic Academy, often teaching classes to students. Consequently, Chu Tian, as the second-in-command of the Magic Department, naturally ascends to the position of Vice Dean. Hail to the goddess of life! Chu Tian, a faux priest and genuine veterinarian, now finds himself in a quandary. Being Vice Dean is certainly an admirable position, and he has long wished to experience the sensation of reprimanding students. However, teaching an elementary healing spell has taken him over a month to master, and now he must impart ritual knowledge to the nation's most elite students. What an absurdity! Who has ever seen an elementary school student lecturing doctoral candidates at Tsinghua? Nevertheless, Chu Tian remains undeterred, even somewhat exhilarated as he embarks on his new role. The reason is both simple and painful. It is simple because Princess Selena is a guest professor at the Magic Academy. Chu Tian is well aware of the advantages of being close to the source. Yet, the pain arises from the fact that guest professor Selena happens to be a water-type archmage, and the vast disparity in their powers casts a shadow over Chu Tian's romantic aspirations. At that moment, in the office of the Vice Dean of the Royal Magic Academy, Chu Tian is engaged in a discussion about teaching duties with Professor Selena. Professor Selena, does this mean you will be teaching on Wednesday and Thursday afternoons? Chu Tian inquired of the princess seated at the desk. Indeed, Your Excellency the Vice Dean, Selena nodded, exhibiting the demeanor befitting a subordinate addressing her superior. Selena's down-to-earth approach only heightened Chu Tian's admiration for her. It is indeed a rare occasion for a princess to grace the academy as a teacher, and her lack of any trace of royal arrogance delights Chu Tian even further. A suitable wife must be capable in both the drawing room and the kitchen. So, will your classes take place in the Water Magic Teaching Building? After receiving confirmation, Chu Tian chuckled inwardly, having gleaned the essential details about his beloved through their conversation from morning until noon. May I ask, Professor Selena, what color of clothing do you prefer? Chu Tian began to delve into deeper inquiries. A slight frown creased Selena's brow, and her displeased expression sent a flutter through Chu Tian's heart. Your Excellency the Vice Dean, isn't this a bit outside the scope of our teaching responsibilities? How could it not be? The appearance of a teacher significantly influences students' learning efficiency. Chu Tian countered, feeling quite justified in this matter. His own academic struggles were undoubtedly influenced by Anthony's image. It's already noon. Chu Tian feigned surprise as he glanced outside. I hadn't realized we had been talking for so long. How about this? Let me treat you to lunch. Finally, he broached his ulterior motive. Upon hearing Chu Tian's suggestion, Selena broke into a radiant smile. Are you attempting to court me? Her bold and forthright remark left Chu Tian momentarily speechless, as his lack of romantic experience rendered him utterly flustered by the princess's directness. Her sweet voice chimed again. However, your excuse is rather unoriginal. Chu Tian felt a rare flush of embarrassment as he sat in his chair, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, I shall take my leave now. Selena stood, gracefully exiting the office. Just before stepping out, she turned back, her lips parting slightly. With a single glance and a smile, 100 charms are born. The beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison. That line is quite innovative. Hail to the goddess of life. Who told the princess that? I must express my gratitude to him. Chu Tian's heart soared with joy. Stumbling around the desk, he hurriedly followed her out. After enjoying the most delectable lunch of his life and seeing Princess Selena off from the academy, Chu Tian donned his priestly robes, preparing for his inaugural class. Due to a misjudgment of Chu Tian's capabilities, Dean Damar placed immense importance on this first lesson. Although Damar had initially harbored doubts about Chu Tian, who exhibited no magical aura, those uncertainties vanished after witnessing the earth-shattering spectacle at the warhorse camp. Now, Damar's assessment of Chu Tian's prowess could be summed up in 4 words: unfathomably deep. Driven by this mindset, Damar was exceedingly selective in choosing students for Chu Tian. No novices below the rank of junior priest. No students of questionable character. No students of advanced age. No students lacking potential. Moreover, those who met these criteria but failed the final examination were also excluded. These stringent standards led Chu Tian to curse under his breath. This old codger is trying to kill me. After such a rigorous selection process, out of 1,000 students in the priestly program, only 50 made the cut. Yet, those fortunate enough to attend the class were undoubtedly the CRME de la CRME. Wasn't this destined to expose Chu Tian, a mere facade of a priest, far too soon? On his way to the classroom, Chu Tian endeavored to recall every word Anthony had imparted, attempting to formulate a comprehensive lecture. However, the path to the classroom was exceedingly brief, and before he could even tally the number of 7th-tier or higher senior priests in the continent, he arrived. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. Calming his nerves, Chu Tian strode confidently into the classroom. A thunderous applause erupted as he approached the podium, a smile adorning his face as he waved to the audience that he appeared every bit the model teacher. Once at the lectern, Chu Tian surveyed the room. The 50-seat classroom was packed with over 100 students. More than 100 pairs of eyes were fixated on Chu Tian, brimming with admiration and reverence. Word of the arrival of the chief court priest, Marquis Vladino, had spread throughout the academy, making all the exceptional priestly students the envy of their peers. Setting aside Anthony's fame, Chu Tian had also emerged as an idol. For not everyone could heal a 9th-tier dragon. Moreover, the spectacle of 100,000 warhorses recovering simultaneously in flames had already begun to be sung by bards. Thus, regardless of their specialization, any student with connections had squeezed into today's class. However, Chu Tian remained oblivious to his transformation from veterinarian to idol, still striving to maintain the demeanor of a teacher. Clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention, Vice Dean Chu began his address. Hail to the goddess of life. May the divine light shine upon you, future elites of the empire. Upon finishing, he gestured with open arms, as if to embrace the entire class, and his sacred and elegant presence, coupled with his rhythmic voice, ignited a fresh wave of applause. I am delighted to introduce you to the sacred profession of priesthood today. Chu Tian raised his right hand, pressing it downward to quell the enthusiasm of the crowd. Squinting slightly, he smiled and continued, First, I would like to invite some of you to share your understanding of priesthood. Which student would like to speak? Glancing at the eager students, Chu Tian pointed to the back corner of the last row. How about that student? Following his gesture, a young priest turned crimson, trembling as he stood. Despite his awkward demeanor, the junior priest Dio gathered his courage and faced Chu Tian, aware that his own abilities likely fell short of even those of a priest apprentice. Chu Tian pondered until an insidious idea crept into his mind. Since he was lacking, he might as well find someone to take the blame. Observing the students, Chu Tian was pleasantly surprised to discover Dio, an anomaly. His robe was somewhat worn but impeccably clean, indicating he hailed from a humble background without any notable connections. Offending him posed little risk. He appeared young, around 14 or 15, with a fresh, youthful visage, clearly unacquainted with the ways of the world, making him an easy target for deception. Clutching a thick stack of notes, he undoubtedly was a diligent student. Most importantly, when their eyes met, Dio immediately looked flustered. Lowering his rosy face, he returned to his seat in the last row, clearly a shy and humble lad. This was the one. Chu Tian squinted, adopting his most sanctified smile as he beckoned to Dio. Come, step up to the podium and speak. Dio was now a bundle of nerves and excitement, anxious about delivering a speech before over 100 peers, yet thrilled that his idol had spoken to him. Born in a small fishing village in the Eastern Empire, Dio had always been diligent in his studies, ultimately gaining admission to the Royal Magic Academy, and at the tender age of 15. He had become a junior priest, aspiring to be a great priest. Dio had idolized the myth of priesthood, Anthony, ever since he could remember. However, recent events in the imperial capital had introduced a new idol into his heart. Healing a 9th-tier dragon, Dio felt that this surpassed even Anthony. With a mere gesture, 100,000 warhorses had regained their health. The two deceptions orchestrated by director Chu Tian left the naive Dio in awe of the illustrious young Master Chu. Thus, when he learned of the Marquis Vladino's forthcoming selection of students, he forsook all other matters, exerting every effort to surmount the rigorous assessments and secure a coveted lecture pass. With trepidation, he ascended the podium and bowed to the audience. Casting a bewildered glance at the retreating figure of Chu Tian, encouraged by Chu Tian's supportive gaze, he commenced his speech. The vocation of the priesthood originated from. His stammering words elicited expressions of jealousy and disdain from his classmates, and laughter began to ripple through the crowd. Yet within Chu Tian's heart, joy blossomed. The more Dio stumbled, the longer he could prolong the moment, ideally spanning the entire class with this thought in mind. Chu Tian gestured for silence among the students, proclaiming, "The goddess of life states, do not mock others in their moments of anxiety." Who could say if the goddess of life ever uttered such words? Nevertheless, it proved effective. Under Chu Tian's resolute gaze, several students' expressions transformed into shame, and the classroom quieted. Gratefully glancing at Chu Tian, Dio's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet his speech flowed more smoothly. It is commonly known that our priesthood is divided into 9 ranks. Namely, Chu Tian cast a guilty glance at the podium, where Dio was moved by a mere offhand comment of his. He silently vowed, "Brother, your kindness shall not go unremembered. The Weisstein will not treat you poorly." Presently, the renowned priests of the continent include His Grace, Prince Anthony, a 9th-level light holy priest from our Caesar Empire. And, at this point, Dio shyly glanced at Chu Tian, cursing himself for being unaware of his idol's professional ranking. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Additionally, there is the chief court priest, our Weisstein, Marquis Vladino." A thunderous applause erupted, and Chu Tian humbly bowed in gratitude, reveling in the thought, "I am also a notable figure now." Dio's presentation continued. As the most fundamental form of magic, healing spells serve as the foundation for all priestly magic because Chu Tian felt a flush of embarrassment as he recalled the little white creature that often pursued him for massages. "Why can my healing spells only be used for dogs?" Chu Tian chuke zufuli. The enhanced version of healing, resurrection, builds upon the foundation of healing by incorporating. Chu Tian's spirits lifted further. It seemed this student was indeed exceptional, undoubtedly diligent in his studies. Although Chu Tian was a novice in magic, that was solely in practice. Having studied under Anthony for over a month, his theoretical knowledge remained commendably high. Estimating Dio's content and pace, young Master Chu wore a knowing smile. It would certainly take up a whole class period. However, soon, Chu Tian's amusement dissipated. Priestly offensive magic can only be adeptly utilized by those who have attained the level of 7th-tier priest mentors. The fundamental principles of these offensive spells are. Dio on the podium seemed much more relaxed now, his words hastening. Yet his discourse had surpassed Chu Tian's expectations. Initially, he had merely hoped Dio would fill the class time, but it appeared he was genuinely conducting a magic lesson in his stead. The content Dio presented was familiar to Chu Tian, having heard it from Anthony. He understood it well, but could not perform it. Nevertheless, Chu Tian was acutely aware that Dio had not erred. From my observations, identical priestly spells can yield varying effects due to differing casting rhythms. That I believe this is because Dio had entirely immersed himself in the subject, transforming his lecture from textbook theory into his own analysis. Chu Tian was astounded to discover that all of Dio's analyses aligned perfectly with Anthony's theories. It must be noted that these were the results of Anthony's decades of research. And how young was Dio? Gazing at the eloquent Dio, Chu Tian found himself momentarily transported back to the Sunset Mountains, beside that dilapidated hut, where an elderly priest patiently imparted knowledge to his students. Through my research, the most powerful offensive means in the priesthood. The 9th level spell, Judgment of Light, has 3 errors in its activation incantation. This leads to a decrease in its potency. The incantation presented in textbooks may be incomplete. Dio had never before spoken so freely. Unbeknownst to him, he had articulated a long-held query, challenging the priestly textbooks that had persisted for millennia. His words created an immediate uproar. Protests and accusations erupted among the students. On what grounds do you question the incantation's correctness? Countless priests have employed this spell for 1,000 years. If so many esteemed priests failed to detect any errors, how could a novice priest like you uncover them? I believe the fault lies not with the textbooks, but with you. The students' reproaches towards Dio grew increasingly severe, and even some bystanders from other departments joined in the uproar. Dio, at a loss for how to respond, gestured with his hands, stammering, I didn't mean it that way. I meant, but none of this mattered anymore. Fixated on Dio, Chu Tian's mind roiled. He clearly understood that Dio was mistaken. It was not 3 errors in that incantation, but 5. Yet, these 5 errors had taken Anthony a decade to uncover. This junior priest had identified 3 at such a tender age. His future was boundless. The magical bell chimed at the appropriate moment. Class was over. Chu Tian stood, expressionless, and pointed at Dio. You accompany me to the office. Turning away. Ignoring the other students, Chu Tian left the classroom in silence, his mind echoing with 2 words. Genius. Chapter 14. Teacher and student in the office of the Vice Dean of the Royal Magic Academy. Chu Tian sat behind a grand desk, regarding Dio with a semblance of a smile. Dio stood before him, resembling a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing, respectfully gazing up at Chu Tian with a mix of reverence and trepidation. Striving to appear calm, yet his trembling legs betrayed him. With a gentle smile, Chu Tian gestured for Dio to sit. Do not be anxious. Let us converse comfortably. Suddenly recalling that he did not yet know this prodigy's name, he inquired, By the way, what is your name? I am Dio, he stammered, his tongue betraying him once more. The proximity to his idol filled the innocent Dio with immense joy, yet he also felt a twinge of anxiety. Fearing he had just committed a grave error, and wondered if his idol would forgive him. Steeling himself, he lowered his gaze and began to explain softly. Vice Dean, I did not intend to say those things earlier. They were merely my erratic musings. Lifting his head slightly, he stole a glance at Chu Tian, who maintained that enigmatic expression. Dio quickly added, Vice Dean, I was wrong. I shall strive to correct my mistakes from now on. What a wonderfully innocent child, Chu Tian mused, recognizing both his intelligence and eagerness to learn. He was indeed the one. Noticing Dio still standing, Chu Tian rose and approached him, gently pressing him into a chair to show his surprise. This gesture left Dio astonished. As if the chair were aflame, he hastily broke free from Chu Tian's grasp and sprang up, leaving Chu Tian in a state of bewilderment. Dio's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head further, exclaiming, Vice Dean, you are still standing. How could I sit? Such a polite child. Chu Tian's interest deepened, and returning to his fur-covered chair, he invited Dio to sit once more and inquired, Do you enjoy being a priest? Upon hearing this, Dio, who had just settled into his seat, was taken aback. The Vice Dean was asking if he still liked being a priest. Did he think Dio no longer wished to pursue this path? Had his research led Marquis Vladino to doubt his qualifications as a priest? Misinterpreting Chu Tian's words as, Do you still want to be a priest? Dio immediately stood and proclaimed loudly, Being a priest has been my dream since childhood. Unbeknownst to Dio, who had drawn such far-reaching conclusions, Chu Tian nodded with satisfaction. It seemed the scheme could now be set in motion. Casually retrieving a magical crystal from his ring, he handed it to Dio, instructing, Cast a spell on it. Dio, no longer the naive individual he once was, understood the purpose of the magical crystal. Suppressing the sorrow swelling within him, he accepted the crystal with trembling hands. His mind racing with pessimistic thoughts. It's over. The Vice Dean truly intends to test whether I still wish to be a priest. If I perform poorly, my priestly qualifications may be revoked. Contemplating this, his eyes reddened, tears brimming with reluctance at the thought of his dreams shattering. Summoning all his magical energy, he directed it at the crystal ball and shouted, "Healing!" Without needing to gaze at the crystal, Chu Tian already knew the outcome. Dio's prowess was astonishing. Merely by shouting, without any incantation or gestures, Dio could wield the healing spell. Chu Tian was convinced. A genius, a dual talent in both physical and theoretical realms. Indeed, as though to affirm Chu Tian's thoughts, a milky white radiance began to flow within the crystal. Instantly, the interior of the transparent crystal was suffused with the same hue, obscuring any other colors. The light swirled a few more times. And with a flash, the crystal ball developed fine cracks. It seemed that the most critical component of the plan was secure. Casually stowing the magical crystal away, Chu Tian squinted and smiled. "Are you willing to become my student?" Everything felt like a reflection of Anthony and Chu Tian's journey, albeit with certain steps expedited. Yet the shock it imparted to Dio far surpassed their initial experiences. Dio stood utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had worried whether he could continue as a priest. And now he was suddenly granted the opportunity to become his idol's student. The minor discrepancy between reality and his assumptions left Dio in a state of disarray. The illustrious student of Marquis Vladino, the grand disciple of the esteemed Saint Priest Anthony, the heir of the foremost priestly sect on the continent, that a cascade of accolades was thrust upon Chu Tian, leaving Dio in a state of dizzying astonishment. Observing Dio's bewilderment, Chu Tian remained unperturbed, smiling patiently as he awaited a response. Having once shared a similar reaction, Chu Tian could hardly impose excessive expectations on his pupil. With a sudden thud, Dio dropped to his knees. Bowing thrice with profound reverence, employing the continent's most solemn gestures to convey his sincerity. Yet overwhelmed with emotion, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary nerve that Chu Tian exhibited. All right. Chu Tian approached Dio, helping him to his feet, and, as if by magic, produced a tattered notebook from his ring, casually handing it to Dio. "As your teacher, I have little of worth to offer. Consider this a token of our first meeting." Finally liberated from the overwhelming joy, Dio straightened up, only to bow again, respectfully accepting the notebook, that a glance at its cover caused Dio's eyes to well up, and with a trembling voice he uttered, "Thank you, teacher." Scrawled upon the cover were the 7 grand words. "Insights on Priestly Arts, Anthony. This book, take your time to study." Chu Tian encouraged, his eyes narrowing into a smile. "Moreover, I wish to grant you a practical opportunity." With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he proposed, "You see, my duties at the Imperial Command and the Academy are quite demanding, often keeping me preoccupied. There are many students in class who require instruction, hence I would like you to teach in my stead, thereby deepening your understanding of magic. What say you? Do you agree?" The wolf had finally revealed his sharp fangs. "No problem. But, teacher, I fear I may not perform adequately." At this moment, Dio would likely not flinch even if Chu Tian commanded him to leap into oblivion. "Fear not, growth comes through practice." Chu Tian continued to entice him. "Only by imparting these magical arts to others can you grasp the true essence of magic. This is the finest training you could receive. Should my students shy away from the podium, how shall they face the battlefield in the future?" The illustrious deeds of teacher Anthony were forged upon the battlefield. Chu Tian's tone grew increasingly stern, invoking Anthony's name in his persuasion. Gradually, Dio's expression solidified with determination. Nodding vigorously, he earnestly declared, "I understand. Thank you, teacher, for this opportunity. I shall strive to improve." With a sigh of relief, Chu Tian felt unburdened, no longer needing to fret over potential embarrassment in his magic class. Most importantly, he now had ample time to pursue Princess Selena. The following day, Chu Tian and Dio entered the classroom together. Regardless of the students' astonishment at Dio's apparent lack of punishment, Chu Tian boldly thrust his apprentice onto the podium and proclaimed loudly, "Dio has officially become my disciple, and he shall teach the subsequent classes." Though the students were initially perplexed by Chu Tian's decision to have Dio take over, As class commenced, Dio's extensive knowledge completely captivated them, dispelling any doubts they harbored about Chu Tian and leading to admiration for his evident prowess and nurturing talent. At that moment, however, Chu Tian was indifferent to their opinions. Leaving Dio alone in the classroom, he sought a secluded spot to swiftly don a sharply tailored suit and, bouquet in hand, positioned himself along Princess Selena's customary path to class. Years later, the venerable and celebrated 10th-level priest, the esteemed dean of the Caesar Priest Academy, the revered Grand Priest Dio, would pen in his memoirs, "My achievements today are irrevocably linked to my teacher, the magnificent Prince Vladino. Back then, to enhance my understanding of magic, my teacher, despite immense pressure, encouraged me, then a mere novice priest, to step onto the highest podium of the empire." Chapter 15. Trouble afoot. Time always passes swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, Chu Tian had spent half a year in the Beast Illusion continent, with over 3 months as the chief court priest. 3 months is a considerable duration. During this time, Chu Tian had seamlessly integrated into the aristocratic lifestyle of the Caesar Empire. Everything unfolded so smoothly. Within the academy, Dio had fully embraced his role, and the students gradually began to forget Chu Tian as their teacher. Instead, recalling the exceptionally talented in the initial few classes, nearly all the students expressed dissatisfaction with Dio's appointment as their substitute teacher. Yet, Dio swiftly won over his detractors with his remarkable talent. Some remained perturbed by Dio's seemingly audacious research, but whenever students voiced their doubts, Dio would resolutely present Anthony's insights on priestly arts, affirming, "This is the theory of the holy priest." Instantly, the classroom fell silent. Initially, Chu Tian harbored some concern and had discreetly observed a few classes. However, after witnessing several debates between Dio and the students, he felt reassured and confidently delved into his pursuit of Princess Selena. As for Princess Selena, despite facing obstacles from noble youths like Anderson, Chu Tian achieved commendable success through meticulous planning. Understanding the value of rarity, Chu Tian carefully refined his modest repertoire of poetry, ensuring to use it sparingly. Only in the romantic moments of moonlit strolls, when lovers entwined at dusk, would he casually utter a line or two to the enchanting ambience, coupled with timelessly charming poetry, significantly enhanced Princess Selena's fondness for Chu Tian. Moreover, he discovered an exhilarating truth. Classic love stories wield immense power over women, regardless of the realm. Thus, when Chu Tian occasionally recounted tales of love from Earth, such as Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, The Return of the Condor Heroes and Romeo and Juliet, they were all transformed into fantastical renditions. Princess Selena's gaze toward Chu Tian grew ever sweeter, and his happiness multiplied with each passing day. The only regret was that Xiaobai seemed indifferent to Princess Selena. Each time Chu Tian and the princess appeared hand in hand, it would sulkily lower its head and saunter away with an exaggerated pout. During this period, Chu Tian also confronted a perplexing dilemma regarding his occupational rank. Upon arriving in the imperial capital, Chu Tian, who was not even considered a first-level priest apprentice, deliberately downplayed the perception of his professional standing. He tore off the occupational insignia from his priestly robe and replaced it with Princess Selena's magical portrait. He proclaimed to the world that his devotion to the goddess of life paled in comparison to his love for Selena. Upon learning of this, Selena remained noncommittal, yet the following day she personally prepared a bowl of soup for Chu Tian, which brought him immense comfort. Nevertheless, the issue of professional rank could not be perpetually evaded, particularly for the chief court priest, where rank was a recurrent topic. Furthermore, various professions across the continent were governed by unified guilds, with professional assessments managed by these guilds, leaving the imperial government powerless to intervene. In this scenario, Chu Tian's influence proved ineffectual. However, this minor inconvenience did not deter him. He summoned Damar and Canis, along with his steadfast companion Reggie, and borrowed a contingent of guards from the imperial capital's royal guard. The 4 of them arrived at the priest guild, the assembly of 4 marquises, a level 8 archmage, a level 8 dragon knight, an heir to the empire's vast fortune, and the official head priest of Caesar, left the unfortunate level 7 priest Menor. The head of the Caesar priest guild, utterly intimidated. Before he could utter a word, Chu Tian showered him with gold coins, claiming it was to express reverence for the goddess of life, and proceeded to engage the priest mentor in a discussion about the goddess's illustrious achievements. A series of fabricated anecdotes flowed from Chu Tian's lips, leaving the mentor bewildered and anxious, fearing that Chu Tian would discern his unfamiliarity with these tales of the goddess. Ultimately, as their parting approached, Chu Tian gently detained the reluctant mentor, subtly indicating that the esteemed holy priest had inadvertently neglected to assess his rank. Under the watchful eyes of the four influential figures, the dazed priest mentor, having been thoroughly bamboozled by Chu Tian, promptly thumped his chest in assurance, declaring that Anthony was the myth of all priests. Marquis Vladino, he asserted, was the pride of the continent's priesthood, having continuously achieved great feats for Caesar. Chu Tian had undeniably demonstrated his prowess, surpassing even the illustrious holy priest. Following this, the fervent mentor cautiously suggested that the rank of level 9 could only be assessed by the headquarters in the Elsin Kingdom, and that he could only confer upon Chu Tian the title of level 8 Grand Priest Mentor. Apologizing profusely, he presented Chu Tian with a professional certificate. With the official certificate in hand, Chu Tian acquired yet another title, the pride of the continent's priesthood. He returned to the court priest's office with legitimacy, calling forth his assistant, also a level 8 Grand Priest Mentor, Bacon, and earnestly conveyed, for the purpose of training my subordinates. All responsibilities here will now fall to you. He then subtly hinted to Bacon, Damar is on the verge of being dismissed. His Majesty intends for me to succeed him, and thus, the vacant position of chief court priest will require a capable successor. Consequently, Bacon's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he embraced Chu Tian's offer for training. Thereafter, Bacon's demeanor toward Chu Tian became excessively enthusiastic, bringing about another advantage for Chu Tian. The priests on the continent possessed profound expertise in the medical studies of humanoid and similar-bodied races. Yet they were less adept with magical beasts. After all, the era of magical beasts had only recently dawned, or else the numerous court priests would not have been rendered helpless against the likes of the Crimson Flame and Unicorn, thereby affording Chu Tian a lucrative opportunity that on several occasions, when the Empire's formidable beings encountered situations that ordinary priests could not resolve, these influential figures would recall Marquis Villadino that in such instances, Chu Tian would deftly pass the responsibility to Bacon, under the pretext of allowing him to witness his capabilities. The esteemed High Priest Bacon did not disappoint Chu Tian, aiding him in navigating through numerous crises of exposure. Unburdened and carefree, this is the most fitting portrayal of Chu Tian at present. In the city of Pompeii, under the cloak of night, in a narrow alley in the southern part of the town, Chu Tian clutched a jar of Foster, the most renowned wine on the continent, and also the favorite drink of Xiaobai, stumbling tipsily as he sought his way home. Today, he had spent the entire day shopping with Selena, exhausting his last gold coin and depleting the final vestiges of his energy. Observing the vibrant demeanor of the princess, Chu Tian couldn't help but lament the formidable nature of women. Just after escorting Her Highness back to the palace, the notorious playboy of the imperial capital, Reggie unexpectedly appeared and, without further ado, dragged Chu Tian to a tavern, claiming he wanted to introduce him to a few like-minded individuals. After mingling with Reggie and his band of rascals for an entire night, Chu Tian suddenly remembered that Xiao Bai was still alone at home, that if he were to return empty-handed, he would surely face her incessant nagging. Thus, he seized a jar of the finest Foster from the tavern and unsteadily parted ways with the group of drunkards. After walking a short distance, it dawned on Chu Tian, in a daze, that why on earth was he carrying such a large jar? Wasn't that rather absurd? Moreover, the nature of Foster was exceedingly potent. Its aroma could hardly be concealed by a common vessel, which is why it was always packaged in specially crafted, reinforced containers. The exquisite Foster in his grasp was encased in a thick crystal jar, and the combined weight of the wine and the crystal made him sway precariously. Wrinkling his nose and tasting the pungent flavor of the alcohol, Chu Tian inwardly complained. Why did Xiao Bai have such a penchant for this drink? It was far too strong and excessively heavy. Clang! In an unguarded moment, he tripped and fell to the ground. Exhaling a breath reeking of alcohol, Chu Tian struggled to rise, his bleary eyes surveying his surroundings. The pitch-black alley was devoid of any figures, and a chill breeze rustled through the trees lining the path, emanating an air of mystery. With his foot, he nudged the jar that had fallen to the ground, bending down to inspect it, only to find that not a single crack had appeared. To think it survived the fall unscathed. It truly is sturdy. Just then, a wave of dizziness surged through his mind, and Chu Tian shook his head vigorously to clear his thoughts. Still somewhat uneasy about the jar's robustness, he grasped it tightly, tremblingly raising it to his eyes for a closer inspection. However, he was far too inebriated. His trembling hands could no longer lift the heavy jar. And with a slip, it fell once more. Just as the jar was descending toward his chest, suddenly, without warning, a cold gleam sliced through the night sky, aimed directly at Chapter 16, Assassination Clang. The falling jar collided violently with the incoming cold gleam, producing a muffled sound. The sturdy jar shattered, spilling wine across the ground, while the cold gleam revealed its true form, a green short arrow. Although the arrow deviated from its path upon impact with the jar, its master was evidently skilled. Despite the obstruction, the arrow still pierced Chu Tian's chest. The sound of shattering glass and the sharp pain in his chest jolted Chu Tian into full awareness. And a single thought flashed through his mind. He could not grant the assassin a second chance. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, Chu Tian dashed toward the alley's exit. As he moved, his hands were not idle. He hastily retrieved several protective scrolls from his ring, frantically casting them upon himself. While sprinting, he shouted with urgency, "There is an assassin! Murder!" The cries for help echoed through the still night. Reaching half of Pompeii, it soon became evident how wise Chu Tian's actions were. As the scrolls activated, layers of colorful protective shields enveloped him. Simultaneously, 3 cold lights aligned themselves in formation, charging toward Chu Tian once again. Clang, clang, clang. The clear, melodious sounds rang out, and with them, the 3 arrows were deflected by Chu Tian's protective barrier. The ground trembled. The residents of the alley were roused from their slumber, with several households flicking on their lights. Those who did not illuminate their homes were the older residents of Pompeii, well aware that such tremors signified events occurring in the imperial capital that were beyond their comprehension. And it was a time to remain silent, for the royal cavalry of the Caesar Empire had arrived. Amidst the thunderous sound of hooves, mingled with the shouts of officers, Chu Tian finally saw people. He had never felt the presence of Caesar's soldiers to be so reassuring. Exhaling a sigh of relief within the protective barrier, he felt a twinge of pain in his chest. After the mysterious assassin's failed attempt, it seemed they had recognized the exceptional nature of Chu Tian's magical shield and refrained from further attacks. "Marquis Vladino, how are you?" The leading soldier dismounted and approached Chu Tian with concern. Clearly recognizing him, "Praise the goddess of life. I am unharmed. Thank you for your timely arrival." After a brief pause, Chu Tian quickly added, "Please seal off this area immediately. It is imperative to capture the perpetrator." Upon hearing your cries for help, "I've already sealed off this alley." "Very well." Chu Tian nodded, but the movement elicited another pang from his wound. "What is your name?" The officer's quick response impressed Chu Tian. He glanced at the orderly formation of soldiers behind him. Hundreds of cavalrymen crowded in the narrow path, yet exhibiting no signs of disorder. Chu Tian couldn't help but admire. What a talent. "I am Pompeii, a 4th-level bronze knight belonging to the Imperial Guard, currently serving as the captain of the capital's guard." With that, Pompeii straightened his posture, clenched his right fist to his left chest, and saluted Chu Tian with a Caesar military salute. According to imperial law, the Caesar cavalry possessed the right to stand tall before anyone. "I shall remember you." Chu Tian nodded with a smile, though inadvertently aggravating his wound. Glancing at the short arrow still embedded in his chest, over 2 feet long, entirely green with fiery red fletching, blood was oozing from the wound along the shaft. Due to the excessive blood loss, Chu Tian's face had turned somewhat pale. As a veterinarian, he was certainly aware of the implications of significant blood loss. Gritting his teeth, he grasped the arrow's tail. "Humph!" With a low grunt, Chu Tian forcefully yanked the short arrow free, causing a spray of blood to erupt. After hastily tending to his wound, he examined the lethal weapon in his hand and sighed. How vicious! The arrowhead was indeed triangular. The 3 bloodletting grooves were still smeared with fresh blood. The surrounding soldiers were taken aback by Chu Tian's actions. In their experience, no priest had ever displayed such boldness, pulling out a weapon from their body without anesthesia. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Tian's image had risen several notches in the hearts of the imperial guards. Oh my! Is that not Marquis Vladino? What has happened? What transpired? Suddenly, a white-haired elder dressed as a servant pushed through the crowd and approached Chu Tian. Looking up, Chu Tian recognized the old steward, Dirk, from the household of the right minister, and if he had encountered old Dirk at a family banquet of the Anda family, where the sharp-witted and capable steward had left a very favorable impression on him. With a wry smile, Chu Tian remarked, "So it is you," casually slipping the short arrow into his cloak, and continued, "How did you come to be here?" "Oh, this morning my master dispatched me out of the city on business, and I have just returned, only to find myself in the midst of such an incident." Dirk examined Chu Tian's wound, shaking his head in sorrow. "Who could harbor such enmity against you?" "Marquis, to inflict such harm? I have only been in the imperial capital for 3 months. How could I have offended anyone? Perhaps the assassin mistook me for someone else, that I must attend to my injuries. Please excuse yourself." Chu Tian dismissed, as he was not in the mood for idle chatter. "Then I shan't delay your treatment, my lord, that I shall take my leave." Dirk offered a bow to Chu Tian and turned to depart. Watching Dirk's receding figure and his unsteady gait, a glint of cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and he sneered inwardly. The old fool's arrival was too coincidental. The news of Marquis Vladino's assassination sent shockwaves throughout the imperial capital. Led by Karna, a citywide manhunt ensued for 3 days, yet yielded no results. The assassin seemed to have vanished without a trace. The 3 great leaders of the Empire's supreme command, the Minister of War, Makori, the Minister of Magic, Damar, and the Minister of Beasts, Best, along with the Director of Intelligence, Barry, stood in the study of Emperor Rudy III, respectfully facing His Majesty, where upon the table before Rudy III lay the very arrow that had pierced Chu Tian. The 5 were convened in an urgent meeting regarding the assassination attempt on Chu Tian. At this moment, Rudy III placed immense importance on Chu Tian, in the continent of mythical beasts. The quality and quantity of magical creatures represented a nation's supreme strength. Without magical beasts, nothing could be achieved. This had become a consensus among monarchs. Recently, with the issues surrounding the Crimson Flames and the 100,000 unicorn warhorses, both the quality and quantity of the Empire's magical beasts had suffered significant losses, causing instability among the vassal states, with the sworn enemy, Rice, stirring restlessly. All of this left the ambitious Rudy III increasingly agitated. At such a critical juncture, Chu Tian's emergence provided solutions to all problems. He restored the Empire's once dominant power, and the borders quieted. Magical beasts determined the fate of nations. Chu Tian determined the fate of magical beasts. Under these circumstances, how could Rudy III not value Chu Tian? In Rudy III's mind, Chu Tian had become an essential cog in his grand design for domination over the continent. Thus, Rudy III spared no expense in courting Chu Tian, elevating him from commoner to marquis within 3 months, even tacitly supporting his pursuit of his only sister. Otherwise, how could Selena have accepted Chu Tian so swiftly? Of course, Rudy III was astute, and Chu Tian was no fool either. Faintly discerning His Majesty's intentions, Chu Tian dared to indulge in lethargy across all fronts, liberating himself to pursue his beloved. Rudy III's countenance darkened as he gazed intently at the short arrow, exclaiming, "Bari, what have you discovered?" The head of intelligence, Bari, stepped forward, lowering his gaze. "I am inept, and have found no clues." Observing Rudy III's deepening scowl, he added, "The only information we possess is regarding the assassin's weapon. Judging by the design of this short arrow, it is likely a tool favored by elven archers. Based on the circumstances described by Marquis Vladino, I surmise that the perpetrator must be a skilled elven archer of at least level 6 golden rank. However, since the fall of the Elven Kingdom, its denizens have scattered across the continent, with the masters among them living in obscurity, making them challenging to track. Thus, I find it exceedingly difficult to ascertain the truth." Rudy III, acknowledging Bari's assessment, his gaze swept over the other 3 individuals, ultimately resting on the beast minister Best, Is there a possibility that it was a high-level beast from another nation? Your Majesty, upon receiving the news, I have dispatched 2 8th-level beasts to the scene for investigation. They did not detect any trace of advanced beasts, but we cannot dismiss the possibility that the assassin was a 9th-level beast capable of concealing its presence. If that is the case, only Your Majesty can summon Kuyata and Qi Yin to investigate thoroughly. Very well. Qi Yin is still training in the Aguila Mountains, and Kuyata would certainly be reluctant to engage in such trivial matters. We shall deliberate further. Lu D3 expressed his frustration, bound by the absence of Qi Yin, who answered to Canis, while Kuyata served the Empire through an equal pact, only to be summoned in the event of a grand war. Your Majesty, I have some thoughts, remarked the old Marshal Macaulay, renowned as the imperial pillar alongside Chancellor Griming. Old Marshal, what are your thoughts? It is highly unlikely that Marquis Vladino was wounded by a high-level beast. Currently, all battle beasts of the nations are under the vigilant surveillance of the Intelligence Bureau, and most of them are of considerable size. If one were to infiltrate the imperial capital, it would leave behind some trace that as for the 9th-level beasts capable of shape-shifting into human form, there are merely 6 across the continent, with only Anka from the Elson Kingdom and our Qi Yin possessing a master beast. Elson has historically maintained amicable relations with us and would not dare to assassinate Marquis Vladino, risking an attack from the Imperial Cavalry. The remaining 4, like Kuyata, are bound through contracts and would not engage in such treachery. Thus, I believe this incident may well be orchestrated by an enemy nation, particularly the Residential Empire to the south and the island nation of Tianhai to the east, with the most likely culprit being the Residential Empire. Although Marquis Vladino has served the nation for merely 3 months, he has achieved remarkable feats, particularly in healing the warhorses, benefiting Caesar. However, he has also indirectly threatened Res, as our cavalry poses the greatest threat to the Residential Empire. While Tianhai, separated by the sea, has no need to fear our mounted forces. Therefore, it is highly plausible that this incident was a scheme by Residential to undermine our strength. Res! Lu D3 ground his teeth at the mention of this name. Indeed, the old marshal's reasoning is quite sound. Damar, what say you? Lu D3 suddenly felt he had neglected Damar, and turned towards the amiable Minister of Magic at that moment. Damar, having been lulled into a stupor by the colleagues' analysis, was barely aware of their discussion, only vaguely noting that the Residential Empire had seemingly incited the Emperor's ire once again. However, after spending considerable time with Chu Tian, Damar had gleaned some insights from him. Recalling the principles of governance imparted by Chu Tian, Damar stood with a solemn expression, infused with a hint of indignation, and proclaimed with righteous fervor, I concur with the opinions of my esteemed colleagues. The Res Empire harbors insidious ambitions, relentlessly seeking our downfall, daring to offend your Majesty's grandeur. However, such a minor irritation should not trouble your Majesty's divine authority. I am willing to lead a contingent to retrieve the head of Emperor Tyren of Residential and present it to your Majesty. His resounding declaration rang with conviction. The other 4, taken aback, stared at Damar in disbelief, wondering if this was truly the same muddled Damar they once knew. Observing the astonished expressions of the Emperor and his peers, Damar secretly reveled in his newfound acumen. The principles imparted by Vladino were indeed effective. First, colleagues who are more astute than oneself are always correct. One must support their opinions, even if they are incomprehensible. Second, the Emperor is forever illustrious and formidable, while his enemies are perpetually despicable and shameless. One must always remember to extol the Emperor and curse his foes. Third, one must eagerly seize improbable yet significant tasks. After all, the Emperor would never truly send one into battle. Lu D3 was the first to regain his composure, casting a strange glance at Damar. My loyal minister, your fervor is commendable. Yet this matter involves many complexities. It is best you refrain from the battlefield for now. Praising Marquis Vladino, he even anticipated the Emperor's reaction accurately. Chapter 17. Doubts during the days of recuperation. Chu Tian experienced a bittersweet agony. Upon being carried back home, the princess herself came to visit, having just received the news, her eyes brimming with affection, and her gentle, considerate words, combined with Selena's meticulous care, plunged Chu Tian into the depths of love's grave. Strangely, Xiaobai did not cause any trouble for the princess, instead scurrying around to assist Selena with water and medicine. Lud3, on the following morning, canceled the court meeting and personally brought a plethora of gifts to visit Chu Tian, declaring in front of the accompanying ministers, Marquis Vladino is the pillar of our empire. We must ensure he receives the best treatment to hasten his recovery and continue his contributions. The chief court priest, upon hearing of Marquis Vladino's assassination, saw the news swiftly disseminated among the empire's ministers and nobles. Initially, these bureaucrats merely sent servants with some nutritional supplies, but after Lud3 expressed his concern for Chu Tian, guests began to flock to the Marquis's residence without cease. Observing the prominent figures of the imperial capital inquiring after his well-being, along with their hefty gifts, Chu Tian's recovery timeline was instantly extended several-fold. His old friends were likewise deeply concerned for him. Khanas tirelessly searched the imperial capital day and night for the assassin, overwhelmed with work. Damar rushed to Chu Tian's home, insisting on personally guarding him, while also tearfully beseeching Marquis Vladino for further lessons in governance. Do2 halted his academic duties, attending to his mentor with unwavering dedication, resembling a devoted son. The only peculiarity was that his close friend Reggie had yet to make an appearance. After all, it was at that lavish dinner hosted by this dandy that Chu Tian had been ambushed. Now, lying in bed, bandaged from head to toe, he playfully teased Xiao Bai while receiving a visit from the chancellor. Ender, Marquis, it seems fortune has smiled upon you. To emerge unscathed from such perilous circumstances is indeed cause for celebration. Ender, ever cheerful, bore the same amiable demeanor. Let us praise the goddess of life. Perhaps she deemed that there remained many important tasks for me to undertake, thus saving me in my hour of need. While he spoke nonsensically, Chu Tian's mind wandered back to that fateful night when Dirk had appeared. The timing of Dirk's arrival was far too fortuitous. And given that he had been ambushed in a secluded alley far from the chancellor's residence, he had no reason to be there at such an hour, though his heart brimming with questions. Chu Tian feigned gratitude towards Ander. I am truly humbled by your presence, my lord. It is a small matter that you should personally come to visit. Nonsense, you are now a pillar of the empire, and even his majesty relies on you for many matters. It is only fitting that I come to pay my respects. Ander leaned in closer, seemingly to inspect Chu Tian's wounds, only to find him swathed in bandages and reeking of medicinal scents. He lamented, Your injuries are indeed severe. Chu Tian secretly chuckled, having long since recovered. However, for the sake of those generous gifts, he would prolong his injuries for a few more days. Ander glanced at the bandages seeping blood and casually inquired, The Imperial Guard seems utterly incapable. They couldn't even capture a single assassin. By the way, Vladino, do you have any leads? At the time, I was quite inebriated. I have no leads to offer, and I couldn't make out what the assassin looked like. With that, Chu Tian lowered his head to pat Xiao Bai, his eyes keenly fixed on Ander. Yet Ander's expression remained unchanged, still smiling as he replied, I see. How fortunate for the assassin. Well then, I shan't intrude further. Take your time to recuperate. His Majesty awaits your service. With that, Ander rose to bid farewell and exited the sick room. Watching Ander leave, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether there was more to this than met the eye. Since his injury, he had been using his convalescence to amass wealth while simultaneously pondering recent events. Having been in the imperial capital for only 3 months, he had not made any enemies. Thus he had no reason to be targeted for assassination. If he were to seek reasons, it would only be that during his pursuit of Princess Selena, he had offended several young nobles, with Anderson being the most pronounced. However, the most suspicious figure, Ander, had no need to eliminate him over his son's romantic entanglements. If it were not for him, then Dirk's timely appearance remained inexplicable. With this thought, Chu Tian suddenly had a flash of insight. Realizing he had overlooked a significant issue, that he shouted, Peichi, come in. After the incident, Lud3 had berated the leaders of the capital's guard fiercely. The esteemed officials of the empire were tragically assassinated right under the emperor's nose, a disgrace akin to that suffered by Caesar's cavalry. In response, the Minister of War, Macri, proposed to enhance the protection for Chu Tian and dispatched a retinue of over 1,000 guards. commensurate with Chu Tian's noble rank. This was the utmost limit for Macri, as even a marquis with dominion could muster no more than 3,000 private soldiers. Upon hearing this news, Chu Tian immediately recalled Peiqi, the centurion who had left a profound impression on him, and specifically summoned him to serve as his captain of the guard. Upon hearing Chu Tian's call, Peiqi promptly entered, saying, "My lord, how may I serve you?" As captain of the guard, Peiqi was exceptionally diligent. Since being assigned to Chu Tian, he had not left his side, even sleeping outside his door, prompting Chu Tian to muse inwardly that he had indeed acquired a valuable asset. Chu Tian gestured for Peiqi to sit, and then inquired, "Ah, it is nothing of great importance, but I wish to ask if you are familiar with the steward Dirk of the Right Chancellor. He was the elderly gentleman present on the night of my assassination attempt." "To answer your inquiry, my lord, I cannot say we are well acquainted, but I am somewhat familiar. Dirk often accompanies the Right Chancellor on inspections of the military camp, thus most officers in the guard are acquainted with him." Chu Tian noted, satisfied with Peiqi's response, and continued, "What of his capabilities? What level of profession might he possess?" "His capabilities?" Peiqi hesitated momentarily before responding. "Dirk is merely an ordinary elder. An ordinary man. Might he conceal his true strength?" Chu Tian pressed further. "That seems unlikely. There are numerous experts within the guard, and none have sensed any magical or martial prowess in Dirk." Although Peiqi was puzzled by the Marquis's peculiar line of questioning, he remained committed to providing thorough answers. "Oh, very well. You may return," Chu Tian said, dismissing Peiqi. Yet a cloud of confusion hung over him. If Peiqi was truthful, then Dirk could not possibly be the assassin, which considerably diminished Anders' culpability. Who then sought to eliminate him? The question eluded him. Chu Tian shook his head. Wu Wu lost in contemplation. Chu Tian was jolted back to reality by the call of Xiaobai. Looking down, he discovered Xiaobai clutching a small medicine jar in its mouth, wobbling over to his ear and blinking its big eyes, signaling that it was time for his medication. Taking the jar, Chu Tian tossed it into the wastebasket, ruffling Xiaobai's head. "My injuries have healed. There is no need for medicine." Yet, seeing Xiaobai's steadfast refusal, he pouted and declared with pride, "Do not forget, I am an 8th-level Grand Priest Mentor." "Ugh!" Xiaobai rolled its eyes, glaring at Chu Tian with a look that seemed to say, "Don't think I'm unaware of the origins of your title. Marquis Reggie has come to visit." "My lord!" While Chu Tian was still trying to placate Xiaobai, Peiqi's voice rang out from outside the door. Accompanying his voice, the scoundrel Reggie strode in, laughing, "Ha ha, boss, how did you find yourself in such dire straits? You can get stabbed just by having a drink." Chapter 18, The Golden Trade Route, Part 1, Woo Woo. Upon seeing Reggie, Xiaobai swiftly leaped off the bed, baring its teeth in a fierce glare at him. Harboring a deep disdain for this wayward young man who frequently led Chu Tian astray. "Finally, you decided to show up? I thought you had perished." Upon Reggie's arrival, Chu Tian sprang from the bed, awkwardly cradling Xiaobai and covering its mouth as he approached. Your condition?" Reggie exclaimed, astonished at Chu Tian's agility, his bandages soaked in blood, his eyes wide as he pointed at Chu Tian, rendered speechless. "Ha! Chu Tian Godin. Lifting the mattress to reveal a thick stack of gift lists beneath, cheerfully proclaiming, "Praise the goddess of life. My injury will require a long time to heal." With that, he proudly tugged at the blood-stained bandages. Reggie leaned in to examine the bandages closely, glancing at the pile of gift lists beneath the mattress, before exclaiming, "Tiski, the boss is indeed the boss." Even while recuperating, he does not forget to make a profit. Picking up one of the gift lists, Reggie lamented, "So many. At this rate, our Pampas family might soon lose the title of the wealthiest to you." Before Reggie could finish his complaint, "Woo woo!" Xiaobai suddenly wriggled free from Chu Tian's embrace, gathering its strength before leaping high, viciously pouncing at Reggie, that in a moment of surprise for both Reggie and Chu Tian, Xiaobai snatched the gift list from Reggie's hands, biting down on it fiercely before scampering back to the bed. Sitting atop the heap of gift lists, glaring at Reggie with hostility. Reggie was dumbfounded, while Chu Tian chuckled. "Good Xiaobai, you truly understand how to guard your master's wealth at a crucial moment." He affectionately picked up Xiaobai, and patted it in appreciation. Then quickly arranged the mattress, plopping down with exaggerated disapproval. "How could you behave this way? Young Master Reggie's family is quite affluent. He would not steal from us. Besides, these items combined may not even compare to the gifts he brings." With that, Chu Tian quickly winked at Reggie, signaling the son of the wealthiest to show his appreciation. Reggie gazed pitifully at the duo before him. Though they appeared different, their smiles were equally cunning and greedy, as if molded from the same mold. "Where there is a master, there is a dog," Reggie muttered under his breath, only to be overheard by Chu Tian. "What did you say? Have we not been brothers for so long? Do you dare to visit the wounded boss empty-handed?" Chu Tian feigned anger, while Xiao Bai extended a paw, pointing disdainfully at the floor, echoing Chu Tian's sentiment. Why would I dare come empty-handed?" Reggie shrugged, extending his empty hands in a gesture of innocence. Upon noticing that Reggie truly bore nothing, Chu Tian leapt up as if the mattress was on fire, pointing at Reggie, ready to scold him. Sensing Chu Tian's impending wrath, Reggie quickly leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "However, I have prepared a substantial gift for you." The emphasis on the word substantial piqued Chu Tian and Xiao Bai's interest. A gift worthy of the heir of the wealthiest family surely would not be trivial. "Oh, what gift, pray enlighten me?" Chu Tian feigned calm as he sat back down, though Xiao Bai's eyes, sparkling with gold, betrayed his eagerness. Seeing that Chu Tian had taken the bait, Reggie leisurely settled beside him, stating, "You are aware of what our family specializes in, correct?" "Of course, the wealthiest in Caesar, one of the richest families in the entire continent." Chu Tian knew that impatience would yield no results at this juncture, so he narrowed his eyes and leisurely engaged Reggie in small talk. "Do you know how our family became the wealthiest? Is it not because we control a significant portion of Caesar's industries?" At last, Chu Tian's curiosity was piqued. Was there a secret path to wealth within the Pampas family? Reggie glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then whispered in Chu Tian's ear, "In truth, our family's primary source of profit comes from the smuggling of main battle magical beasts and Maryland." Main battle magical beasts and Maryland. This revelation truly shocked Chu Tian. Much like Caesar's three-tiered unicorn warhorses, each nation possessed its own main battle magical beasts. This fact bore resemblance to Earth. Powerful nations not only maintained vast armies, but also boasted advanced military equipment, while technology on the continent lagged behind Earth by millennia. The significance of main battle magical beasts rivaled that of advanced weaponry on Earth. Though high-tier magical beasts were scarce, armies were heavily equipped with mid- to low-tier magical beasts, creating an immense demand for them. Several mercenary groups and trading companies on the continent had amassed fortunes by trafficking magical beasts, yet due to military regulation, permits for such trades were exceedingly rare. Currently, only a handful of mercenary groups and trading companies possess the coveted magical beast trading licenses. Meanwhile, Maryland was akin to heroin on the continent. Its precise origins had become obscure over time. Some elders vaguely recalled that Maryland seemed to be a failed creation of an alchemist, who had extracted a black powder from the dark Maryland flower, only to lament that this powder induced hallucinations without offering any other benefits. Carelessly, the formula for Maryland was disseminated by the alchemist, turning it into a luxury among the nobility. However, with the advent of the magical beast era, nations focused their efforts on developing magical beasts. The formidable power of magical beasts not only drew nations to pursue them, but also led individuals on the continent to measure their strength by their possession of high-tier magical beasts. This directly resulted in a decline in the overall power of formidable individuals, with fewer high-ranking professionals, while alchemists, who had no means to subdue high-tier magical beasts, gradually faded from the stage of the continent. A few discontented alchemists shifted their focus to darker pursuits, giving rise to the insidious profession of dark alchemist that in a short span, they developed numerous viruses targeting magical beasts, leading to the deaths of countless magical creatures. This sparked widespread panic among nations, which began a frenzied hunt for dark alchemists. Ultimately, this profession existed for a mere decade before becoming a relic of history. A multitude of viruses targeting the beasts of the world has vanished. However, the improved version of Maryline, enhanced by the dark alchemist, has endured, now infused with a slow-acting toxin. After centuries of propagation, the processing techniques for Maryline have significantly advanced, yet its nature has transformed into a narcotic, rendering it a subject of prohibition across various nations. Fortunately, despite the immense danger posed by Maryline, its cultivation is exceedingly arduous, and presently, only the perpetually arid Kingdom of Scott is capable of growing it. Although the Kingdom of Scott is driven by profit, it dares not brazenly trade in the continent's contraband, which has indirectly led to the exorbitant price of Maryline and, consequently, substantial profits. Are you not afraid that your father might discover your family's secrets? Although Chu Tian shares a good rapport with Reggie, it does not imply that Reggie would divulge his family's confidential matters. And are you not concerned that I might inform His Majesty? Reggie chuckled smugly and replied, Inform His Majesty? I truly dread the thought. Then, shifting his tone, he said in a voice just loud enough for Chu Tian to hear, In fact, His Majesty is also a major stakeholder in our family. Both Chu Tian and Xiao Bai were left dumbfounded. The Emperor is involved in smuggling arms and drugs. This revelation was utterly shocking, leaving Chu Tian momentarily at a loss for words. Our family controls 5 smuggling routes for gold, 2 of which yield the highest profits. One smuggles beasts through the muddy marshes between the suspended river Prairie and Caesar, while the other traffics Maryline across the misty lake between Scott and Caesar. The muddy marshes are rife with mire, and no one can survive there. The misty lake is perpetually shrouded in fog. Even high-ranking professionals cannot traverse these treacherous paths. How does your family manage to transport goods through such perilous areas? Having lived on the Beastmaster continent for over 6 months, Chu Tian may not have been an expert in its geography, but he possessed a fair understanding. Reggie grinned proudly. Who said that the golden trade routes must be on land? Chapter 19, Golden Trade Routes, Part 2, Not on Land. Chu Tian chuckled, reflecting for a moment before stating, The golden trade route through the muddy marshes must utilize a zeppelin for transport. Correct? The zeppelin, a sophisticated creation, draws its power from the mana of mages. Due to its enormous size and formidable transport capacity, each major nation has a few zeppelins in reserve, primarily for supplying flying beasts. However, despite their convenience, zeppelins have a critical weakness: excessive energy consumption. A single zeppelin expends the entire magical energy of a 7th-level mage to cover a mere 100 kilometers. This limitation severely restricts the widespread use of zeppelins, as countries without mages of that caliber cannot afford such luxury, especially since no nation has yet reached the level of utilizing mages as batteries. Ah, how did you know, boss? Reggie gazed at Chu Tian in disbelief. Heh, with my intelligence, is there anything I cannot deduce? Chu Tian declared with pride that if Chu Tian had harbored doubts about the involvement of Luddies III in smuggling, he was now fully convinced. Though the zeppelin is massive, it can carry at most 50 warhorses. To smuggle a significant number of beasts would require at least 3 zeppelins. Without a sufficient number of mages to support this operation, traversing the 1,000-kilometer expanse of the muddy marshes would be impossible. If the Pampa family had indeed bribed a large number of mages, Chu Tian would never believe it. The entire Caesar Empire has only about 20 mages. Therefore, Luddies III must undoubtedly be involved. Luddies III provides the mages and zeppelins, while the Pampa family handles the smuggling and money laundering. A truly perfect partnership, Chu Tian mused, recognizing the elevated status of the Pampa family in his mind. As for the route through the misty lake, I am unaware of how it is traversed, given that it is perpetually enveloped in fog, rendering it impossible for zeppelins to navigate. Chu Tian humbly stated, It is no wonder that Chu Tian remained modest. After all, the Reggie before him had acquired another identity, that of the future kingpin of arms and drugs, as well as the godfather of the Caesar underworld. I never expected the boss to exhibit humility, Reggie remarked with a smirk. All right, I will reveal it to you. We smuggle through underground tunnels. Underground tunnels? Impossible, Chu Tian asserted decisively. The misty lake spans 800 kilometers. How could a tunnel be constructed beneath it? There is nothing the Pampa family cannot procure. Reggie rose, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Tian, stating proudly, Of course, that includes a tunnel stretching hundreds of kilometers underground. Could it really be true? Chutian muttered in astonishment. To at that moment, he gained a visceral understanding of the wealth possessed by the richest in Caesar. The cost of constructing a tunnel beneath the lake that stretches for hundreds of kilometers is an astronomical figure beyond Chutian's imagination. Reggie seemed to revel in the glory of his family as he continued to astonish Chutian with his words. Since the emergence of Maryline, my ancestors have recognized the immense business opportunity it presented, and thus they spared no expense in hiring 200,000 goblin craftsmen, dedicating 17 years to constructing this golden passage. This has connected the Maryline production area, Scott Kingdom, with our family's base in Pompeii. It is likely that those 200,000 craftsmen have also vanished. Chutian thought with a cold smirk while retaining a aide of admiration, saying, truly worthy of the wealthiest in Caesar. Such a monumental project could only be executed by the Pompeii family. Of course, Reggie proclaimed with pride. Chutian narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Then why are you sharing all of this with me? It is not as if you intend for me to participate in the smuggling, is it? No good deed goes unpunished. Reggie's disclosure of his family's secrets must surely harbor ulterior motives. I am genuinely impressed. The boss is remarkably astute. Reggie resumed his carefree demeanor, grinning as he said, I simply wish for you to join me in smuggling. What do you think? Is this gift generous enough? Does your father consent? Chutian remained skeptical. This is also my father's intention. Upon mentioning his father, Reggie grew notably serious. And what would the terms of cooperation entail? Chutian also set aside his jesting demeanor, engaging in earnest business discussions. Brothers must keep accounts clear. How many gold coins can you invest? Boss! The moment business was mentioned, Reggie transformed into a shrewd merchant, shedding any trace of his previous roguish persona. After calculating the recent gifts received and the bounties from Luddy's 3, Chutian replied, approximately 100,000 gold coins. Excellent. You provide me with 100,000 gold coins, and I will share 30% of the profits from the golden trade route through the Misty Lake. Reggie asserted resolutely. Surely you have additional demands? Chutian narrowed his eyes further, although he was unaware of the exact value of the 30% earnings. It was undoubtedly far greater than 100,000 gold coins. To exchange 100,000 gold coins for 30% of the revenue from a drug smuggling line is a proposition that warrants Chutian's vigilance. Of course, there are a few additional matters. Reggie revealed his typical scheming smile. Now that the professions of alchemists and dark alchemists have ceased to exist, those responsible for drug inspections have become the priests. Who are the closest to those two professions? Reggie chuckled again. And it seems that all the priests across the nation fall under your jurisdiction, boss. After careful consideration, Chutian recognized that, indeed, the priests, while engaged in medical duties, also bear the responsibility of safeguarding against any substances or disasters that could harm the citizens. On the Beastmaster continent, there are no professions akin to police. All public safety duties are handled by the military, while matters outside of law enforcement are managed by relevant professionals. For instance, fire prevention is overseen by water mages under the command of the Minister of Magic, demise. Similarly, the critical task of inspecting harmful drugs naturally falls to Chutian, the chief court priest. I see now, how could such a noble family as the Pampas engage in the smuggling of Maryline? Chutian stood up, adding with righteous indignation, in Caesar, any forces involved in drug smuggling shall face severe repercussions. Chutian and Reggie leaned closer, exchanging knowing smirks and lowering their voices in unison. Except for the Pampa family, though their voices were soft, Xiaobai still caught wind of their words, letting out an indignant woo-woo. She glared at the two, her sharp and forceful cries seeming to chastise the pair of unscrupulous merchants who trample upon human life. Noticing Xiaobai's anger, Chutian hastily reassured her, do not be upset. The money I earn is for you to spend. Following this, he feigned a frown, lamenting, alas, I am quite impoverished. Foster wine is so expensive. Without money, how can I buy you wine? Upon hearing the name Foster, Xiaobai immediately quieted down, though her expression remained one of reluctance. Chutian continued to entice her. Once we have money, I'll buy you 2 Foster wineries, one for drinking and one for smashing. Woo, Xiaobai's eyes sparkled as a glimmer of drool escaped from the corner of her mouth. She joyfully called out twice before suddenly biting down on Chu Tian's wrist. Her fierce gaze and outstretched claws indicating that she expected 2 wineries, one less, and she would not let it go. With Xiaobai pacified, Chu Tian resumed his merchant smile and raised his head to ask Reggie, "By the way, how much is that 30% worth?" It's not too much," Reggie replied sheepishly with a smile. "In a year, it amounts to about 8 to 9 million gold coins. Praise the goddess of life." 8 to 9 million. It is likely that only someone like Reggie could refer to such a sum as not too much. After bidding farewell to Reggie, Chu Tian exchanged glances with Xiaobai, and they both erupted into crafty laughter. With a smile gracing his face, Chu Tian squinted his eyes, contemplating within. Is it truly worth using nearly 10 million gold coins to buy my loyalty for a matter that could be resolved with a mere word from Ludi 3? Chapter 20. Aftermath. Chu Tian's doubts were not unfounded, and Reggie promptly provided proof. Stepping out of Chu Tian's marquee residence, Reggie slipped into an expansive and opulent carriage. The interior was adorned with lavish yet tasteful decorations. Devoid of any vulgarity, where a modestly dressed middle-aged man reclined comfortably in a chaise longue at the back. As soon as he entered the carriage, Reggie tucked away his flippant demeanor, bowed his head in respect, and addressed the middle-aged man with deference. "Father, everything is taken care of." The man in the carriage was none other than Reggie's father, the patriarch of the Pampas family, Duke Brenda, the wealthiest in Caesar. "Understood," Brenda responded, closing his eyes to rest, dismissing his son with indifference. "Father," Reggie called out, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Brenda maintained his unperturbed expression, slowly opening his eyes just a sliver to regard Reggie. "You wish to inquire why I would expend such a great cost to win over Marquis Vladino?" "Indeed," Reggie nodded. "While Marquis Vladino is esteemed by His Majesty, is he truly worth 1/10 of our family's income to curry favor with?" Brenda scoffed, abruptly opening his eyes wide, and in a grave tone asked, "What is the ancestral teaching of the Pampas family?" "Profound profits stem from astute investments." Reggie sighed inwardly, thinking it was over. His father was about to lecture him once more. From childhood, whenever Reggie erred and faced reprimand, Brenda would always begin with this opening line, asking about the family's business principle, followed by a tempest of admonishments. However, this time Brenda surprised Reggie by shifting his posture to a more comfortable position and gently inquired, "Then tell me, is Vladino worth investing in?" Reggie tightened his shoulders and cautiously replied, "Given the current circumstances, Marquis Vladino is indeed a worthy investment." "Oh, why is that?" Brenda smiled slightly, seemingly pleased with Reggie's response. "Considering the level of attention His Majesty pays to Vladino, it is only a matter of time before he replaces Damar as the Minister of Magic. At that point, Marquis Vladino will become one of the 5 major ministers of the Empire, wielding immense power, thus justifying the investment." Well said. It seems my teachings have not been in vain. However, suddenly, Brenda sat upright, fixing his gaze sternly on Reggie, his voice taking on a harsh tone. "Then why have I not used 1/10 of our family's profits to win over the Chancellor or the Minister of Warfare and the Minister of Beasts?" Reggie felt a chill at his father's inquiry, silently grumbling, "If only I knew, father." Yet he replied, "Is it not that His Majesty values him more?" Brenda let out a long sigh. "Your vision is far too narrow." Too narrow. Reggie did not grasp why his father would say such a thing. Even if Chu Tian were to marry Princess Selena, he would merely be a consort. Could Vladino truly ascend to the highest rank of the empire, that of a prince? Even a prince would not warrant the expenditure of 1/10 of the family's profits. In the past, to assist Ludi III in ascending the throne, Brenda had only expended 1/5 of the family's resources. Seeing his son still perplexed, Brenda began to elucidate slowly. Even if Vladino were to attain the rank of prince, it would still not justify such an exorbitant cost. Observing his son's bewildered expression, Brenda sighed once more. "What I am doing is leaving you a life-saving talisman for the future." "A life-saving talisman?" Reggie chuckled, jesting. "Father, who could possibly threaten the Pampas family?" Brenda shot him a fierce glare, causing Reggie to instinctively retract his neck in fear. Brenda was quite displeased with his son's flippancy. Have you ever considered why Vladino occupies his current position? Because he resolved the issues with the Crimson Flame and 100,000 warhorses. Although Reggie feared his father, his nature remained unchanged, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. But have you pondered why the Crimson Flame and the warhorses experience problems in such rapid succession? Why did His Majesty deploy the ultimate weapon, the Crimson Flame, against the Beastmen? Why did the Beastmen field 4 8th-tier golden behemoths in a minor skirmish? Why did the warhorses fall ill again right after the issues with the Crimson Flame were resolved? And lastly, why was Marquis Vladino assassinated? Brenda's barrage of questions left Reggie utterly confounded. Observing his son's flustered state, Brenda shook his head, muttering to himself, "A storm of bloodshed is about to sweep across the continent. When that time comes, the beasts will determine the fate of nations. Who could possibly manipulate the fate of the beasts but extraordinary individuals, after the prominent figures of the imperial capital had paid their visits?" Chu Tian's injuries had healed at this moment. He was leisurely strolling through the slave market in Pompeii with Princess Selena. For Chu Tian needed a steward. Upon receiving the marquisate, the grand estate had already been furnished with numerous servants. Yet the steward, as the master's confidant, was a position Chu Tian needed to choose himself. Initially, as a first-time experiencer of noble life, Chu Tian found managing the servants quite intriguing, for he had always been under the management of others back on Earth. Thus, he took on the role of steward himself. However, having too many servants sometimes proved to be quite cumbersome. Wherever he went, there were always individuals bowing deeply and exclaiming, "Greetings, Marquis." This experience indeed thrilled Chu Tian for quite some time. However, as time passed and the novelty wore off, everything returned to mundanity, and his management of the servants became lax. Ultimately, the conflicts erupted during Chu Tian's recovery period. Engaged daily in receiving various illustrious guests, he relinquished control over the servants, allowing them to do as they pleased. Unbeknownst to him, this led to significant blunders, starting with serving the Minister of Warfare, Miraculous, a drink of cold water instead of the intended beverage. The elderly marshal, out of respect for Chu Tian, bore it silently, resulting in him suffering from stomach issues for 2 days. With the Minister of Warfare absent, the military affairs left the beleaguered Ludi III in a state of distress. Following that, the dessert meant for Chancellor Griming was mistakenly replaced with a savory dish. The elder Chancellor, under Chu Tian's enthusiastic recommendation, devoured a large plate, causing Ludi III to grow frantic, urging Griming to rest more. "Look at you. At such an advanced age, your voice has gone hoarse." The encounter of the Minister of Beasts Best was even more peculiar. Not well acquainted with Chu Tian and holding a position of great power, he saw no necessity to ingratiate himself with him, thus only sending small gifts as a token gesture. Yet, could Chu Tian allow such a prime opportunity to slip away? Certainly not. Aware that Best resided quite far and could not locate the marquisate, the eager Chu Tian casually dispatched a servant to invite the Minister of Beasts, making it impossible for Best to refuse. Thus, he had no choice but to follow the servant out. However, unexpectedly, the servant he assigned was a newcomer from the countryside, unfamiliar with the intricacies of Pompeii, leading the poor Minister of Beasts on a convoluted journey from the southern part of the city all the way to the north, eventually wandering out of Pompeii entirely and back to their rural home. Welcomed warmly by the villagers, Best pondered, why is Marquis Vladino's estate so remote? No wonder he is always late for court. With the Minister of Beasts missing, the beasts of the imperial capital became like orphans, howling in woe, sending Ludi III into a panic, fearing that the residential empire had invaded Pompeii. Ultimately, all conflicts erupted around Demise. The affable Minister of Magic had always prided himself on frugality, yet this commendable virtue became the greatest source of trouble at the Marquis Vladino's estate. Chu Tian's servants refused to believe that this modestly dressed, stout old man, who constantly professed his intent to protect Chu Tian, could be one of the 3 giants of the imperial command. Unable to resolve the matter, the boisterous servants brandished their clubs, forcibly ejecting the timid Minister of Magic from the marquisate. Consequently, the bruised minister took a half-month sick leave, writing a mere 4 words on his leave request to Ludi III, too ashamed to face others. Thus, Two of the empire's 5 major ministers fell ill at Chu Tian's estate. One was injured, and one went missing. The following morning at court, Ludi III gazed at the empty supreme command chamber. Gripping the hand of Chancellor Ander with fervor, tears welling in his eyes as he implored, "When visiting Chu Tian, you must exercise caution. I can rely only on you now, in just a few short days." The empire's 4 major ministers had been incapacitated, earning Chu Tian's Marquisate the ominous title. The graveyard of ministers, meanwhile, his servants were bestowed with the honorary title, the Imperial Assassins, for nearly dismantling the entire government of Caesar. Given the performance of his servants, Chu Tian solemnly declared, "It was time to find a steward." Chapter 21. The Steward, Part 1. Vladino, are these individuals truly suitable to serve as stewards? Selina murmured, her brow furrowing as she pointed to a group of brawny yet vacant-eyed beastmen, gently inquiring of Chu Tian. The two were currently in the slave market of Pompeii, attempting to select a steward for Chu Tian, yet encountering some difficulties. Occupying an entire block, the slave market was filled with various iron cages and enclosures. Inside, slaves of different races were displayed like merchandise. Robust beastmen, filthy goblins, stout dwarves, and even enchanting elven maidens that left Chu Tian entranced. Yet none appeared to possess the demeanor of a steward. Not only had they failed to find a suitable candidate, but their noble attire and bearing also drew the attention of nearby buyers, whose garments could only be deemed luxurious at best. Hail to the goddess of life. I believe they are only suited to be henchmen. Chu Tian shrugged helplessly and remarked, "If I were to have them serve as butlers, I fear no one would dare to visit my marquis estate again." Selina chuckled softly. "But speaking of which, your servants are indeed quite ruthless. Lord Damar is still too afraid to show his face. He, Chu Tian samai aquadili." Leaning closer to Selina, grinning as he said, "Without mistress overseeing them, they would undoubtedly descend into chaos." Selina playfully scolded Chu Tian. Her cheeks flushed. "How has His Highness Anthony taught you to be so glib?" The sight of her mildly irritated demeanor stirred something within Chu Tian. And just as he was about to continue his banter, an irritating voice interrupted. "Oh, how come the boss and sister-in-law have come to such a place?" Following the voice, they discovered it was that fellow, Reggie. Ever since Chu Tian allied with the Pampas family to smuggle drugs, their already amicable relationship had escalated to new heights, and even the way Xiao Bai looked at Reggie had grown notably warmer. Initially a bit miffed by Reggie's intrusion into their intimate moment, Chu Tian quickly donned a friendly smile upon hearing Reggie's address for Selina. "What, can't we as a couple come here?" With that, he discreetly glanced at Selina. She wasn't angry. He discreetly gave his confidant a thumbs up, and Chu Tian and Reggie exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a conspiratorial chuckle. It appeared that their collaboration in business was not only seamless but also in the art of courting women. They were in perfect harmony. "Vladino is in need of a butler," Princess Selina answered for Chu Tian. Then with a hint of annoyance, she added with a wry smile, "His servants are truly out of line." I've heard all about it." Reggie laughed gleefully. Having been instilled with a commercial mindset by his father from a young age, Reggie fully embraced the family philosophy of harmonious commerce. Wherever he went, gold coins paved the way. Thus, Chu Tian's servants, having received their benefits, did not extend any special treatment to Reggie. But why would you come to the lowly slave district in search of a butler? What is sold here are merely laborers and lowly female slaves. Just as he finished speaking, Reggie suddenly realized, "I see. As a marquis and a princess, of course, you are unfamiliar with the triviality of slave trading." It turned out that the slave market in Pompeii was divided into 3 areas based on the quality of the slaves: low, medium, and high. A butler, representing the taste and status of their master, belonged to the class of high servants, naturally only found in the upscale area. Yet, Chu Tian and Selina, completely oblivious to this, had inadvertently wandered into the lowly zone. After hearing Reggie's explanation, Chu Tian looked at him in confusion. "Then how come you are here in this lowly area?" Before Reggie could respond, Selina interjected, "Your family has business here too, doesn't it?" Sister-in-law, you are truly astute. You guessed it right." Reggie, feeling a bit brazen due to Selina's commoner demeanor, continued, "Coincidentally, Our family has just received a new batch of high-quality slaves. Come with me to take a look, and if you find one suitable, it's yours for free." Just as Selena was about to decline, Chu Tian seized her hand, smiling as he said, "Since it is Reggie's kind offer, we should graciously accept, having already collected 8 to 9 million gold coins." Would Chu Tian really be concerned about a free servant? Selena chuckled softly, shaking her head, but did not withdraw her hand, offering Chu Tian a sweet smile. "All right then, I shall follow your lead. Ahem, shall we head there now?" The closeness between the two, oblivious to their surroundings, stirred a twinge of jealousy in Reggie. How could the most gracious beauty of the capital possibly be enamored with Chu Tian? Under Reggie's guidance, the trio navigated the chaotic low-end market, entering a luxurious estate. Indeed, this is truly the high-end area. Chu Tian marveled incredulously at the architecture before him. A sprawling expanse of verdant lawns showcased numerous opulent villas, their architectural craftsmanship and decorative intricacies rivaling those of the nobility in the empire. Had one not been forewarned, they might well mistake this for a wealthy residential enclave rather than a slave market. Reggie led them into one of the largest villas. Upon entering, a line of servants promptly greeted them, all attired in identical black formal wear, even their heights remarkably uniform. The servants lined up in front of Reggie, bowing in unison. "Welcome, young master." Reggie nonchalantly waved to the servants and gestured towards Chu Tian and Selena. "Meet the Princess and Marquis Vladino." "Welcome, Your Highness." "Welcome, Lord Marquis." Their synchronized movements and voices created the illusion of a single entity. Observing the Pampas family's servants and then recalling his own, Chu Tian felt utterly humiliated. The trained servant stood in stark contrast to the imperial assassins in his own household. This only reinforced Chu Tian's desire to find a capable butler. "Hail to the goddess of life. How did you train these servants?" Chu Tian patted Reggie's shoulder, enviously inquiring. "I have no idea." Reggie spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I never oversee the training of the servants. That is the butler's responsibility." Chu Tian nodded in resignation, complaining to Selena, "When will we ever have servants like these?" Selena, seizing a moment when Reggie was distracted, shot Chu Tian a disapproving glance, then turned to Reggie. "Have a servant step aside. I would like to examine your slaves first." "Sure. No problem. Follow me upstairs," Reggie replied, leading the couple up the staircase while the servants dutifully lined up and exited. They stepped into an exquisitely decorated office, where Reggie invited them to sit in a large, plush fur chair, while he approached the desk across from them and casually picked up a thick dossier. "The quality of this recent batch is quite good. You may choose one." He divided the dossier into 2 parts, handing one to Chu Tian and the other to Selena, then sat beside Chu Tian, casually explaining. The dossier was inscribed on a magical scroll, detailing the specific information of each servant, accompanied by their magical images, allowing one to visually perceive their true appearances and physiques. "Hey, boss, this one looks quite promising." Reggie winked, pointing to one of the dossiers. Glancing at the image of a voluptuous blonde beauty, Chu Tian shot Reggie a glare, lowering his voice to a whisper. "Are you trying to get me killed?" Appearing oblivious to Chu Tian's reaction, Reggie continued his presentation. "This one is truly excellent. Not only is she capable, but just look at her face and figure." Ahem. Selena, sitting beside Chu Tian, suddenly cleared her throat, casting a disapproving glance at Reggie, then pointed to one of the dossiers and said to Chu Tian, "How about choosing this one? Barbosa. Hail to the goddess of life." Chu Tian stared blankly at the dossier, exclaiming, "Surely the creator must have forgotten something when bringing him into existence." The appearance of this butler made Chu Tian silently curse Reggie. "Had it not been for your suggestion of some beautiful butler, Selena would not have sought out such an eyesore for me." Chapter 22. The Butler, Part 2. From the magical image, it was evident that the slave named Barbosa had aged to the point of being unrecognizable. His long, grizzled hair and disheveled beard hung in a tangled mess, giving him a rather unkempt appearance, while several glaring scars on his face added an air of ferocity to his disheveled look. His narrow, hawkish eyes exuded a hint of malevolence. Chu Tian was exceedingly displeased with this individual's image. Even through the magical image, one could sense that this person was certainly no benevolent soul. Huh, why is this person's dossier still here? Reggie also noticed Barbossa's dossier, took a look at it, and remarked with curiosity, although this Barbossa has commendable abilities, he is rather reclusive. He likely wouldn't make a good butler. How did this Barbossa come to be a slave? Selina seemed particularly intrigued by the fierce and sullen-looking elder. It appears to be about half a year ago. Yes, it was half a year ago when one of our family's merchant caravans was traversing the sunsetting mountains and the muddy marsh border, Reggie began, glancing at Chu Tian, as if to inquire whether the princess was aware of the smuggling. Seeing no reaction, he presumed that Chu Tian had already informed Selina of the smuggling activities, but he continued with assurance. At that time, one of our family's airships had a cable snap unexpectedly, causing several magical beasts to plummet into the marsh below. Confirming Chu Tian's reaction, which was a squinting smile, Reggie noted that Selina maintained a composed expression, and he finally concluded, Chu Tian, this fellow who prioritizes women over friends, had divulged his family's secret to his wife. It was no wonder. In Chu Tian's heart, Selina undoubtedly held a higher status than Reggie, and he had even considered, since he was smuggling with his wife's brother. Why shouldn't he tell his wife? Reggie continued helplessly. At that time, our family's guards immediately went to rescue the magical beasts, but unexpectedly, they discovered the severely injured and dying Barbossa, and they took the liberty of rescuing him onto the airship. The price of Barbossa's rescue was likely to sign a contract of servitude with you, wasn't it? Selina interjected, though Chu Tian found it curious that a strange smile flickered in her eyes as she spoke. Reggie chuckled awkwardly. After all, we are merchants, which effectively confirms Selina's assertion. Very well, we shall take him, Selina declared, handing all the other dossiers back to Reggie, leaving only Barbossa's. Are you truly set on him? Upon witnessing Selina's resolute gaze, Reggie suddenly lunged toward Chu Tian, embracing him fervently as he exclaimed, Boss, I'm truly sorry. It's all my fault. If I hadn't recommended that stunning lady to you, your sister-in-law wouldn't have chosen such an old codger for you. Selina, having grown accustomed to Reggie's occasional fits of neuroticism, turned to Chu Tian and softly inquired, Vladino, what do you think? Her gentle tone sent a shiver down Chu Tian's spine. Well, he began, only to realize that Selina, behind Reggie's back, was signaling him with an assuring glance that seemed to convey, Trust me, this is the right choice. Consequently, the words that almost escaped his lips transformed into, Well, it's entirely up to you. With a radiant smile of approval directed at Chu Tian, Selina shifted her focus back to Reggie, stating, Let us summon Barbossa immediately. We shall finalize the paperwork at once. Reggie cast a sympathetic glance at Chu Tian, mistakenly believing that he was yielding to Selina's pressure, but he then approached the desk and picked up a small magical communication stone. Upon seeing the stone in Reggie's hand, Chu Tian couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Pampas family. This magical communication stone was akin to a telephone on Earth. Yet it was far more costly, so exorbitant that even with his nearly 100,000 gold coins, Chu Tian hesitated to purchase one. However, it boasted another significant advantage. It was impervious to eavesdropping. For when the communication stone was imbued with magic, it bore a unique magical mark that only the holder of a corresponding stone could hear, unless one was within a close proximity, just as Reggie was now. Hello, this is Reggie. Please bring a slave named Barbossa to my office. Enviously observing Reggie, Chu Tian secretly mused. Once the profits from the smuggling of drugs arrive, I shall acquire 4 communication stones, one for Selina, one for myself, one for Xiao Bai, and the last to break for fun. Before long, Barbossa was brought in, appearing even more sullen and lifeless than in the magical projection. Barbossa, from this day forth, you shall serve as the servant of Marquis Vladino. Reggie gestured towards Chu Tian. This is him, the Marquis Vladino, the Vladino Tian Chu. A sudden glimmer of nearly insatiable greed sparked in Barbossa's narrow eyes as he gazed incredulously at Chu Tian, exclaiming, You are the esteemed student of the holy priest Anthony, the pride of the continental priesthood, the chief court priest of Caesar, and the deputy dean of the Royal Magic Academy, the 8th level high priest mentor. Marquis Vladino, A buzzing sensation overwhelmed Chu Tian's mind. The barrage of titles left him dazed. Realizing he had inadvertently acquired so many accolades, he felt a swell of pride, yet his expression remained grave, his eyes half closed. Lips pressed together, right hand resting on his left chest, he leaned slightly forward, proclaiming, "Praise be to the goddess of life. I am merely a priest dedicated to healing and saving lives. I am unworthy of your commendation." "Ah, but you are deserving, indeed." Barbassa's expression resembled that of a child who had just rediscovered a beloved toy. "Praise be to the goddess of life. I am overjoyed to become your servant." "Ah, boss, your charm is truly remarkable. Never have I seen anyone delighted to become a slave." Reggie erupted into laughter, recalling countless sales he had made, yet none like Barbassa. Is there truly someone who finds joy in becoming a slave? Chu Tian found it hard to believe, especially when he noticed a fleeting shadow of sorrow in Barbassa's eyes at the mention of the word slave. Selena gently tugged at Chu Tian's arm, stating, "We should head home," after which she affectionately leaned her lips close to Chu Tian's ear. Cough, cough. As the scene threatened to become inappropriate for younger audiences, Reggie rolled his eyes and turned away, while Barbassa, understanding the situation, lowered his head. Chu Tian began to envision the taste of Selena's sweet kiss, but unexpectedly, as everyone else averted their gaze, Selena quickly whispered into his ear, "We can discuss matters later. Right now, hasten to leave with your servant." Chu Tian regarded Selena with surprise. The usually composed princess seemed somewhat anxious, almost as if she were eager to escape after seizing an incredible opportunity. Nevertheless, trusting Selena, he swiftly completed the transfer formalities with Reggie, and the three of them departed from the slave market. Finally returning to Chu Tian's marquee estate, there was no time to introduce the new steward to the servants, as Selena promptly dismissed everyone, leaving only Chu Tian and Barbassa. "What on earth is happening?" Chu Tian queried, bewildered by Selena's unusual demeanor today. "I'm not entirely sure either," the princess replied with a slight smile, signaling him not to fret. "Perhaps you should inquire with this gentleman." She gestured toward Barbassa. Selena then asked, "Is it permissible to speak now, Mr. Barbassa, the 9th level archmage?" Chapter 23. The Unfortunate Archmage, Part 1. Archmage? Chu Tian squinted, a smile creeping across his face as he glanced at Selena. "My dear, are you certain he is an archmage? The continent's ultimate powerhouse, a 9th level archmage? Praise be to the goddess of life." Although Chu Tian sought confirmation from Selena, he had already begun to believe her words. The princess would not deceive him, and her status as a 7th level water magic tutor ensured she couldn't mistake an old codger for an archmage. This also clarified why Selena was so eager to leave Reggie's presence. Having lured away an archmage, wouldn't they need to make a hasty exit, while Reggie was currently unaware of Barbassa's identity? The length of the night could lead to unforeseen complications. A 9th level archmage. Before Selena could respond, Barbassa sighed with a bitter smile. "That is merely a thing of the past." "Indeed, I sense no magical aura emanating from him." Selena observed Barbassa with a serious expression, explaining to Chu Tian, although 9th level professionals can conceal their presence, a fully intact archmage would never willingly accept servitude. "Oh, so he is an archmage who has lost his magical powers." Chu Tian's squinted eyes widened as he shook his head. "Then let him serve as a steward in peace." "Vladino, would I select an unworthy steward for you?" Selena replied earnestly. "Though Barbassa may have lost his former strength, his knowledge remains." "Do you know what type of archmage Barbassa is?" Selena's tone grew slightly irritated, prompting Chu Tian to quickly ask, "What type of archmage is he?" "A necromancer," Barbassa said with resignation. "I am a dark magic practitioner." "A dark magician?" While he had heard of such a profession from Anthony, it had become exceedingly rare in contemporary times, leaving Chu Tian somewhat uninformed. Noticing his confusion, Selena began to explain. The magical arts are broadly divided into light and dark categories, with light magic being more common, primarily encompassing water, fire, wind, earth, lightning, and healing. Dark magic practitioners typically focus on 3 areas: necromancy, curses, and poisons. due to the often terrifying and cruel nature of dark magic and the cold and grim personalities of its practitioners. They have historically faced suppression. However, this situation improved during the era of dark alchemists several centuries ago, when their virulent diseases instilled widespread terror, prompting nations to hunt them down relentlessly. Though the dark alchemist profession ultimately vanished, their viruses endured that time. Dark mages, having also dealt with viruses, stepped forth. Through their efforts, the viruses on the continent were eradicated, and dark mages gained the right to exist alongside other mages. Nonetheless, despite the cessation of persecution against dark magic, necromancers still face discrimination. The beast fantasy continent once experienced a glorious magical era, but with the rise of magical beasts, the status of mages plummeted. Particularly with the emergence of 10th level beasts, which left humans of only 9th level unable to compete. Hence, all-powerful individuals focus their energies on acquiring higher-tier magical beasts. In this context, the number of mages dwindled, and dark mages became exceedingly scarce, rendering Barbassa, the necromancer, a rare specimen. Moreover, unlike mages of other schools, the attack power of necromancers is not solely reliant on magical energy. Thus, the necromancer archmage may still prove useful. His eyes narrowing once more as he turned to Barbassa. "What tasks can you perform for me?" Barbassa scoffed, proudly asserting, "With me by your side, no one on the continent can harm you with viruses or curses." Following that, he smiled ominously. "Should anyone provoke you, my Lord Marquis, they shall learn the true taste of dark viruses." Splendid! Chu Tian abruptly rose, producing Barbassa's deed of servitude from his pocket, and, under Barbassa's astonished gaze, slowly tearing it into shreds. "From this day forward, you are no longer a slave, but my lifelong magical advisor, Marquis Vladino." Secretly, Chu Tian prayed for Reggie, for if not for the unspoken custom on the continent that slaves who slay their masters would be reviled by all races, the Pampas family would undoubtedly be embroiled in a fantastical version of a biohazard crisis. Moreover, Selena would never have dared to acquire Barbassa. Despite this custom's constraints, Chu Tian still hesitated to take the risk of placing an unfamiliar and potentially dangerous figure by his side. Such a proposition was unacceptable to him. To employ someone, one must first win their heart. Thus, Chu Tian tore up the contract, intending to foster a closer relationship with Barbassa. Indeed, the actions and words of Chu Tian brought a warm glow of sunlight to the cold visage of Barbassa. While fully aware of Chu Tian's intentions, Selena smiled and cautioned Barbassa. "I trust that you, Mr. Barbassa, would not harm Vladino, would you?" "Of course. I assume the lady has already understood that my fate is intricately linked to that of the Marquis," Barbassa replied with a respectful bow. Although perplexed by Barbassa's words, Chu Tian felt a surge of excitement at the title of lady bestowed upon Selena. "Selena and I are not yet wed," he remarked before shifting the conversation. "What do you mean by saying your fate is connected to mine?" "It is still possible for Barbassa to regain his magical powers," Selena softly reminded Chu Tian. But before she could finish, he grasped the implication. Barbassa, unable to restore his powers alone, required someone to assist him, and who could be more suitable than Chu Tian? The Grand Priest Mentor? Thus, it was no wonder that Barbassa was so exhilarated upon hearing he would become Chu Tian's servant. However, it was unfortunate that Chu Tian was merely a aide. Both Ludi III and Selena had previously inquired about his lack of magical aura, to which Chu Tian cunningly responded that he had bathed in the blood of the Crimson Flame, suggesting that the powerful presence had masked any magical fluctuations that asked for the occasional medical requests. He entrusted them entirely to Bacon, his subordinate who held the title of Grand Priest Mentor. Consequently, Chu Tian now sought to pass Barbassa's predicament on to Bacon. "I could attempt to help you regain your powers, but I have recently sustained injuries, so I would recommend—" Before he could finish, Barbassa interrupted him. "Your capabilities cannot resolve my issue." Do you doubt my abilities?" The words of Barbassa struck a nerve with Chu Tian, who found himself displeased by such skepticism, especially regarding Vladino, a notion even Ludi III had not entertained. "No, it is not a question of your abilities," Barbassa replied with a wry smile. "If I am to regain my powers, the only glimmer of hope on this continent lies with your teacher." Mentioning Anthony left Chu Tian speechless, inwardly lamenting. Only Anthony could possibly aid him, and merely with a shred of hope. It appeared that Barbassa was beyond salvation, for although information had been tightly controlled, Chu Tian was acutely aware that Anthony, having used forbidden spells, had long since diminished in strength. Nevertheless, Chu Tian refrained from voicing the truth. Once Barbassa lost his sole hope, who could predict the lengths he might go to? Very well, when I find the time, I shall take you to meet my teacher, Chu Tian declared. Yet only the goddess of life knew when he would be free. Thank you, my lord. From this day forth, I shall strive to be a diligent steward. Barbassa expressed his gratitude to both Chu Tian and Selena, adding, and of course, a competent magical advisor. I am confident you will succeed, with a newfound sincerity gracing Barbassa's cunning countenance. Chu Tian felt reassured, yet curiosity compelled him to inquire, what affliction do you possess that even my teacher may struggle to remedy? Upon hearing Chu Tian's question, Barbassa sighed. I have been sealed by a Tier 10 beast. Chapter 24, The Unfortunate God of Magic, Part 2, Tier 10 Beast. Both Chu Tian and Selena exclaimed in unison. The phrase Tier 10 Beast held but one meaning on the continent of illusions: invincibility. One need only recall the historic Battle of Quarry Castle, where upon Anthony's arrival, he accomplished but a singular feat, restoring the near-extinct Tier 9 quat to combat readiness. Yet, this act alone altered the tide of the entire conflict. Undoubtedly, Anthony was great, but his greatness lay in reviving quat, which subsequently decimated the forces of the Rice Empire. In that war, Anthony manipulated the destiny of quat, which through its might instilled fear in the Rice for the ensuing 30 years, preventing them from crossing the Caesar border even a single step. Quat's singular prowess elevated Anthony, while simultaneously obliterating the ambitions of Emperor Turin of Rice. Yet Quat was merely a Tier 9 beast, just a Tier 9, for the vast majority on the continent. Tier 10 beasts existed only as distant legends, legends that were undeniably real. The strength of the continent's warriors could contend with beasts of equivalent rank, yet the highest practitioners on the continent barely reached Tier 9. The number 10, signifying completeness, became an unattainable dream for humanity. The chasm of strength between professional ranks could not be bridged by mere numbers. Had the Crimson Flame not endeavored to save Caunus, those 4 Tier 8 golden behemoths would never have succeeded in inflicting even the slightest injury upon it. Moreover, the people of Caesar remained ignorant that those 4 golden behemoths had paid an unbearable price to wound the Crimson Flame, though merely 1 tier separated Tier 9 from Tier 10. The disparity in strength was astronomical, as Tier 10 beasts possessed a divine ability. Domains. Chu Tian shook his head, offering Barbassa a sympathetic glance. Praise be to the goddess of life. There are fewer than 5 Tier 10 beasts across the entire continent, and they all dwell in remote locales. Your encounter with one only attests to your being forsaken by the gods. Barbassa, observing Chu Tian's almost prophetic demeanor, sighed helplessly and corrected, I encountered 2. He then added with a hint of relief, fortunately, it was 2. Otherwise, my life would have vanished alongside my powers. 2. Selena furrowed her brow in contemplation before a smile of realization broke forth. Were they engaged in combat? Despite his annoyance at Selena's quicker grasp of the situation, Chu Tian deduced the reasoning. If a solitary Tier 10 beast sought to confront Barbassa, he would not have survived to recount the tale. It seemed Barbassa had been caught in the crossfire of 2 battling Tier 10 beasts. Barbassa's subsequent explanation confirmed their suspicions. Half a year prior, while wandering between the muddy marshes and the Sunset Mountains in search of high-tier beast remains to cultivate necromantic familiars, Barbassa stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. The beasts of the Sunset Mountains had inexplicably vanished. The reasons behind their disappearance eluded Anthony, who had diminished in strength, as well as Caunus, who lacked the power to discern. Yet it could not escape the notice of Barbassa, the god of necromancy. Sensing the overwhelming aura of darkness and the potent magical fluctuations permeating the air, a force capable of annihilating the world compelled Barbassa to understand. The vanished beasts had been frightened away. The formidable necromantic magical aura enamored Barbassa, who was enthralled by dark magic, causing him to momentarily forget the imminent danger. Following the source of this power, Barbassa soon discovered a hellish bone dragon, nearly 100 meters long. Its power was indisputable. Tier 10. For legend had it that the hellish bone dragon was the manifestation of dragon souls trapped in the underworld. Only the domain power of a Tier 10 beast could tear asunder the barriers between hell and the mortal realm. This revelation sent Barbassa, the necromancer, into a frenzy of excitement. Fully immersed in the dream of becoming the continent's first Tier 10 bone dragon mage, it took a considerable time for Barbassa to realize, why had this hellish bone dragon not noticed his presence? Although he was the ultimate practitioner on the continent, surely his Tier 9 prowess could not escape the attention of a Tier 10 beast? Soon, Barbassa discovered the answer. The dragon was entirely focused on an impending battle. Having no time to regard the insignificant mage, for the first time in his life, doubt crept into Barbassa's mind regarding his own abilities, and he lamented silently, failing to realize that, unbeknownst to him, another Tier 10 Golden Dragon King had appeared in the Sunset Mountains. The majestic presence of the dragon roused Barbassa from his self-pity upon witnessing this Eastern Golden Dragon King, so different from the Western dragons. He was momentarily rendered speechless. On a continent where Tier 9 beasts were seldom glimpsed, he had unexpectedly encountered two Tier 10s in one day. The Golden Dragon King likewise dismissed Barbassa, engaging in conversation with the hellish bone dragon. Though the meaning of their draconic dialogue eluded him, Barbassa could clearly perceive the animosity in their expressions, a deep-seated hatred. It was not until the two dragons clashed that Barbassa jolted back to reality. The battle between two Tier 10 beasts was not something a mere mage could observe. Yet it was too late. Wind, fire, water, lightning, high-level magics of all elements birthed from the Golden Dragon King's incantation, seemingly released into the earth without the need for mana. The hellish bone dragon, not to be outdone, summoned a storm of bone spears, intertwining with phantoms, causing the very sky to tremble. Barbassa employed every protective spell and scroll at his disposal, only to find, to his dismay, that all his magical barriers were utterly inadequate. The two dragons ascended ever higher into the sky, gradually retreating toward the muddy marshes. Enraptured by the necromantic magic of the bone dragon, Barbassa disregarded his numerous wounds and pursued them, consumed by the desire to personally experience the ultimate essence of necromantic magic. Upon reaching the muddy marshes, the battle between the two dragons escalated dramatically. With a powerful roar from the Golden Dragon King, the fire-based forbidden spell, World Annihilation, was effortlessly unleashed. A deluge of violet-blue flames cascaded from the heavens, instantly parching the marshes into cracked yellow earth, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred soil, as the very ground seemed to sink beneath them. In excruciating pain, Barbassa tore away the charred and decaying flesh from his arm. Then, with great effort, he managed to rise, his cracked and bloodied body barely holding together. Yet he found himself in a bone prison with a diameter exceeding 100 meters, where the hellbone dragon remained unscathed. However, Barbassa could not concern himself with that any longer. The furious roar of the Golden Dragon King echoed once more, accompanied by the piercing cries of the hellbone dragon. Golden Domain, Purgatory Seal. The clear and authoritative words of human language emanated from the mouth of the Golden Dragon King. While the hellbone dragon prepared to retaliate, a thin wisp of black smoke struck the head of the Golden Dragon King. The hellbone dragon vanished into an abyss of shadowy darkness. This was the last image Barbassa beheld. Upon awakening, I discovered that my magical powers had vanished. Barbassa lowered his head in despair and continued softly. Later, I realized that the seal cast by the Golden Dragon King was specifically aimed at necromantic magic. So, your powers were sealed along with it. Chu Tian interjected, patting Barbassa's shoulder in an attempt to console him. Do not worry. Teacher Anthony will find a solution. Yet, despite his words, Chu Tian harbored doubts, for even at his peak, Anthony was merely of a comparable level to Barbassa. Chapter 25. The reason you mentioned that the hellbone dragon was sealed away in hell. Chu Tian squint tao gufun. No, my lord. It was purgatory. Barbassa shook his head and elaborated. If it were merely sealed in hell, the hellbone dragon could easily return to the mortal realm. Only a realm more mysterious than hell, purgatory, can truly seal a Tier 10 magical beast. Chu Tian fixed his gaze upon Barbassa and asked urgently, "So, does that mean the Tier 10 Golden Dragon King can traverse space?" "Indeed, my lord." Although unsure why the Marquis was concerned about this issue, Barbassa earnestly explained, "The domain power of a Tier 10 magical beast can indeed tear through space, as their strength approaches that of the divine. While they cannot manipulate space as a deity would, they can certainly seal their adversaries in another dimension." Upon hearing Barbassa's response, Chu Tian furrowed his brow and inquired gravely, "So, they can also bring others from another dimension to the beast continent?" "That," Barbassa hesitated, pondering for a long time before affirmatively responding. "From a magical standpoint, such a scenario is entirely plausible." After speaking, Barbassa seemed to recall something and added, "However, one thing is certain. If two Tier 10 magical beasts activate their domains simultaneously, it is highly likely to cause spatial chaos." Chu Tian suddenly scoffed, leaving both Selena and Barbassa bewildered. "What troubles you, Vladino?" Selena asked. "Nothing. I simply find the power of Tier 10 magical beasts to be terrifying," Chu Tian explained calmly. Although his expression remained placid, a tempest raged within him. Two Tier 10 magical beasts capable of rending space. Positioned at the boundary of the setting sun mountain range and the muddy marsh, precisely during the days of Chu Tian's own crossing, this series of clues revealed an undeniable truth. "Damn it. I was brought here by those two accursed beasts." Reassessing the experience of his crossing, Chu Tian finally concluded that he had indeed been transported due to the spatial rending caused by the battle of Tier 10 magical beasts. Half a year prior on Earth, Chu Tian had just exited a veterinary clinic, lamenting the difficulties of job hunting as he made his way back to school. Yet it seemed that fate was also against him. The once clear sky abruptly darkened, and the pleasant weather transformed into a violent storm, sending pedestrians scurrying for shelter. Chu Tian joined the throng, but unlike others who were empty-handed, he found some solace in clutching a traditional Chinese medicine textbook to shield himself from the rain. This textbook was a mockery of his own struggle to find work. The immense difficulty of securing a position as a veterinarian compelled him to devise alternative methods, treating animals with traditional Chinese medicine. This was the ruse he concocted to deceive prospective employers. The day before his interview, he borrowed the textbook from the library and spent the night memorizing various acupoints and meridian terminologies, brimming with confidence as he approached the interview. However, his cleverness proved futile. The pedantic interviewer, enraged by Chu Tian's nonsensical application of Chinese medicine to animals, chastised him vehemently and unceremoniously expelled him. Fortunately, the book served its purpose, as it shielded Chu Tian from the downpour. Just as he was grateful for having something to ward off the rain, the sky suddenly darkened completely, swirling black clouds converging. A bolt of lightning struck Chu Tian, and a massive black hole engulfed him. When Chu Tian opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the setting sun mountain range. The Chinese medicine textbook had fulfilled its purpose, disintegrating into fragments, leaving behind only a few pages depicting meridian diagrams, which he subsequently discarded in disdain. For the next month, Chu Tian lived like a primitive man until he encountered Karnas. Praise the goddess of life. Truly, I have had a streak of ill fortune. First, I struggled to find work, and now I have been brought to another world by two accursed beasts, Chu Tian mused bitterly. However, upon reflecting on the beautiful and gentle Selena and the adorable yet mischievous Xiao Bai, as well as his own luxurious estate, he couldn't help but smile. This place wasn't so bad, at least better than life on Earth. With that thought, Chu Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly and murmured, "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. Yet one must persevere, mustn't one?" Though his voice was scarcely audible, it was sufficient for the other two to hear. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. Selena pondered this profound statement, sighing softly. "Vladino, you have given me so many surprises." Barbassa also grasped the meaning behind this obscure philosophy, misunderstanding it as encouragement directed towards himself, but he suddenly lifted his head, his pale and gloomy visage flushing with excitement, and said to Chu Tian, "My lord, even without magical powers, I will strive to live." This, Chu Tian couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the life of a literary thief truly held great promise. Barbassa became Chu Tian's steward and magical advisor. Though the level of his magical advising had yet to be revealed, Barbassa proved to be an excellent steward. Under his guidance, the imperial assassins in Chu Tian's household became far more diligent, avoiding any major blunders. Of course, Xiaobai also played a role in this. Had it not been for its relentless supervision of the servants and its sharp teeth assisting Barbassa, the latter's work would not have gone so smoothly. Although the servants had become more disciplined, the mess left behind from before still required Chu Tian's attention. The Zig Hotel, the most opulent establishment in Pompeii City and the largest in the entire Caesar region, was where Chu Tian found himself seated in an upscale private room with a magical minister, Damar. The reason was that Chu Tian was there to offer his apologies to Damar, having had his own servants beat up his superior to the point that the latter had avoided him for half a month. It was only natural for Chu Tian, as the subordinate, to express his contrition. Haha, Lord Damar, I am truly sorry for what happened last time. My servants failed to recognize you, and even... Chu Tian gazed at Damar's still swollen face. Lowering his gaze submissively as he offered his apologies, Chu Tian found Damar's predicament rather amusing. He had never encountered such simplicity in an imperial minister, who, dressed in attire scarcely better than that of a commoner, came to visit him. It made him wonder how Damar spent his generous salary. Haha, no worries. I am quite all right now. Damar rubbed his face and glanced over the lavish spread of dishes, swallowing hard at the sight. He then extended a small portion of his tongue to discreetly lick his lips. Vladino, a feast like this at the Zig Hotel must cost quite a few gold coins, I presume? It was no surprise that Damar posed this question. The Zig Hotel was named after its owner. Headquartered in the commercial kingdom of Scott. Although the wealth of the owner, Zig, could not compete with that of the Pampas family, he was nonetheless a local tycoon, as evidenced by the Zig chain of hotels sprawling across the continent. All Zig hotels adhered to a luxurious business model, catering exclusively to nobility and high-ranking officials. Gaining entry to a Zig hotel had become a symbol of status, and naturally, the prices were exorbitant. Oh, it is not much, just 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins, Chu Tian replied nonchalantly, causing Damar to gasp in shock, swallowing hard. Two or 3,000? Damar's eyes widened, appearing as if he had just heard an absurd tale. Chapter 26. Damar, are you worried I won't be able to foot the bill? With that, Chu Tian produced a transparent crystal card from a spatial ring and waved it in front of Damar. This should suffice for the payment. Right? Damar's mouth dropped open in astonishment, his eyes fixated on the crystal card in Chu Tian's hand, nodding enviously. Yes, that's enough to buy this hotel. Initially, the abundant currency on the continent was stored using crystal cards, categorized into 3 colors: purple, gold, and silver. Depending on the color, the minimum standard for depositing gold coins is classified into 3 tiers: 100, 1,000, and 10,000 at that time. The purple crystal card was the most prestigious gold storage card in the Beast continent, requiring a minimum deposit of at least 10,000 gold coins to activate. However, as the wealth of the continent's magnates grew, this minimum threshold of 10,000 became insufficient to meet their needs. Thus, 30 years ago, the wealthy, elite, and powerful nations of the continent collaborated with the Magic Guild to introduce the colorless crystal card, with a minimum limit set at 100,000 gold coins. The emergence of the colorless crystal card sparked a frenzy among the populace. Yet not everyone could afford to produce such a sum. The application process for this card was exceedingly stringent, making it virtually unattainable without considerable power and wealth. There were scarcely 20 of these cards throughout the entire Caesar Empire. Thus, possessing a colorless crystal card equated to holding the most prestigious status on the continent. As for how Chu Tian managed to acquire one, it was due to the arrival of the first batch of smuggling prophets. After Barbassa resolved the issues concerning Chu Tian's servant, Chu Tian dedicated his efforts to amassing wealth. Although the Misty Lake route would operate normally even without his cooperation, Chu Tian was diligent in ensuring the profitability of his endeavors. Consequently, the priests across Caesar, particularly those responsible for inspecting hazardous materials, were granted 3 extended holidays within a mere month, while heads of various departments were treated to lavish trips funded by Chu Tian. Meanwhile, others began an aggressive crackdown on drug traffickers operating outside the Pampas. Thus, the Pampas family caravan, once shrouded in secrecy, boldly appeared in Pompeii, dispatching truckloads of disguised merchandise across the continent. Other smugglers, feeling the pressure from Chu Tian's actions, relinquished their profits to the Pampas family, enabling them to nearly monopolize drug trade in Caesar. With Chu Tian's vigorous support, the annual profits, initially hovering around 8 to 9 million, soared to over 10 million gold coins in the blink of an eye, leaving Reggie grinning from ear to ear and Duke Brenda truly regarding Chu Tian as an exceptional business partner rather than merely a future investment. Thus, the initial profit of 100,000 gold coins was swiftly delivered to Chu Tian alongside the colorless crystal card. This development brought an unexpected additional benefit to Chu Tian. A multitude of drug lords were apprehended and presented to the Minister of Criminal Law, subsequently paraded through the streets for public shaming. This act catapulted the Marquis Vladino's reputation among the common folk of Caesar to unprecedented heights. As for Ludi III, he grew increasingly appreciative of Chu Tian, recognizing him as a valuable employee capable of delivering substantial profits to major shareholders. With a smile, Chu Tian stowed the crystal card back into his ring, raised a glass of exquisite Voster, and toasted to Damar. "My lord, with such a broad heart, surely you wouldn't bear any resentment towards my humble servants. Allow this drink to serve as my apology." Having said this, Chu Tian downed the drink in one gulp. Cough, cough. Being no drinker, he was immediately choked and looked up at Damar, who was still fixated on the glass. "My lord, why aren't you drinking? Are you unwilling to forgive me?" "No, no." Damar hastily waved his hands, swallowing hard and blushing as he replied, I just haven't had such fine wine in a long time, and I'm a bit reluctant to drink it." With your salary, can't you afford such wine?" Chu Tian leaned in, playfully draping an arm around Damar's shoulder, jesting. "You haven't squandered all your gold coins on women, have you?" "Ha, absolutely not." Damar became visibly agitated, veins popping on his forehead, and his breathing quickened, as if he were genuinely angry. Observing Damar's expression, Chu Tian was about to clarify, but unexpectedly, Damar suddenly lowered his head shyly, his face flushed as he muttered, I've never been married." But just as Chu Tian took a sip of a drink meant to counteract the effects of alcohol, he spat it out upon hearing Damar's revelation. "Never married? The Minister of Magic, one of the 5 great ministers of the Empire, has never married?" This news was utterly unacceptable to Chu Tian. Praise the goddess of life. Is it truly the case that with your power and wealth, you cannot find a wife? Chu Tian surveyed Damar with astonishment, inquiring further. "It's not that I can't find one, but rather, she's too far away." Chu Tian suddenly realized that this old fellow had someone special in mind. Yet she was not nearby, and Damar had remained unmarried due to this distant and mysterious love. Who could it be that has you so lovesick, remaining unmarried well into your later years? Chu Tian asked with keen interest, observing Damar's graying hair and the signs of aging on his face, secretly thinking, this chubby old man is quite infatuated. And no one, I misspoke. Damar's face reddened further as he fidgeted with his hands, lowering his gaze and stammering in defense. Seeing Damar unwilling to divulge the truth, Chu Tian chuckled heartily and tactfully probed, "Why didn't you marry her back then?" Caught off guard by Chu Tian's inquiry, Damar, still flustered and shy, inadvertently spoke the truth. I had no money when I was young, and her family belonged to the high nobility of the Elsin kingdom." "Oh no, wait." Realizing he had let slip a secret, the poor Damar blushed and frantically shook his head, attempting to clarify. It's not like that, I meant." Under Chu Tian's amused gaze, Damar was rendered speechless. Grabbing Chu Tian's sleeve, he leaned in close, his breath warm against Chu Tian's ear as he whispered, "You mustn't tell anyone. Otherwise, I shall be the subject of ridicule." Ha! Chu Tian could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. This was a tale from Damar's youth. By now, his beloved must be a grandmother. This minister of magic is truly unconventional. While other nobles flaunt their numerous wives and openly frequent establishments of ill repute, Damar is bashfully enamored of an elderly lady. Under Damar's somewhat irritated gaze, Chu Tian stifled his laughter and continued, "So, why didn't you seek her out once you had money?" "Sigh, when have I ever had money?" Damar lamented with a sense of grievance. Then, as if recalling something, he tugged at Chu Tian's hand, avoiding eye contact, and weakly suggested, Since you're so wealthy, could you lend me a bit? It struck Chu Tian as odd. Where had Damar's wealth disappeared to? Given the rewards from Ludi III and his status, Damar should have saved at least 10,000 gold coins over the decades. So how could he still be so impoverished? Not much is needed. Just 10,000 gold coins will suffice. As Chu Tian remained in thought, Damar, fearing it was too much, quickly adjusted. 10,000 is too much. How about 5,000? Is 5,000 acceptable? 5,000 is too little. Let's make it 50,000. Chu Tian squinted with a grin, generously producing half of his entire fortune. Now, for the Marquis Vladino, 50,000 gold coins was a trivial sum that an individual earning over 10 million a year wouldn't quibble over such a paltry amount. Especially when it came to the Minister of Magic's creditors, it seemed quite advantageous. Who would have thought that the Marquis Vladino would have the means to frequent such high-end establishments? Just as Damar was left dazed by Chu Tian's windfall, an unwelcome provocation rang out. Chapter 27 Duel? Who might this be? Ah, the esteemed young Master Anderson, Chu Tian remarked sarcastically, casting a sidelong glance at the newcomer. The person in question was none other than Anderson, the sole heir of the Right Chancellor Ander, a so-called old friend of Chu Tian. Ever since Chu Tian began pursuing Selena, Anderson and his entourage of young nobles had relentlessly sought to cause trouble for him. And after Chu Tian finally won Selena's affection, the relationship between Anderson and Chu Tian plummeted to an all-time low, were it not for Chu Tian's current status and standing, which rivaled that of Ander. It was likely that Chu Tian would have met a grim fate long ago. Yet, despite this, Anderson continued to seek out every opportunity to provoke Chu Tian. Today was no exception. Upon entering the Zig Hotel and discovering that Chu Tian was present, he eagerly sought to stir up trouble. TSK, such a lavish spread. I imagine it must have cost quite a fortune. I wonder if the Marquis has enough money to settle the bill. Anderson raised his chin, looking down at Chu Tian with disdain, feigning a tone of concern. I doubt the Marquis has the funds to cover it. How about this? I'll generously lend you some. With that, Anderson slowly retrieved a purple crystal card from his pocket and waved it in front of Chu Tian, boasting, I didn't bring much cash today, but this should be sufficient for a few meals, no? With the few thousand gold coins bestowed upon you by His Majesty, do you really think you can oppose me? Selena would never marry a pauper. Rest assured, you needn't concern yourself with the bill. I have more than enough for such a modest sum. With that, Chu Tian grinned and retrieved the colorless crystal card from his ring, casually toying with it as though it were a mere trinket of little value. Oh, Damar is here as well. Anderson, his face clouded with displeasure, acknowledged Damar with a curt nod. Upon seeing the colorless crystal card, Anderson realized he had lost any chance of surpassing Chu Tian in wealth, but he was clever enough to swiftly divert the conversation back to Damar. Anderson had never regarded this honest and loyal Minister of Magic with any respect. So you finally noticed my presence. Damar, while known for his honesty and loyalty, was far from weak. Be sure to extend my regards to your father. Perhaps he could teach you a thing or two about noble etiquette. Damar harbored no fondness for Anderson, a spoiled brat who relied on his family's influence. Moreover, he dared to provoke the kind-hearted Marquis Vladino, lending me 50,000 gold coins without even inquiring about the reasons. How could such a benevolent person allow someone as arrogant as you to challenge him? Observing Damel's demeanor, Chu Tian pondered, should I lend him a bit more money? You, Anderson exclaimed, his voice filled with fury, but he could say no more. Damel's expression was as cold as ice as he fixed his gaze upon him. The imposing presence and formidable strength that came from his long tenure in power were far beyond what a superficial young master like Anderson could withstand. What? Are you displeased? Do you wish to duel me? Damel's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he spoke coldly, that he straightened his posture, casting a sidelong glance at Anderson, emanating waves of intense fire magic from his being. No, that's not what I meant. Upon witnessing Damel's anger, Anderson immediately became much more compliant. Though he was arrogant, he was not foolish. Challenging an 8th-level archmage with his mere 4th-level bronze knight status would be tantamount to courting death. However, Anderson smirked, a devious smile creeping across his face, as Damel's words reminded him of something his father had casually mentioned. Marquis Vladino seemed to lack any magical fluctuations with that thought in mind. Anderson turned to Chu Tian, but I would like to challenge Vladino to a duel. Only the upper echelons of the Empire were aware of the lack of magical fluctuations surrounding Chu Tian. And for the time being, they all believed that the blood of the Crimson Flame masked any magical presence. After all, the scene of Chu Tian healing a warhorse amidst a flurry of magic was quite memorable. Neither Ludi III nor Selena had taken the time to thoroughly investigate Chu Tian. Yet, there were still those who harbored doubts about him, and Anderson was among them. A duel. Chu Tian squinted, one hand tapping the table while the other leisurely lifted a glass of Voster, sipping it slowly. Then, with a smile, he inquired, "You wish to challenge me, an 8th-level high priest mentor, to a duel?" After speaking, Chu Tian rose once more, looking down from his elevated position at Anderson, who was half a head shorter than him. "Are you certain you wish to duel against a high priest mentor who wields offensive magic?" Chu Tian's calm, yet somewhat domineering demeanor achieved the desired effect. Anderson hesitated. After all, the rumor about Marquis Vladino lacking magical fluctuations was merely that, a rumor. It seemed rather unrealistic for a 4th-level Bronze Knight to probe an 8th-level practitioner. I've managed to deceive this fool. Chu Tian thought to himself with a sense of triumph. Although lacking in true power, feigning the demeanor of a top-tier powerhouse was not a challenge for him. Damel laughed alongside him. "Haha, this is the best joke I've heard today." The voices of the three grew louder, and soon, laughter echoed throughout the elegant hall. "Young master," an elderly voice interrupted, as Anderson's butler, Dirk, entered the room, that he respectfully addressed Anderson, saying, "Young master, we should take our leave. Your friends are still waiting." After speaking, he turned to Chu Tian, bowing and adding with a smile, "Marquis, our young master was merely jesting with you. Please do not take it to heart. How could he possibly be your match?" "No, I am not joking." Dirk's well-meaning attempt to placate Anderson only served to provoke him further. With a sudden burst of anger, he drew the long sword at his waist and thrust it fiercely into the ground, declaring in a harsh tone, "I, Anderson the Bronze Knight, hereby formally challenge the High Priest Mentor Marquis Vladino to a duel." His piercing voice reverberated through the tavern, igniting a stir among the patrons, who began to converge toward Chu Tian's private chamber, in Caesar, where strength defined the state. Duels among powerful individuals were a favorite pastime. Chu Tian chuckled with delight, discreetly touching the space ring on his left pinky. "Very well, I accept the duel." He squinted his eyes and sneered disdainfully. "To be fair, I shall not employ high-level offensive magic against you, a mere Bronze Knight." The moment Chu Tian's words left his lips, the crowd erupted in exclamations. A duel between an 8th-level High Priest Mentor and a 4th-level Bronze Knight was inherently imbalanced. After all, a priest of level 7 and above could unleash offensive magic, the potency of which was not inferior to that of a magician of the same level. Facing Anderson, who could at most wield 4th-level fighting spirit, the outcome was indisputable. Yet, Chu Tian was now foregoing offensive magic. What other means of attack could this High Priest Mentor possibly possess? A priest without offensive magic might make for a good healer, but certainly not a formidable warrior. Could it be that Marquis Vladino, like a necromancer, dabbled in curses and plagues? Unthinkable. The onlookers quickly dismissed such a notion. A student of the Holy Light Priesthood, the pride of the continent's priests, how could Marquis Vladino resort to such despicable tactics? While the crowd murmured, Anderson was oblivious to their chatter, as he had been thoroughly incensed by Chu Tian's proud and arrogant remarks. With a sinister glare directed at Chu Tian, Anderson snarled, "You seek death? Very well. I shall oblige." Chapter 28. The Duel. In Pompeii City, at the Caesar Grand Arena, on the 100-meter-wide arena, Anderson glared fiercely at Chu Tian, while the Marquis displayed an air of carefree nonchalance, seemingly indifferent to the situation. If Anthony's ultimate treasure could not handle a Bronze Knight, it would surely become the biggest joke of the year for Caesar. Witnessing the composed demeanor of Marquis Vladino, cheers erupted from the audience, echoing through the arena's dome. The martial spirit of Caesar's people was evident. Whether noble or commoner, attending a duel among the strong was the utmost enjoyment. Moreover, today's duel featured legendary figures of the empire. Marquis Vladino and the son of the Right Chancellor, Anderson. Consequently, the thousands of seats surrounding the arena filled in the blink of an eye. The audience's cheers rose and fell, and Chu Tian smiled with satisfaction. Should he manage to defeat Anderson before such a large crowd, it was likely that Anderson would never again dare to trouble him, and his title as a priest might very well be accompanied by the honorable designation of warrior. Once more, he touched the space ring, reassured, "Damel, shall we commence?" Given the extraordinary identities of the duelists, ordinary referees were deemed unworthy to officiate. So Chu Tian had hastily enlisted the Minister of Magic as the referee. "Yes, we may begin," Damel affirmed solemnly, then proceeded to walk to each duelist's side to explain the rules of the duel. The regulations for dueling on the continent were intricate, but in the martial culture of Caesar, they could be succinctly summed up in one phrase: as long as there are no fatalities. Anything else is permissible. In fact, the stipulation against fatalities was only included due to the unique status of the participants today. Be exceedingly cautious. While Anderson's own abilities are limited, it is said that his magical beast is quite formidable. Damel whispered a warning to Chu Tian after explaining the rules, then quickly turned to glance at Anderson, hoping to gauge his reaction. No objections. Few Damel felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was somewhat embarrassing for the honest and loyal Minister of Magic to caution one party during a duel. However, who could blame him, given that Vladino was his creditor? Magical beast? Chu Tian furrowed his brow, realizing he had overlooked a crucial detail. Anthony had once mentioned that a powerful individual's strength was significantly bolstered by their magical beast in addition to their own magic and fighting spirit. And given Anders' influence, it would likely not be difficult for his son to tame a high-level magical beast. With this thought, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, discreetly calculating the items within his ring. Then he smiled, for although most of the magical items gifted to him were of mid to low levels, there was one 9th-level protective scroll, written in the blood of the Crimson Flame. With this, few could harm him on the continent. "All right, let us begin," Chu Tian proclaimed confidently. That he then activated the space ring, and a blood-red long blade, engulfed in roaring flames, materialized in his hand. "Dekka's Fury," Anderson exclaimed in terror. "This is unfair." Dekka's Fury, a legendary weapon once wielded by the 10th-tier magical beast, the vampire bat Deku, had absorbed Dekka's power over the years through constant contact, granting it the ability to siphon life. Any contact would result in life essence flowing into the blade, enhancing its power. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, the blade was engulfed in eternal flames, which relentlessly scorched enemies while also rebounding upon its master. Thus, Deku, who excelled in dark magic yet feared light magic, cast aside this blade in his fury. However, the very flames that Deku despised also altered the blade's nature. The siphon life essence no longer augmented the blade's sharpness, but instead enhanced the intensity of the fire magic. It was said that once Deku's fury absorbed enough life essence, it could unleash 9th-level fire magic, even forbidden spells. By chance, this formidable weapon came into Anthony's possession, yet its flames, equivalent to 6th-level magic, left the holy priest helpless, and ultimately, it fell into the hands of the fire-resistant Chu Tian. However, the prerequisite for use was to first imbue oneself with fire-resistant defenses. Otherwise, this is perfectly fair. I have always stated that this marquis would not employ offensive magic, but I never claimed I would refrain from using magical items, Chu Tian declared coldly. Indeed, Marquis Vladino has not violated any rules. Damel concurred from the sidelines. The surrounding audience erupted in jeers. Anderson's hands trembled with fury as he gripped his sword, but the stigma of cowardice prevented him from retreating. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Chu Tian. "Fine. Let the duel commence." With that, Anderson shouted fiercely, his body radiating a deep azure glow, and then he charged toward Chu Tian, sword held aloft. Impressive strength, Chu Tian assessed inwardly. Although Anderson was quite mediocre, the brilliant aura of his fighting spirit indicated that he was on the verge of ascending to the rank of a level 5 silver knight. Achieving such a feat at his age was indeed remarkable. However, despite the potency of his fighting spirit, his speed was woefully inadequate. With this thought in mind, Chu Tian hesitated no longer. He He raised the fury of Dakura high in his right hand. With a swift motion, two walls of flame erupted suddenly on either side of Anderson, forcing him to traverse a singular path between them. Simultaneously, Chu Tian's left hand moved with remarkable speed. Anderson's pace slowed. Ensnared by a slowing scroll, his sword drooped, weighed down by a gravity scroll. His footing faltered, trapped by a dizziness scroll. One after another, Chu Tian hurled scrolls that formed a graceful arc, crashing down upon Anderson. Finally, after the 11th scroll, Anderson collapsed. Observing Anderson's pitiful struggle on the ground, Chu Tian smirked ominously, raising the fury of Dakura beside him. Brave Knight Anderson, it appears the outcome of this duel has been decided. Has it not? Chu Tian adopted a solemn expression, intoning, "Praise be to the goddess of life. Being defeated by a grand priest mentor is not a disgrace for you." With that, he poised his blade menacingly above Anderson's head, the searing heat of the flames causing the hair to sizzle. Anger and negative magic rendered Anderson speechless. Nevertheless, he defiantly lifted his sword, indicating his refusal to concede. At that moment, Damel approached, first assessing Anderson. Then, feigning concern, he declared, "Knight Anderson, if you have no objections, I shall declare you the loser of this duel." Upon seeing Anderson's furious countenance, unable to voice his protest, Damel added, "If you remain silent, I shall take that as your acquiescence. Praise be to the goddess of life." Chu Tian chuckled inwardly. Gold coins were indeed a marvelous thing. For a mere 50,000 coins could compel the upright Damel to commit such shameless acts that it seemed he truly needed to borrow more from him. Anderson's rage caused veins to bulge on his forehead as he glared fiercely at Chu Tian. Suddenly, he bit down on his tongue. A rush of pain surged to his brain, awakening him, and he bellowed, "Bandies! Bandies?" Chu Tian paused momentarily, only to realize Anderson was summoning a magical beast. With his own equipment, would low to mid-tier beasts below level 6 be of any use? As Anderson's voice echoed, a massive black void manifested before Chu Tian, from which a spider with a female visage, towering over 5 meters, slowly emerged amidst swirling dark energy. "Bundis, a level 7 beast, Bandies?" Damel's expression shifted dramatically, urgently shouting at Chu Tian, "Forget the rules. Use an attack spell immediately." "Attack spell." Chu Tian forced a bitter smile. When had this imposter grand priest mentor ever learned such magic? But reality afforded him no opportunity for lamentation, as Bandies opened her maw, unleashing a silvery thread that ensnared Chu Tian. Chapter 29. This is the expert. Praise be to the goddess of life. This accursed silk is far too sturdy. Below his waist, Chu Tian found himself completely entangled, appearing from a distance akin to a giant cocoon with only his head and hands protruding. Fortunately, his hands still had some mobility. In a desperate struggle, Chu Tian swung the fury of Dakura towards the strands of silk. Instantly, the pure magical flames crackled against the silk, but alas, it could not sever the dense threads. The fury of Dakura only possesses level 6 flames. Bandies is a level 7 beast. 7. Observing Chu Tian's efforts, Damel shouted anxiously from afar, "Quickly, use an attack spell above level 7. Just as Damel had said, the fury of Dakura, having not absorbed life essence for years, had lost its former prowess. Now it merely burned with flames equivalent to level 6 magic, while Bandies' silk represented a level 7 physical attack, challenging a level 7 with level 6. Only the goddess of life could bestow her blessings upon Chu Tian. However, after the initial panic, Chu Tian composed himself, continuing to probe the silk's strength with the fury of Dakura, while inwardly vowing, "I must swindle a few high-tier beasts. Praise be to the goddess of life. The honorable rules of the duel must not be violated." Chu Tian shouted defiantly, disregarding Damel's counsel. Although he could not use attack magic, Chu Tian was determined to fabricate a grandiloquent justification for himself. After all, he still possessed a level 9 defensive scroll. Surely, a level 7 beast would not claim his life. Chu Tian's excuse resonated, and although Damel's advice was dismissed, he watched Chu Tian struggle in peril with clenched fists. Murmuring, "This is a true warrior. The surrounding spectators erupted in thunderous cheers. Warrior, warrior! The commoners of the Kaiser Empire had been instilled from a young age with the valorous ideals of a hero. Seeing Chu Tian maintain his composure and adhere to the rules of the duel in the face of death garnered him the respect of the audience on behalf of Marquis Vladino. Mundus, kill him! The fallen Anderson was incensed by the audience's cheers, gritting his teeth against the influence of negative magic as he commanded his magical beast. Revoke that command! Damel shouted at Anderson. The rules of the duel do not permit the killing of an opponent. Do you still possess the honor of a knight? Damel's words came too late. Upon hearing her master's command, Bandy's alluring countenance suddenly hardened, and she opened her mouth wide once more, spewing forth numerous long, thick strands of silver silk. In a display of overwhelming power compared to her initial attack, the silk instantly enveloped Chu Tian completely. Along with the fury of Dakura, Chu Tian found himself entirely sealed within the confines of the silk's embrace. Coughing and gasping, the sudden asphyxiation left Chu Tian dizzy. Amidst the turmoil, he realized a terrifying truth. He could not move. Panic surged through Chu Tian. If this continued, he might genuinely perish at Bandy's hands. With this thought, he hastily called upon the spatial ring that resonated with his spirit. He needed to unleash that level 9 magical defensive scroll. However, just as Chu Tian was about to summon the scroll, the situation took an unexpected turn. Damel, unable to contain himself any longer, recognized that Anderson's attempt to kill his opponent had violated the duel's rules and was a grave affront to him as the referee. Moreover, the life of Marquis Vladino, who was on the brink of death, still rested in his hands. Since you have chosen to violate the rules first, do not blame me for intervening. With those words, Damel's expression turned grave, his white hair billowing. His red and black robe flared without wind, and following a brief incantation, a translucent red staff materialized in his hand, with a forceful wave towards Bandy's. Damel intoned solemnly, "Meteor shower." In the sky, as Damel swung his staff, a mysterious dark red cloud appeared. Before anyone could grasp the significance of this ominous cloud, countless meteors, ablaze with radiant flames, began to descend upon the arena. The torrential meteor shower fell chaotically from the crimson cloud, but as they approached Bandy's, the size of the meteors, initially akin to footballs, compressed to the size of eggs, and then converged to form a slender flame spear that struck Bandy's with ferocity. His Bandy's emitted a piercing, wretched cry, as the flame spear not only severed the silk binding Chu Tian, but also scorched Bandy's skin, leaving her once beautiful visage marred by dark burns. This series of actions undeniably showcased the immense power of the Grand Mage. As the most basic level 8 spell, Meteor Shower, was compressed over 100-fold in Damel's hands, yet its might escalated exponentially. It reached a level of ferocity that left Bandy's, a level 7 beast, utterly defenseless. Grand Mage, I was merely following my master's orders. Bandy's suddenly spoke in a melodious tone, then inhaled sharply, retracting all the silk that had ensnared Chu Tian back in her mouth. Now that I have rescinded my master's command, can you spare me? According to the rules of the duel, your fate lies in the hands of Marquis Vladino. Damel replied coldly, his billowing robe and white hair cascading down naturally. Then, amidst the audience's cheers and adoration, the Grand Mage turned to Chu Tian. The rest is now in your hands. Upon hearing Bandy's words, Chu Tian, who had just escaped danger, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that level 7 beasts could indeed communicate. Gazing enviously at the imposing Damel, Chu Tian clicked his tongue. At that moment, he was no longer the honest and straightforward magical minister he had once been. Praise be to the goddess of life. Since you were merely acting on orders, I shall not hold you accountable. Chu Tian waved his hand, and Bandy's, in her injured state, crawled back into the black void from whence she came. Chu Tian Smuggling. Turning to Damel, now may I deal with Anderson as I see fit? After receiving an affirmative answer, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he slowly approached Anderson. Never having witnessed such a transformation in Chu Tian, Damel felt a shiver run down his spine, silently vowing never to offend Marquis Vladino again. It was no wonder Damel felt this way. After all, Chu Tian had earned a reputation as a butcher among the veterinary community. How could this happen? With bandies gone, Anderson was left dumbfounded. Watching as Chu Tian approached, dragging the fury of Dakura, he frantically pleaded, "No, please don't kill me. My father is the right chancellor. Rest assured, I shall not kill you." Though his tone was calm, Chu Tian was now ablaze with fury. No individual had ever placed him in peril of life and death. Under the threat to his existence, the true nature of the butcher from Chu Tian was ignited entirely. "However, I shall merely leave you with a slight mark." Although Chu Tian wore a broad smile, Anderson was utterly unconvinced that these marks would be anything less than significant. Anderson held his doubts, and so did Chu Tian. Gently arousing the wrath of Dakula, Chu Tian slowly pressed the blade against Anderson's body. "Stop!" With an urgent cry, a radiant streak of multicolored light cleaved towards Chu Tian. Chapter 30. The Ku justice professions were categorized for sacrificial rites. Swordsmen were divided into 9 distinct stages, ranging from the lowest apprentice swordsman to the 9th level sword deity. Upon reaching the 3rd tier of black iron swordsmen, a warrior's fighting spirit would overflow from their body. Depending on their professional rank, the color of a swordsman's fighting spirit varied. Absent any special circumstances, the color of a knight's fighting spirit would match that of a swordsman of the same level. The azure fighting spirit enveloping Anderson signified that he was a 4th level bronze knight, while the multicolored light attacking Chu Tian indicated that its wielder was an 8th level sword saint. "Sword saint?" Damel exclaimed, then swiftly brandished his staff, invoking Meteor Shower. This was the same meteor shower that had previously vanquished bandies. Yet its potency was now vastly amplified. Within the pale azure flames, countless meteors were compressed into granules, coalescing into a fiery spear the thickness of an infant's arm, considerably smaller than before. As the sword and spear illuminated the air, the multicolored brilliance assailing Chu Tian collided with the pale azure flames at the moment of impact. The fire spear and sword light intertwined and grazed past Chu Tian's ear, soaring into the arena's expanse with a deafening boom. In an instant, Damel's magic and the sword saint's fighting spirit became ensnared in a fierce explosion that was as if fireworks erupted on New Year's Eve, filling the sky with a dazzling array of colors. A truly magnificent sight. Hail to the goddess of life. Feeling the searing wound on his cheek and catching a whiff of the charred scent in the air, Chu Tian, clutching the 9th level protective scroll, let out a silent sigh of relief. It was perilously close. The moment the sword light was unleashed, Chu Tian had already discerned the impending danger. Instantly, the scroll inscribed with blood from the crimson flame was summoned into his grasp. Yet, recognizing the threat was one thing. Reacting to it was another entirely. As the speed with which the 8th level sword saint struck was beyond Chu Tian's imagination. Before he could even launch the scroll, the sword light was already upon him, in such dire circumstances. Only Damel, also of 8th level status, could respond. Chu Tian's heart raced wildly, but Damel was already incensed, shouting, "Who dares interfere in this duel?" Accompanied by his furious declaration, the magical robes adorning Damel billowed, his white hair stirring without a breeze. Towering flames of dark red crackled around him, distorting the air of the arena in response to Damel's wrath. In the customs of Caesar, dueling was deemed sacred. Not even the emperor held the authority to interrupt, save for the referee. Yet today, with Anderson breaking the rules and the sword saint assaulting the duelist, these acts represented the utmost insult to the referee, the guardian of order. Should the referee remain silent, he would forever bear the stigma of incompetence. Thus, Damel was now consumed by righteous fury. The dignity of the Grand Sorcerer must be cleansed with blood. "Who is it?" Damel demanded again, his flames intensifying as they rhythmically pulsed outward. "Ah, esteemed magical minister, please temper your rage." A lean figure emerged, seemingly treading upon the very air as he ascended the arena. Deku. It was indeed the Deku whom Peichi had spoken of, a figure devoid of any fighting spirit. Upon seeing the old steward approach the stage, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping across his face. Who would have thought this old rogue had deceived everyone? It turned out he was an 8th level sword saint. which explained why Pompeii and the officers of the Imperial Guard had failed to perceive his true power. Could it be that the assassin from before was he? Decoud lifted Anderson and placed him in a safe area before returning to the arena. Forgive my impudence. Lord Damel. Haha, splendid. Damel laughed in his fury, disregarding Decoud's apology. It has been far too long since I've had the pleasure of sparring with a true master. With that, Damel raised both hands, swiftly carving downward to either side. With his movements, a dark azure shield of flame enveloped him entirely, that in battles between sorcerers and swordsmen. If a sorcerer sought victory, the foremost task was to safeguard their fragile body. Upon seeing Damel's protective barrier, Decoud's eyes gleamed momentarily before dimming. As a sword saint, engaging with a peer of equal caliber was the best means of honing one's skills. However, Decoud felt regretful. Had it not been for his desire to save the young master, he would never have revealed his concealed prowess of 30 years. This incident would likely have adverse repercussions for the master's plans. Should he engage Damel for a decisive victory? The master would certainly not spare him. That Decoud hesitated. Damel wasted no time, raising his staff high and bellowing, "Thunderfire explosion!" In an instant, the flames surrounding Damel converged upon him, while countless violet sparks flickered within the fire. As lightning and flame intertwined, all the air and fire on the arena was drawn into Damel's staff. Then, with a swift motion of the staff, a continuous pillar of violet flame surged towards Decoud. An 8th-level fire spell with added electrical damage. Decoud's gaze ignited with excitement. The formidable opponent and the perilous situation temporarily dulled his awareness of reality, his entire being immersed in the battle with a master. A sleek black longsword appeared in Decoud's hand. Its arrival unnoticed as he soared toward Damel's fiery pillar. Decoud executed a peculiar arc with his sword, unleashing a flurry of soft, multicolored sword lights that spiraled around the pillar of flames. Truly worthy of being called a sword saint, Damel marveled as Decoud deftly evaded his magic and retaliated instantaneously. Yet his hands continued to weave intricate gestures. With Damel's motions, the wayward fire pillar trembled violently just before it was destined to plummet, splitting into 2, then 4, ultimately fracturing into myriad fine strands of flame, shattering the sword lights entwined around the pillar. Though the sword lights disintegrated, the fire strands refused to relent, turning to pursue Decoud in the sky, engulfing him in a tempest of flames. To harm me? This is still insufficient. Decoud roared from the air, his long sword dancing in a flurry as a vibrant explosion of sword lights erupted forth. It was as though thousands of blades erupted from Decoud's form. A massive spherical sword light soaring into the heavens, cleaving numerous fire strands to the ground. Marquis Vladino, quickly vacate the arena. Just as Chu Tian was captivated by the battle on stage, a spectator who admired him alerted him. The aftershocks from the clash of 8th-level masters were formidable. The flames Decoud had felled rained down like a deluge. Chu Tian surveyed the audience, and indeed, all were fleeing the arena to avoid injury from the 2 formidable combatants. Hail to the goddess of life. Having retreated to a safe distance, Chu Tian caught a falling ember, examining it before reluctantly discarding it. When would he ever possess such strength? It seemed that apart from his immunity to fire and the items bestowed by his teacher, he was utterly inept. Amidst his resigned musings, Chu Tian suddenly squinted and grinned wickedly. Damel, cease this at once. Chapter 31. The Transaction, Part 1. Though Chu Tian wished to halt the 2 combatants on the arena, Damel and Decoud had ignited true flames of conflict. Very well. After another failed assault, and noticing Chu Tian had descended from the arena, Damel spoke with newfound seriousness. Do not squander any more time. Prepare to receive my final strike. With this declaration, Damel's face flushed crimson, his skin transforming to mirror the flames, the purple-blue veins starkly visible. Raising his staff, a fierce wind whipped around him, the sky darkening ominously, while Damel's visage became somewhat grotesque from the gale's force. Volcanic eruption. As Damel's call rang out, the arena trembled, fissures appearing upon its surface. From the rifts in the earth, bubbling magma surged forth, instantly engulfing the arena. The radiant magma coalescing into an explosion of azure light, transforming the arena into a sea of flames within a 100-meter radius. Heavenly Star, Sword Chi. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Deku recognized that Damel was unleashing his full power and resolved to no longer hold back. The previously dim sky, now cloaked in Deku's fighting spirit, was shrouded in darkness. With stars twinkling throughout as Deku's longsword descended, it was akin to a meteor shower. Vast swathes of starlight cascaded from the sky, hurtling toward Damel on the arena below. Simultaneously, the magma surged violently, as if a mountain had suddenly risen, lunging toward the falling starlight. For a fleeting moment, the entire city of Pompeii reveled in the splendor of the radiant flames beneath the darkened sky. In the distance, Chu Tian shook his head, muttering, "Damel, you fool! If you two end up mutually destroying one another, how can I execute my plans?" Fortunately, the scene Chu Tian had anticipated did not come to fruition. Just as the starlight collided with the volcano, a clear voice rang out. "Behave yourselves!" With that melodious sound, a red light blossomed between the starlight and the volcano in the blink of an eye. Everything calmed under the soothing red glow. The sky regained its clarity, and the magma on the arena retreated back underground. Deck fell from the sky in a daze. Had the ultimate techniques of the two masters of the 8 extremes vanished so effortlessly? Could it be that the continent's supreme power or a 9th-tier magical beast had arrived? In contrast to Deck, Damar had already grasped the situation. Straightening his disheveled robe, Damar raised his head and smiled towards the sky. "Surely, Lord Chian's strength has reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier, hasn't it?" Following Damar's greeting, a voluptuous and enchanting figure appeared above the arena. Chu Tian stared blankly at the red-haired beauty descending from the sky, his mouth agape in disbelief, yet words eluded him. After Qian landed, she cast a sidelong glance at Damar, then approached Chu Tian directly, coldly remarking, "Marquis, I hear you've been doing quite well lately." With that, she flirtatiously tossed her waist-length red hair. As the strands danced, a glaring scar revealed itself on Qian's fair neck. Chu Tian, feeling awkward, forced a smile and stammered, I never imagined you to be so beautiful." Qian. Undoubtedly, Qian possessed a beauty that rivaled Selena's. Yet unlike Selena's gentle warmth, Qian exuded a cold, proud allure. The pride of the dragon race combined with the beauty's haughtiness was a formidable combination, particularly when the stunning woman before him wielded the power of a 9th-tier sorceress. Even though Chu Tian had initially sought to heal others, the ugly scar he had left on Qian was an undeniable fact that it was already quite generous of Qian not to eliminate the young master Chu Tian afterward. Thus, upon their meeting, Chu Tian began to flatter Qian, hoping to ease the tension between himself and the enchanting dragon. Clearly, Chu Tian's words had some effect. After a cold snort, Qian ignored him and turned her attention to the crowd entering the arena. It was at this moment that Chu Tian noticed, amidst a throng of guards, the arrival of Luddy III, the right Minister Ander, the left Minister Griming, and his elder brother Canis. "Damar, your strength is commendable. You've managed to destroy an arena." Luddy III observed the shattered scene with dissatisfaction. Upon seeing Luddy III, Damar's earlier majestic demeanor vanished, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. Blushing, he lowered his head and stammered, Your Majesty, I was in the wrong." Afterward, recalling the governance principles taught by Chu Tian, he quickly added, "I shall henceforth utilize my magic to alleviate your Majesty's burdens and to target your Majesty's foes." It seems you have made some progress. This time, consider it forgiven." Luddy III nodded. Sparing Damar, that a sigh of relief escaped Damar. He felt elated, thinking, "What a benevolent man. Not only does he lend me gold, but he also teaches me how to curry favor with his Majesty." "Great Marquis Vladino, I commend you." "Deck, step aside." Anders suddenly interjected. "Your Majesty, my steward is rather thoughtless, causing trouble for the commoners of the imperial capital. I apologize on his behalf." With that, Ander knelt before Luddy III. "Haha. Rise." Luddy III helped Ander to his feet, smiling as he inquired, "Your steward possesses such strength. Why does he not serve the Empire?" "Your Majesty, Deck is not one of our Caesar people. Thus I dare not recommend him to your majesty. Ander replied steadily. Alas! What a pity! Luddy III sighed heavily, contemplating that those outdated rules ought to be amended. That it was quite common for nobles to harbor foreign experts in the Caesar Empire, a nation characterized by fervent nationalism and extreme xenophobia. According to the military regulations of the empire, non-imperial citizens are prohibited from enlisting. Hence, a plethora of skilled individuals among the nobility and commoners were unable to serve in the military. Your Majesty, the events of today were instigated by me. Seeing Ander and Luddy III engaged in conversation, Chu Tian hastily interjected. The villain speaks first, and besides, Chu Tian had grounds to do so. I am well aware of today's events. Luddy III interrupted Chu Tian. Although you are not at fault, your duel with Anderson sparked a conflict among 8th-tier experts, which has had a detrimental impact on the Empire's commoners. Therefore, at this point, Luddy III cast a meaningful glance at Chu Tian. You shall bear the cost of repairing this arena. Approximately 10,000 gold coins should suffice. A cunning merchant, an absolute rogue. Chu Tian inwardly cursed Luddy III. I help you earn an extra 1 or 2 million gold coins each year, and you still expect me to finance the repair of a mere arena. One cannot be so shameless. However, under the eaves, one must bow their head. Exchanging a tacit glance with Luddy III, Chu Tian reluctantly acquiesced. Your Majesty, that is quite unfair. The forthright Kana stood up to defend Chu Tian. Today's incident was provoked by Anderson's provocation. How can only Vladino be punished? Humph. Vladino merely made a few errors. Compensating with some gold coins should suffice. Luddy III first gestured for Kanas to temper his haste, then turned his cold gaze towards Anda. Anderson dared to violate the sacred rules of duel. Ander, how do you propose we handle this? Though Anderson is my son, he has erred, and I shall not shield him. I ask your Majesty to impose a harsh penalty. Ander calmly returned the matter to Luddy III. If that is the case, then it shall be decided by you, Vladino. Having extorted money from Chu Tian, Luddy III finally recalled his benefits and handed Ander's heavy burden to Chu Tian. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed. His plans, previously disrupted by Damar, were now back on track. Chapter 32. The Transaction, Part 2. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Tian respectfully bowed to Luddy III, then turned to Ander with a beaming smile. Right, Minister. I believe this was an unforeseen incident. Correct? Indeed, it was an unexpected turn of events. Anderson did not genuinely intend to harm the Marquis. Though uncertain of Chu Tian's intentions, Ander cautiously replied. He was merely caught up in the moment. With that, Ander laughed heartily, grasping Chu Tian's hand. Haha, young Anderson is simply naive. Us adults should not hold it against him. After a moment's thought, he tentatively asked, I can cover the cost for the arena's repairs this time. How does that sound? No. That is absolutely out of the question. Chu Tian straightened his demeanor, adopting a sanctimonious expression. Praise the goddess of life. I cannot allow others to bear the burden of my mistakes. The goddess has decreed that humanity must bravely accept their transgressions. For only then can one maintain a pure heart. Yet another empty proclamation attributed to the goddess, a habit Chu Tian had cultivated. Before deceiving others, he always concocted some nonsensical quote from the goddess of life. Those unaware of Chu Tian's true nature, such as Damar and Kanas, were clearly swayed by his words. However, Luddy III struggled to suppress his amusement, striving to maintain the dignity of an emperor. This brother-in-law seemed to be one of the empire's notorious drug lords. A pure heart? A drug smuggler maintaining a pure heart. Such news would make headlines in the imperial capital daily. I wonder how Marquis Vladino intends to handle this matter. Griming approached, seeing that Chu Tian had no intention of reconciling, and stepped in to assist Ander. I trust that with the Marquis's character, he will not make things overly difficult for a junior like Anderson? Yes, he would not make it difficult for a junior. Chu Tian mused that he glanced at the injured Anderson, who was being carried over, a few years older than himself, and then narrowed his eyes with a smile. I certainly wouldn't want to inconvenience a child. He then pulled Ander's hand. Right, Minister. Since your son has suffered considerable injuries due to me, how about I compensate him with 10,000 gold coins and send my best priest to treat him? A conspiracy. Absolutely a conspiracy. Aside from Damar and Kanas, The other seasoned politicians present were silently exclaiming in their minds. Griming cursed under his breath. This little fox is too shameless, by giving the errant knight Anderson 10,000 gold coins. What then would his father have to offer in compensation to you, who did no wrong? Ander realized this as well. However, he dared not refuse, glancing at his son, who was battered and bruised. It was likely that only a priest of intermediate rank or above could heal him. Yet which priest in the entire empire would dare disregard the orders of Chu Tian, the chief court priest? If he refused, Anderson might truly be left without treatment. Alas, he had not anticipated falling into the hands of this little fox, Vladino. Resigned, Ander conceded, I shall accept your kind offer, but your loss is greater. I have several small estates in the imperial capital, which I shall give to you as an apology. How does that sound? He regretted having extorted too little. Luddy III thought ruefully. According to the Intelligence Bureau's records, Ander's so-called small estates were anything but, they were all lavish noble villas. Collectively worth at least 300,000 gold coins. 10,000 for 30 times that amount. What a talent. Luddy III suddenly felt compelled to suggest that the Pampas family expand their cooperation with Chu Tian. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tian suppressed his excitement. Right, Minister, you misunderstand. The matter of the duel should be resolved between the duelists. I absolutely cannot accept your estates. Not accepting the estates. Resolving matters between duelists? Ander was taken aback. What does the Marquis mean? According to the rules of duel, Anderson should be considered the loser, correct? Chu Tian suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked Canis. Indeed, although your duel yielded no definitive result, Anderson violated the rules. Therefore, you have emerged victorious. Canis, in harmony with Chu Tian, spoke with a resonant and forceful tone. According to the customs of Caesar, you are free to deal with Anderson as you see fit. Among the gathered assembly, Canis possessed the most authoritative understanding of the rules of dueling, for he was the only commanding general present, and dueling traditions had initially emerged from the realm of martial warriors. Thus, as soon as Canis's words left his lips, Anderson's fate was entrusted to Chu Tian. Upon hearing Canis elucidate the rules, Griming furrowed his brow. Marquis Vladino, how do you intend to deal with Anderson? The left chancellor found himself perplexed by Chu Tian's intentions. Forsaking a manor of immeasurable value for mere dominion over Anderson seemed perplexingly insignificant. Did he truly dare to inflict harm upon Anderson in the presence of His Majesty? Regardless, Anderson was the son of the right chancellor, and for the stability of the empire, it was utterly inconceivable that he would endure any harm. Chu Tian offered a smile to Griming before turning to Canis with a question. Do I have the right to claim Anderson's weapon as a trophy of war? Indeed. Canis regarded Chu Tian with a puzzled glance, unable to fathom why he sought only Anderson's ordinary knightly sword. By the rules, you may possess everything belonging to Anderson, including his very life. At the mention of life, Anders' composure began to falter, his previously tranquil demeanor shifting. Haha. Though he deserves his fate, my lord, you cannot truly desire Anderson's life. Can you? Even the old man was capable of concern. Chu Tian thought fiercely, should I uncover that it was indeed you who attempted to assassinate me, I would demand your life in return. Despite the turmoil within, Chu Tian maintained a facade of joviality. Of course not. I merely wish to claim the weapon that once caused me harm as my war trophy. Weapon? Huh? Ander chuckled with relief, momentarily oblivious to the flaw in Chu Tian's words. No problem. His weapon is now yours. Haha. Then it is settled. Chu Tian glanced at Luddy III. I ask your majesty to bear witness. Luddy III nodded in agreement. And as Chu Tian's previously narrowed eyes opened wide, he continued, Then I implore the right chancellor to present me with my trophy. Upon uttering this, he observed Ander retrieve the knightly sword, and Chu Tian extended a finger, shaking it gently while smiling. I did not mean this weapon. It cannot harm me. Did I seek the one that once injured me? Injured you? Ander appeared bewildered, lacking understanding of the recent events. Vladino, do you refer to bandies? Remarkably astute. Damar's insight prompted Anders' facial muscles to twitch in realization that a manor worth 300,000 could be regained, but a 7th-tier magical beast, bandies, was priceless. though in the Caesar Empire a seventh-tier magical beast held little significance. In smaller nations, bandies could serve as a guardian deity. The effort Ander expended to provide his son with a seventh-tier beast was unfathomable. Otherwise, why would bandies follow a mere fourth-tier bronze knight like Anderson? Yet, could Ander refuse for his son's sake? Huh. Ander forced a smile, gritting his teeth. Very well, I shall comply. Chapter 33. The story of Damar. Once Ander acquiesced, he painfully produced a magical contract from his son and handed it to Chu Tian. Bandies is now yours. Chu Tian accepted it. Smiling as he stored it within his spatial ring, elated, he mused, I finally possess my own magical beast. With bandies and the items within the ring, I can at least establish my footing in the formidable realm of the illusory beasts. Do not blame me for my warning. That is merely an equitable contract. Suddenly, Chien, standing behind Kanas, interjected, Without sufficient strength, you shall find it impossible to command that little spider. The notion that dragon's blood could mask magical fluctuations, while others might believe such a ruse, Chien was acutely aware of Chu Tian's true capabilities. Thus he offered a cautionary note out of gratitude for his prior rescue. Praise the goddess of life. Even if my power is lacking, the goddess shall surely touch its heart. Moreover, I am an 8th-tier practitioner. Despite the purity reflected in Chu Tian's expression, his mind was far from virtuous. He had long anticipated this scenario. Bandies, under Damar's threat, could abandon Anderson, proving its intelligence that as for deceiving a sentient creature, Chu Tian was no novice. Very well, Vladino, this matter is concluded. Ludi III rendered the final judgment on the duel. Chu Tian had achieved his aim, yet a new question arose. Although the duel had descended into chaos, it did not warrant the presence of Ludi III. Your Majesty, you must have other matters to address by coming to the arena. Correct? Merely demolishing an arena platform hardly seemed sufficient to summon the Emperor with a retinue of high ministers. Did it? Indeed, there is another matter. Ludi III cast an appreciative glance at Chu Tian. Then a resigned look at the utterly perplexed Damar. It appeared the position of magical minister was due for a change. However, since you have sustained injuries during the duel, you should tend to those first. Later this evening, report to the palace to receive your orders. Orders? Chu Tian narrowed his eyes. What command could possibly warrant Ludi III's personal notification? This affair seemed far from simple. Though puzzled, the exhilaration of acquiring his first magical beast temporarily overshadowed his concerns. Your Majesty, I shall attend to my medical needs first. Ludi III nodded. Remember, you must arrive at the palace tonight to receive your orders. After bidding farewell to Chu Tian and the gathered assembly, he departed with his ministers. As soon as Ludi III left, Damar hurried after him, eager to showcase himself further before the Emperor. However, he was surprised when Chu Tian stealthily grasped his arm from behind, once the crowd had dispersed. Damar, confused, queried Chu Tian, Vladino, why have you summoned me? Hearing such a foolish question from Damar, Chu Tian could only shake his head in exasperation. Have you forgotten? I still need to borrow money from you. 50,000 gold coins. Yet, Chu Tian withheld another reason. Without Damar, the Grand Sorcerer, how could he dare summon the recently subdued bandies? Capturing a magical beast would require his assistance. Yes, I need to borrow money. Damar beamed with sincerity, excitedly exclaiming, I am immensely grateful. This, I shall borrow money from you, and I also require your reminders. At this point, Damar rubbed his hands awkwardly, unable to continue. No need for formality between us, my friend. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Tian had elevated their relationship to that of close comrades. By the way, what do you need such a large sum for? And where has your money gone? Since you inquired, I shall speak candidly. Poor Damar, gradually succumbing to Chu Tian's coaxing, had fallen into the role of an older brother. Damar's tale was a cliché, reminiscent of a fantastical version of a charitable endeavor. In a remote village of the empire, a poor child orphaned from an early age was raised by the kind-hearted villagers. One day, by a stroke of luck, this child was discovered to possess an extraordinary magical talent. Consequently, the impoverished villagers pooled their meager funds to send him to the Empire's magical academy. After years of diligent toil, this child ascended to the position of the Empire's magical minister, returning to repay the immense kindness of his villagers, dedicating his entire modest salary to support the disaster-stricken village. Unfortunately, that same village had recently suffered a devastating blow. A virulent epidemic coupled with a year of drought had drained Damar's meager savings within mere days, hence his current need for funds. After hearing Damar's story, Chu Tian felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing that while Damar may not be a competent minister, he was undoubtedly a good-hearted individual. With a sigh, he patted Damar's shoulder, calculated the gold coins within his crystal card, and handed it to Damar. "Brother, I still have 100,000 gold coins on my card. It's all yours." Damar stared blankly at the colorless crystal card in Chu Tian's hand, and after a long moment of silence, he finally responded, hastily declining, "This is too much. 50,000 gold coins will suffice. You still need to repair the arena." Chu Tian firmly pressed the crystal card into Damar's hand, interrupting the magical minister's further protests. "I have more than enough money at home to repair the arena. Keep this for yourself, and there's no need to repay me." Damar's eyes welled with tears as he trembled while accepting the crystal card. His voice choked. "On behalf of my villagers, I thank you." Chu Tian clicked his tongue in disbelief, astonished that he, who usually never acted without profit, had actually performed a good deed. "All right, let's south head to my place." Chu Tian seized Damar, who was still moved, and revealed his true intention. "If you wish to thank me, help me tame bandies. Praise the goddess of life." It seemed the goddess truly favored Chu Tian, the faux cleric, though he felt a twinge of regret over the 100,000 gold coins. He would soon discover the immense rewards this modest investment would yield. In the grand estate of the Marquis of Ladino, within the expansive courtyard behind the towering building, Chu Tian, cradling Little White, engaged in a discussion with Damar and Barbosa regarding the matter of bandies. "Brother, why do you still need my assistance to tame bandies? With your high priest master strength, you should easily handle a 7th-tier magical beast." Damar, now treating Chu Tian as a true brother, spoke with a newfound casualness. "Indeed, my lord, bandies does not require Lord Damar's intervention at all," Barbosa chimed in. Chu Tian, feeling exasperated, gazed at the two old fellows, inwardly lamenting. "My 8th-level profession was merely a ruse." Just as he was about to explain, the little creature in his arms, Xiao Bai, had already reacted. Wu Xiao Bai called out a couple of times, capturing the attention of both men, then pointed at the wounds on Chu Tian's body with its tiny paw, followed by a dismissive gesture toward the palace. Damar was still in the dark, but Barbosa, having spent considerable time with Xiao Bai, quickly understood. "Ah, so my lord was injured earlier, and his majesty has just assigned you an important task, thus you cannot afford to waste mana on bandies." Chu Tian smiled in agreement with Barbosa's overly sentimental interpretation, then stealthily offered a couple of taps to Xiao Bai, signaling, "The 2 jars of exquisite foster are yours." "So that's how it is," Damar concurred. "Then summon bandies. I shall deal with him." Chapter 34. The first magical pet when bandies was summoned. Chu Tian finally had the chance to closely observe his first magical pet. Apart from her towering height of 5 meters, Bandies' lower half bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary spider. With a pitch-black body, a large abdomen, and 8 long legs adorned with steel bristles that on her broad back was an eerily drawn crimson, 6-pointed magical insignia. However, above her chest, Bandies transformed into a breathtaking beauty. Her ample bosom enveloped by a dark, scaly hide, leading up to a snow-white neck, delicate arms, and a charming visage. The only unfortunate aspect was that remnants of the wounds inflicted by Damar marred her form. As soon as she was summoned, Bandy surveyed the surrounding crowd with confusion, her clear voice ringing out, "Where is this? Who has summoned me? Where is Anderson?" Chu Tian chose not to address Bandy's inquiries, instead flaunting the contract in his hand with a triumphant air, declaring, "From this day forth, you belong to me." His expression resembled that of a rogue who had successfully deceived an innocent maiden. Upon realizing the implications of his words, he quickly corrected himself. You are now my magical pet. I have become your magical pet." Bandy's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice laced with fury. What is the meaning of this? For an intelligent being, accepting the notion of being treated as a mere possession was a bitter pill to swallow. Thus, Bandy's anger flared, her gaze fixed on Chu Tian with a predatory intensity. Anticipating her reaction, Chu Tian secretly chuckled, disregarding Bandy's ire, and instead turned to Damar. According to the rules of combat, you are now the spoils of Ladino. Damar elucidated for Chu Tian. Your contract lies in the hands of Ladino, thus you must obey his commands. With that, he slowly raised his staff, threatening. Do you wish to defy the contract? Damar's icy words and formidable presence immediately quelled Bandy's, who sorrowfully nodded, accepting her fate. Regardless, being a magical pet is the same, no matter who the master is. Woo-woo, Xiaobai protested Bandy's statement, prompting Barbossa to interject. How could it be the same? Anderson is merely a spoiled scion, relying on his father's influence, while your new master is a student of the sacred priest, the pride of the continent's clergy, the chief court priest of Caesar, and the vice president of the Royal Magic Academy, the 8th-level grand priest, Marquis Vladino. Barbossa spoke with pride about his master, now utterly devoted to Chu Tian. Reflecting on his past as a despised dark mage, he reveled in the respect afforded to him by the title butler of Marquis Vladino, a title that commanded deference throughout the Caesar Empire. Presently, Barbossa's favorite pastime involved donning expensive attire while condescendingly dismissing the sycophantic imperial officials. Watching once mighty officials grovel behind him, desperately offering precious gifts, Barbossa had thoroughly fallen in love with the role of a butler. Is that so? Bandy's was evidently captivated by Chu Tian's impressive titles, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at him. Then you must be quite wealthy. Of course, I am wealthy. Damar retracted his staff, producing a colorless crystal card that he waved with pride, boasting, Do you know what this is? It was casually given to me by Vladino. Casually, Chu Tian winced internally, but for the sake of ensnaring Bandy's, he held his tongue. Whether I possess wealth can be seen from this estate. It appeared that this beautiful spider had a penchant for riches, which would simplify matters. With this estate, one of the finest in the imperial capital, could he not entice a treasure-seeking magical beast? Bandy surveyed Chu Tian's estate, her eyes gleaming brighter by the moment. As Xiaobai seized the moment to assist, Wu, noticing Bandy's attention, Xiaobai leapt from Chu Tian's embrace and languidly sprawled on the lawn. Seemingly unconcerned, it tapped its collar with a paw, and a flash of light revealed a jar of exquisite Foster. This collar was no ordinary piece. It was a spatial collar adorned with hundreds of diamond-like gems. After acquiring wealth, Chu Tian had spared no expense in crafting this sumptuous yet modestly sized collar, specifically for storing wine for Xiaobai. Wealthy indeed. Bandy stared at Xiaobai as though she had encountered a 10th-tier magical beast, utterly astonished. How extravagant it was. Even a dog possessed a valuable spatial collar. And within it was the finest wine in the continent, that if a mere pet dog received such treatment, what of her, a formidable 7th-tier beast? Bandy suddenly regarded Chu Tian with reverence akin to that of a goddess. Very well. As long as you ensure my daily allowance is 1 gold coin, I shall be yours. Bandy's proposed her price, licking her lips as if envisioning a bright future. You don't agree? Why the silence? How about 50 silver coins? Seeing Chu Tian and the others still staring blankly at her, Bandy's grew anxious, her face falling. Or just like Anderson, 10 silver coins a day. It cannot be less, or I shall starve. In reality, 10 silver coins was already quite generous. An ordinary family on the continent could barely spend a few gold coins in a year. But for someone like Chu Tian, the notorious drug lord, poor Bandy's, Anderson must have underpaid her. Chu Tian glanced at Bandy's enormous abdomen, pondering how 10 silver coins could possibly satiate her hunger. Xiaobai, too, abandoned the wine, compassionately approaching Bandy's and patting one of her long legs in consolation. Having never considered that a magical beast could endure such a plight, Xiaobai was taken aback. How much do you truly wish to allocate for my sustenance? Speak. Bandy's implored with a pitiful gaze, tears brimming in her eyes. Chu Tian, wishing not to dishearten her further, pointed to Barbossa. You tell her what my servants receive daily. Barbossa, feeling somewhat embarrassed, called out to the distance. Peichi, come here and tell Bandy's your daily earnings. Upon hearing Barbossa's call, Peichi, who had been patrolling nearby, hurried over. Having been reassigned from the Imperial Guards, Peichi now served as Chu Tian's personal head guard, and thus his daily wages were also under Chu Tian's purview. Reporting to Miss Bandy's, Paichi pondered for a moment, finally settling on how to address her. Given Bandy's considerable prowess and her status as the Marquis's pet, her position had naturally elevated. Thus, Paichi opted for a more formal address, according to the Marquis's regulations. As a bronze knight and head guard, excluding any additional rewards from the Lord, my daily income is 10 gold coins. And what am I share? Bandy's inquired eagerly, desperate to ascertain the comforts of her future existence. Well, Paichi hesitated, silently comparing his and Bandy's strengths, then considering the treatment of the Marquis's other pet, Xiaobai, before concluding, it should not be less than 100 gold coins. Yay! Bandy's exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and completely oblivious to the impact her massive form had on the lawn. Now that we have settled the terms, let me tend to your wounds, Chu Tian declared, retrieving a collection of bottles and instruments from his spatial ring. These items were replicas of those from Earth, infused with magical properties, having worked as a veterinarian for several years. Chu Tian, upon arriving in the illusory beast continent, found himself equipped with everything necessary. Yet, out of professional habit, he remained devoted to his veterinary skills. Moreover, the species on this continent bore striking similarities to those on Earth, leading him to create an extensive array of veterinary supplies during his leisure time. Unlike ordinary materials, these were imbued with various magical enhancements, thanks to the expertise of the many skilled individuals under his command. For this collection of instruments, half the Empire's elite mages and priests had nearly been worn to exhaustion. All done! Chu Tian clapped his hands and stood up. So soon? Damar and Barbosa exclaimed in unison. Their gazes towards Chu Tian instantly filled with respect. In the realm of beasts, there exists a peculiar phenomenon regarding injuries and ailments. The difficulty of treatment does not correlate with the severity of the injury, but rather with the intensity of the energy and magic inflicted. If a person is on the brink of death, yet has merely sustained a wound from a level 1 spell, a casual priest can swiftly restore them to health. However, should they be injured by an 8th level spell, even a superficial cut could render them in need of a high-ranking priest for assistance. Bandy's found himself wounded by the 8th level magic of Damel, and such an injury would typically require half a day of treatment from a true high priest. Yet, Chu Tian's speed was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, he had not even employed any magic. To be accompanied by a priest of such formidable prowess is indeed an honor. Barbosa exclaimed in admiration. Vladino, it is imperative that you visit the priest headquarters in Elson to ascertain your professional level. Damel explained incredulously. Your speed in treating bandies has undoubtedly reached the standard of a 9th level high priest. Bandies chuckled, marveling. Goodness, my new master is actually a top-tier powerhouse of the continent. How utterly incredible. Praise the goddess of life. Another priest displayed the standard expression of reverence. Chu Tian remarked, professional rank is inconsequential. I still have much to learn. If I were to become a high priest, I dare say the priests across the continent would be too embarrassed to show their faces. By the way, master, under the generous treatment and Chu Tian's medical skills, Bandy's altered his address to Chu Tian. According to our contract, to distinguish myself from Anderson, I require a new name. A new name? Chu Tian squinted, envisioning the scenario of the duel with the precise strikes of spider silk. Before proposing a new moniker, henceforth, you shall be known as AK-47, Chapter 35, an invitation from the Dragon Clan, Part 1, in the Kaiser Palace, within the study of Liddy's 3. The somewhat cramped study was now filled to capacity with people. Chu Tian, 3 ministers from the command department, the director of the Intelligence Bureau, Barry, and the 2 aides standing respectfully before Liddy's 3. Unlike previous occasions, the order of standing had changed. At the forefront stood not Makori and Griming, but rather Chihua, with Kana's position second due to his association with Chuo, Reyes for Chu Tian. He obediently stood at the rear, behind Damel. However, this was not the time to quibble over positions, for an opportunity to achieve merit had arisen. Chu Tian could hardly contain his elation as Liddy's 3 had just issued an exhilarating command to treat the Dragon Emperor of Aguila Mountain. Upon Chihua's return from Aguila Mountain, not only had his strength increased significantly, but he had also brought with him an invitation from the Dragon Clan. The 10th level magical beast, Dragon Emperor Enlisted, had fallen ill, a matter of great significance not just for the dragon clan, but for the entire continent. As Enlisted was not only an invincible 10th level beast, but also the king of most dragons. Aguila Mountain served as the ancestral home of the dragons, and Enlisted was its master, directly commanding several 9th level giant dragons and a multitude of 7th and 8th level dragons. Although the dragons were known for their aloofness and non-involvement in continental disputes, their power rendered them unrivaled by any nation. The Dragon Emperor's illness was a matter of utmost importance for the highly hierarchical dragon society. Thus, Aguila Mountain extended invitations to all top-tier practitioners with medical capabilities across the continent. Originally, Chu Tian was not qualified to attend. The first invitation had gone to Anthony, but due to Anthony's diminished strength, his student Chu Tian was able to replace him due to his success in healing Chihua. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall exert every effort to fulfill this task. After grasping the situation, Chu Tian immediately expressed his determination to Luddy's 3. Such a golden opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. With so many top-tier practitioners gathered, even if he failed, it would not fall upon him to bear the blame. Yet, should he succeed, the accolades would be monumental. Indeed, as the most powerful priest of Kaiser. I have faith in you. Luddy's 3 expressed satisfaction at Chu Tian's readiness, though a hint of concern lingered. However, if you truly find yourself at a loss, before Luddy's 3 could finish, Chu Tian grasped his meaning and interjected, If I find myself powerless, I shall ensure that the Dragon Clan does not harbor a negative impression of our nation. The power of a 10th level beast is formidable, and with a multitude of experts among the dragons. The very fact that Aguila Mountain was inviting continental powers indicates that the Dragon Emperor's ailment is indeed extraordinary. Should I fail to heal the Emperor and worsen his condition, it could spell disaster for the Kaiser Empire. Additionally, I have one more request. Chu Tian lifted his gaze, addressing Luddy's 3. I hope Your Majesty can provide me with another batch of valuable treasures. Chu Tian was still wholeheartedly devoted to Selena's brother. Knowing that while he might not cure the Dragon Emperor, he could seize this opportunity to establish connections with the dragons and other powerful figures, thereby fostering future alliances for Kaiser. Very well. Before you depart, feel free to select from the royal treasury. Luddy's 3 comprehended Chu Tian's intentions and found him increasingly agreeable. He had anticipated this thought even before it was voiced. Indeed, others have been officials for many years and were fully aware of Chu Tian's motives. Yet only the slow-witted Damel inappropriately remarked, What, Vladino, do you lack money? Perhaps I should repay you the money I owe you. Upon saying this, Damel gazed at Chu Tian with complete sincerity. No, I am not in want of money, Chu Tian replied with a wry smile, while inwardly reflecting, Brother, such a foolish remark blatantly suggests you wish to relinquish the position of the Minister of Magic to me. Fortunately, everyone had grown accustomed to Damel's obliviousness, and no one took note. After all, this was not the first time such an incident had occurred. The treasures of Aguila Mountain are not inferior to those of Kaiser. While those items may be useful to the powerful, the Dragon Emperor would not find them appealing. It would be prudent for you to consider alternatives. The speaker was Chihua, who, as Kanaz's magical pet, offered her perspective from the standpoint of Kaiser, provided it did not infringe upon the interests of the dragons. Chu Tian regarded Chihua with increasing curiosity, feeling a sense of déjà vu, yet unable to pinpoint where he had encountered her before. What does the Dragon Emperor favor? Since there was no viable approach regarding gifts, he decided to explore the Emperor's preferences. The Dragon Emperor enjoys studying the history of ancient times. Are you familiar with it? Chihua coldly inquired, her discomfort regarding the scar on her neck evident. Ancient history? That would be a stretch. Chu Tian was hardly well-versed in Earth's history, let alone events from thousands of years prior in the realm of beasts. The realm had a history spanning over 10,000 years, divided into the ancient, magical, and beast eras, with the ancient era being the most distant and mysterious, said to be a time when powerful beings thrived, relying not on energy or magic, but purely on physical strength. However, that kind of strength was exceedingly difficult to cultivate, and with the rise of magic that harnessed natural forces, ancient martial arts fell into decline. Vladino, in light of this, I am at a loss. You shall have to assess the situation when the time comes. Ludis III responded helplessly. Not only was Chu Tian lacking knowledge, but even the learned scholars in the imperial library were few who understood the matters of the ancient era. Thus, Ludis III did not press Chu Tian further. Well, then it must be so. Chu Tian resolved to take things one step at a time. Yet he still had one more question. Your Majesty, what route shall I take to Aguila Mountain? Chu Tian was acutely aware that this medical conference was far from a simple endeavor to treat the Dragon Emperor. It was also an excellent opportunity for various nations to establish relations with the Dragon Clan. All powerful figures had received invitations, and naturally, each nation would prefer to minimize the number of competitors vying for the chance to heal the Emperor, while none dared to overtly attack the guests of Dragon Emperor enlisted. Who could guarantee that no one would covertly act against them? As for safety concerns, you need not fret, Ludis III, understanding Chu Tian's apprehensions, explained, I will dispatch a squadron of griffins to ensure your protection. Chu Tian felt reassured. Griffins were 4th-level magical beasts and the current mainstay of the Kaiser Empire's air force. According to imperial military regulations, a squadron would consist of at least 100 griffins, which was nearly equivalent to a tenth of Kaiser's aerial forces. Guarded by griffins, does that mean we shall traverse the muddied marshes in the skies? There were 3 routes to Aguila Mountain. One was to cross the Sunset Mountain Range, diverting through the Kingdom of Elson, a lengthy journey. The second was to detour through the Hanging River Prairie, but that was the territory of the Beast Clan, making it far too perilous. This left only the final option, to traverse the muddied marshes aboard a zeppelin under the protection of griffins. Chapter 36. An Invitation from the Dragon Clan, Part 2. Indeed, we plan to traverse the muddied marshes. Right Minister Griming answered on behalf of Ludis III. Chu Tian's recent conduct had led the old chancellor to regard him not as a mere novice in the political arena, but rather as a cunning little fox akin to himself. The underlying reason, one would presume, is clear to you, Vladino. The muddied marshes not only represent the most recent route, but also the safest. The vast expanse of marshland is devoid of human presence, rife with traps, rendering land forces incapable of maneuvering, while air forces would find it virtually impossible to launch a surprise attack against someone like Chu Tian, who was accompanied by a squadron of griffins. Right, Minister? I understand. Being clever individuals, the assembly did not engage in further needless chatter. However, at that moment, Damel once again interjected, why not take a detour through the Kingdom of Elson? Elson maintains a cordial relationship with our nation. Which route is the safest to traverse? Upon uttering this, Damar could not help but smile with self-satisfaction, reveling in the fact that he had finally proposed a relatively constructive suggestion. My Lord Damar, Khanaz interjected. Unable to bear the sight of the growing impatience on the face of Ludis III, he elaborated. The detour through Elson is far too lengthy. Should we take that path, the chances of being ambushed would significantly increase. Moreover, given the environment and geographical positioning of the mud marsh, only the aerial forces of the Beastmen could intercept Vladino in a timely manner. However, the Beastmen's air force would undoubtedly pale in comparison to our Griffin squadron. Oh, is that so? Damar's face flushed as he cast a furtive glance at Ludis III, rendered speechless. Miss Chien, I have another query. Chu Tian found this address rather peculiar, as he struggled to associate the enchanting beauty before him with the formidable Crimson Dragon. What symptoms does the Dragon Emperor exhibit? It is only prudent to comprehend the situation before seeking treatment. Yet, this seemingly trivial inquiry was met with cold indifference from Chien, who stated, That is a secret of the Dragon Clan. You shall learn it upon your arrival at Mount Agira. Praise be to the goddess of life. Observing Chien's refusal to divulge any information, Chu Tian maliciously pondered, is it possible that the symptoms are akin to a man's unspoken afflictions? Thankfully, Chu Tian confined his thoughts to the recesses of his mind. For, were the Dragon Emperor Aristod to catch wind of his musings, the entirety of the Dragon Clan would likely rend Marquis Vladino to shreds. The course of action was set, and Ludis III began issuing orders. Vladino, prepare yourself for tonight. We shall set forth at dawn. The sooner we depart, the lesser the likelihood of an attack. Yes, your Majesty. I am ready to depart at any moment. Chu Tian required no preparations. for he possessed no knowledge of the ceremonial equipment, and the veterinary instruments were all contained within his ring. Thus, he intended to embark for Mount Aegura unencumbered. Bester, immediately select the most elite Griffin squadron. They must be ready by tomorrow, as Griffins are also magical beasts. Their oversight fell under the purview of Minister Bester. Following his orders, Luddy's 3 turned to Masuri. Old Marshal, issue a decree to the 4 border legions. Seal our airspace until Vladino reaches Mount Aegura. No aerial forces from any person or faction are to pass. Luddy's 3 was evidently taking this matter very seriously. This command would undoubtedly sever the smuggling routes of the Pampas family. A significant loss for him as a major stakeholder. The orders continued. Barley, suppress any information. Anyone who learns of Vladino's route beyond our current company is to be executed. Anyone? The gravity of Luddy's 3's command sent a shiver down Chu Tian's spine. Your Majesty, may I inform Selena? Such a monumental affair, and he could not even confide in his wife. Including Selena, Luddy's 3 stated with unyielding authority, though he was somewhat pleased by Chu Tian's consideration of Selena during this moment. It appeared that his sister could indeed ensure Vladino's loyalty. The ungrateful actor, the heartless royal. A phrase from Earth suddenly crossed Chu Tian's mind. Selena was merely a pawn in Luddy's 3's hand, should the truth of his magical incompetence come to light. He would inevitably face grave consequences. At that moment, Chu Tian's urgency to enhance his own strength surged forth. Your Majesty, may I bring along a few attendants, specifically my steward and pet? Chu Tian aimed to bolster his prospects for the journey to Mount Aegura. Barbassa, the mage who devoted himself to the study of viruses, possessed some knowledge of healing, while the AK-47 would ensure safety. As for Little White, he was loath to leave it behind in the imperial capital. Of course, you may bring your pet, but as for the steward, Luddy's 3 shot Chu Tian a teasing glance and remarked, if possible, endeavor to restore Barbassa's strength to that of a divine mage. He does seem to be one of our Caesar people. Does he not? After speaking, Luddy's 3 appraised Ander. Although Caesar permitted nobles to maintain their private armies, the existence of a private force boasting the prowess of a divine mage certainly warranted further consideration from Luddy's 3. Praise be to the goddess of life. Chu Tian surreptitiously glanced at Barley, the head of the intelligence bureau standing before him. This individual was remarkably efficient. The true identity of Barbassa had been kept hidden by Chu Tian. Yet it had somehow come to light. Offering an awkward smile, Chu Tian stated, my intention in bringing Barbassa along aligns with that. My subordinate and his servant shall undoubtedly devote themselves to your Majesty's grand ambitions of conquering the continent. Indeed, this phrase I must memorize, Damar thought to himself, pondering how such a declaration of loyalty, flattery, and reassurance could elude his own tongue. Luddy's 3 appeared well pleased with Chu Tian's words. You handle matters well. I have full confidence in you. There is no need to rush concerning Barbassa. The priority is to heal the Dragon Emperor. With Luddy's 3 no longer fixating on Barbassa, Chu Tian felt relieved. No wonder it is said that serving a monarch is akin to taming a tiger. Interacting with the emperor is fraught with peril. Speaking of danger, Chu Tian recalled Ander. Casting a glance at the right minister position 3rd, he found himself perplexed, despite the numerous signs suggesting that Ander was the most likely to eliminate him. And Dirk exhibiting formidable strength. All of this remained mere conjecture on Chu Tian's part that a significant question lingered. Ander had no reason to wish him harm, for they had yet to engage in any conflict of interests. Regardless, Chu Tian resolved to dismiss such thoughts. Even if Ander were not the one to assassinate him, after forcibly seizing the AK-47 from Anderson, he had already forged an enmity with Ander. Upon returning from Mount Aegura, he would ensure a reckoning. The following day, before dawn, Chu Tian, accompanied by a sizable entourage, stealthily departed from Pompeii city. The knight assigned to protect Chu Tian was named Carter, whose own strength was modest. In his 40s, he had only attained the rank of a 3rd-tier Black Iron Knight. Nonetheless, he possessed an extraordinary aptitude for commanding magical beasts, transforming an entire squadron of griffins into the Empire's most elite aerial force under his guidance and training. Accompanying them were 3 7th-tier magical mentors, tasked not only with safeguarding Chu Tian, but also with supplying fuel for the Zeppelin. The vessel Chu Tian boarded was a luxurious military airship, modified for comfort. Beneath its expansive, over 200-meter-long, oval-shaped gas bag, a sleek hull measuring nearly 100 meters dangled from 16 iron chains. The exposed parts of the airship, particularly the 16 chains connecting the hull to the gas bag, were fortified with magical protections, while the fore and aft of the hull were equipped with 2 magical crystal cannons that a squadron of griffins circled around the airship, surveying the surrounding environment, while the remainder roost in the outer layers of the hull, ready to be deployed at the first sign of danger. Observing the combination of the Zeppelin and griffins, Chu Tian was left in awe. This was no mere representation of an air force from a technologically backward continent of magical beasts, but rather a colossal aircraft carrier that the world had yet to conceive. Chapter 37. Could things really be this unfortunate? 3 days later, the Zeppelin carrying Chu Tian departed from the Caesar airspace. Entering the mud marsh, the interior of the airship had been refurbished. The warehouse originally designated for transporting logistical supplies was transformed into a luxurious and spacious hall, capable of accommodating dozens of warhorses. At present, the hall appeared rather vacant, and the imposing figure of AK-47 seemed diminutive within this environment. Meanwhile, AK-47 was diligently tending to Little White, who was indulging in exquisite Vostok wine, wearing an expression akin to that of a devoted servant attending to their parents. Chu Tian indeed treated his magical pet quite well, providing AK-47 with a daily allowance exceeding 100 gold coins. Within mere days, she had gained considerable weight, her visage becoming increasingly radiant. However, AK-47 soon discovered a startling reality. Within the household of Marquis Vladino, the highest authority was not Chu Tian, nor Barbossa, but rather Little White. Upon realizing that all the servants' wages were managed by Little White, and that the expenditures of Little White surpassed those of its owner, AK-47 found herself relegated to the role of Little White's subordinate. Boss, would you care to sample this wine?" Upon noticing that Little White had polished off an entire barrel of Vostok, AK-47 eagerly bent down to pour another type of wine for Little White, exclaiming, "This is specially brought for you by the boss." The stark contrast in stature between the two pets mirrored their differing attitudes. Little White languidly took a sip, wrinkling its brow before knocking over the wine bowl in displeasure, letting out a disgruntled woo. After all this time, and still failing to discern the preferences of the boss, how was this subordinate to fulfill her duties? Upon realizing that her master did not favor this particular wine, AK-47 hastily retrieved the Vostok from the side. "If you don't like this, then let's stick to Vostok." After filling the bowl to the brim, she presented it to Little White. This time, Little White was satisfied, dipping its little head into the oversized bowl, producing a series of slurping sounds before emptying it. Ugh! Little White let out a satisfied burp. Its delicate face slightly flushed, clearly pleased with AK-47's progress. Little White patted its collar, causing several coins to tumble out, which it carelessly tossed to AK-47. "Thank you, boss." With the gratuity received, AK-47 became even more diligent, continuously delivering fine wine from her hands. Meanwhile, Chu Tian stood by the window, admiring the scenery outside while engaging in casual conversation with Barbossa. No wonder His Majesty chose this route. There is simply no one who could launch an attack from the land. Chu Tian Thima, gesturing toward the marshes below the airship as he spoke to Barbossa. "Indeed, boss." Barbossa's address to Chu Tian has also changed, as Chu Tian prefers the term boss, which allows him to find a semblance of earthly familiarity. The mire stretches for 1,000 miles, littered with traps concealed beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. Once one steps upon them, even the most seasoned professionals find it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves. "Oh, how did you manage to endure until you were rescued after your last injury?" Chu Tian inquired. Puzzled. Prior to his injury, Barbossa had traversed the mire without issue, yet how had he escaped being consumed by its depths after his magical powers were sealed? "Do you recall the battle between the Golden Dragon King and the Hellbone Dragon that I mentioned?" Barbossa prompted. "Indeed. I remember. It dawns upon me." Chu Tian recalled that Barbossa had stated the Golden Dragon King unleashed an apocalyptic fire spell, heavenly destruction, which scorched vast expanses of the mire into cracked yellow earth. It was upon collapsing upon that desiccated terrain that Barbossa found his salvation. When can we traverse that land? Chu Tian expressed a keen desire to witness the might of the forbidden spell firsthand. The sight of the mire reduced to parched earth must have been nothing short of magnificent. I have already consulted Carter. He mentioned we are about to pass that area shortly. As Barbossa spoke, he suddenly pointed out the window. "Boss, look, we're almost there." Following Barbossa's gesture, Chu Tian gazed outward, where amidst the black mire, an incongruous expanse of yellow earth, spanning over 10 kilometers, emerged strikingly against the humid atmosphere. "Barbossa, please inform Carter to land here. I wish to take a closer look." "Boss, it's best not to descend, that we chose this route specifically to avoid land-based attacks." Barbossa dissuaded Chu Tian from his fanciful notions. For such a vast, flat terrain was a natural battlefield. Who could say what ambushes lay in wait? "It matters not. Very few are privy to our plans." Before Chu Tian could finish his thought, a piercing, tragic cry rent the air and Carter rushed in. "My lord, alarm! The scouting griffins are under attack." Chu Tian immediately grasped the situation. The sky outside had darkened, and on the horizon, streaks of crimson clouds began to rise, revealing a horde of no less than 1,000 first-tier firetail birds. These avian creatures were akin in size to earthly eagles, yet their strength far surpassed that of their terrestrial counterparts. Though they were mere first-tier magical beasts with only the burning tail as their singular skill, their sheer numbers were formidable. Over 1,000 firetail birds coalesced into a thick, red cloud that blotted out the sun. "It seems the wild firetail birds are foraging," Carter observed, reassured by the chaotic formation of the firetail birds. "Wild, you say? Very well, Carter, direct the combat griffins and summon 2 available mage mentors for support." With the realization that these were indeed wild firetail birds, Chu Tian felt unperturbed. Although the number was substantial, he commanded over 100 griffins. A 4th-tier griffin could easily contend with 10 first-tier firetail birds, thus he felt confident of victory. Upon receiving the order, Carter promptly produced a magical communication stone to commence directing the battle. Of course, this expensive communication stone was standard equipment aboard the Chibolin airship. The airship is aligning with the firetail birds. "Prepare the magical cannon and commence the attack," Carter commanded through the communication stone. His words faded. A slight tremor coursed through the airship, followed by the magical cannon unleashing its power. With a resounding boom, a circular beam of light surged towards the enemy, creating a vast breach within the red cloud in the blink of an eye. All griffins on the left flank launch. Seeing the magical cannon had disrupted the enemy, Carter dispatched the main aerial forces to engage in aerial combat. The gates on the left side of the cargo hold swung open, and griffins, each towering over a person, flew forth in perfect formation, arranging themselves in a line before the firetail birds. "Attack!" Carter bellowed, and the signalman aboard the airship immediately gestured to relay Carter's command to the griffins. The griffins lined up, resembling a black blade slicing through the air. And upon contact, the red cloud was cleaved asunder. The formation then split, engaging the enemy in a brutal onslaught. What a spectacle! Chu Tian marveled as he witnessed firetail birds plummeting from the sky, reminiscent of the large-scale aerial battles of World War II on Earth. However, he mused that the signaling methods were rather antiquated. The need for signalmen to relay commands via gestures struck him as outdated. This prompted him to recall a certain nation's modernized warfare on Earth, where every soldier was equipped with communication devices, ensuring commands reached every corner of the battlefield. Once he amassed sufficient wealth, he vowed to establish a magical beast army of such caliber. Just as Chu Tian was lost in his daydreams of the future, the battle took an unforeseen turn. The once assured griffins suddenly found their formation in disarray, as countless red figures surged through the breach, assaulting the airship. Chapter 38. The aerial battle. The conflict raged on. Despite the initial confidence, everyone appeared quite relaxed. Chu Tian and Barbossa were engrossed in observing the fierce clash between the griffins and firetail birds outside, while AK-47 continued to flatter the little white creature. Only Carter remained tense, diligently monitoring the battlefield while calmly directing the fight. Despite the overwhelming numbers of firetail birds, their strength paled in comparison to the 4th-tier griffins. Often, several, even dozens, would swarm a single griffin, leaving behind only scorch marks, while the griffins swiftly dispatched them, with the unfortunate ones merely suffering broken bones before plummeting to their deaths after several minutes of combat. The firetail birds had suffered significant losses, while the griffins had only lost a few. Seeing the tide of battle turning, Carter, considering Chu Tian's safety and the need for a swift resolution, ordered the release of all griffins from the right flank to form a solid defensive line between the airship and the battlefield. Just when everyone anticipated the conflict nearing its conclusion, the remaining firetail birds unexpectedly abandoned their individual opponents, regrouping into a conical formation charging towards the airship. "My lord, something is amiss." Observing the firetail bird's sudden shift, Carter hurriedly explained to Chu Tian. Firetail birds are notoriously low in intelligence. They could not possibly form such an organized formation without a skilled commander behind them. A skilled commander. Does this imply the enemy may have reinforcements? Chu Tian pondered aloud. Firetail birds were known to exist within the aerial forces of various nations across the continent, but due to their status as mere first-tier magical beasts, they could not comprehend human language, making them difficult to tame. Typically employed as cannon fodder in warfare, wild firetail birds often attack humans, especially in desolate areas. Initially, Chu Tian and his companions assumed they were merely encountering wild firetail birds, hence their lack of concern. However, the fact that these firetail birds continued their assault even after suffering considerable losses indicated that someone was orchestrating them. Moreover, the ability to command the firetail birds into such a cohesive formation suggested that their commander was indeed a formidable opponent. Recognizing this, Chu Tian promptly ordered, "Have all griffins retract their defensive line immediately, and notify the two mage mentors to be on alert for support at AK-47, you two assist." Unfortunately, Chu Tian's command came too late. The sheer number of firetail birds remained daunting, and amidst their reckless charge, dozens had already breached the airship's perimeter. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. What truly shocked them was that the approaching firetail birds all ascended above the airship and detonated in a coordinated suicide attack. This tactic unleashed a tremendous force, generating violent gusts of wind that rocked the Chibolin airship, causing it to sway perilously, despite the mage mentor responsible for fuel supply exerting their utmost efforts. The airship continued its descent. They aimed to force the airship to the ground. Barbossa shouted, "Quickly, have the griffins protect the airspace above the airship." Carter shared the realization and hurriedly commanded a portion of the griffins to ascend and intercept the suicidal bombers. As most griffins took to the skies, the airship's descent halted, but the forces tasked with intercepting the other firetail birds were significantly diminished in that moment of distraction from amidst the crimson clouds. Several ominous black figures shot forth, overwhelming the insufficient number of griffins. These figures flanked the airship, launching an assault on the chain suspending the cargo hold. 6-tier stone golems? They are from the Beastman aerial forces. Carter exclaimed, cursing himself, "What a fool I am! I've been deceived." Chu Tian's adversary was not merely a skilled commander. They had initially disguised the firetail birds as wild creatures, lulling Chu Tian and Carter into a false sense of security. This led them to deploy all their griffins for a swift resolution. Then, after the griffins were dispatched, the firetail birds shed their disguise and commenced their suicide attacks, aiming to bring the airship down. In an effort to prevent the airship's descent, Chu Tian and Carter had diverted some griffins to intercept the bombers. But at that critical juncture, the true trump card, the 6-tier stone golems, revealed themselves. Chu Tian's opponent indeed sought to down the airship, but it was not the firetail birds they relied upon. It was the golems. The strength of 6-tier magical beasts was not to be underestimated, although the stone golems were not large. Their power was terrifying. A magically fortified iron chain was swiftly severed under the relentless assault of the gargoyles, and more of these creatures emerged from the flock of firetail birds. AK-47, initiate the attack at once. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Chu Tian recalled his magical pet, cradled Xiaobai, and with Barbossa in tow, sought refuge upon the broad back of AK-47. Several strands of webbing shot through, creating a substantial breach in the sealed cabin, and the ferocious winds surged in, causing Carter, still on the ground, to sway precariously. Carter, hurry up! With the winds growing ever more fierce, Chu Tian pulled Carter up onto AK-47 as well. Thank you, my lord. Carter expressed his gratitude before promptly directing operations through the communication stone. A continuous stream of webbing erupted from the gaping hole in the cabin, leading to an immediate improvement in their predicament. AK-47 relentlessly fired strands of silk, each silver line inflicting agonizing cries from the gargoyles. While at the rear of the cabin, the glow of magic signaled the intervention of the two magi. Under the combined efforts of two 7th-level masters and a 7th-tier magical beast, the movements of the gargoyles slowed. Yet, as their numbers swelled, the second iron chain was soon compromised, causing the cabin to tilt noticeably downward. Damn it. I won't let you little bats escape. Upon witnessing the gargoyles targeting the third iron chain, AK-47 cursed in frustration. Failing to accomplish the first task assigned by the boss would be a grave dishonor. Taking a deep breath, AK-47 opened its mouth wide, unleashing a massive web that ensnared 3 of the gargoyles. With a powerful flick, akin to hurling a hammer, those creatures vanished from sight. Well done! Haha! Chu Tian laughed heartily at AK-47's display, declaring, "From now on, I'll add 10 gold coins to your daily meal allowance." Chu Tian was determined to reward his capable subordinates. Upon hearing of the pay raise, AK-47's eyes sparkled, and it worked even harder to expel more silk, resulting in the swift disappearance of over 10 gargoyles in less than a minute. However, by that time, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th iron chains had also been severed. The gargoyles, as 6th-tier magical beasts, displayed a level of intelligence far surpassing that of the fire-tailed birds, as evidenced by their strategic choice of the thickest and most burdensome chains to sever. With the loss of these 5 chains, the remaining ones could no longer support the weight of the cabin. After a few unsettling jolts, the cabin finally detached from the gas bag, sending Chu Tian and the others plummeting rapidly. "Hold on to me!" AK-47 cried out, then leaped into the air, releasing a strand of silk that adhered to the ascending gas bag that a thunderous crash reverberated as the cabin fell, while Chu Tian clutched Xiaobai with one arm, using the other to grip AK-47 tightly. With Barbassa and Carter clinging to one of AK-47's legs to escape disaster. Praise the goddess of life. Hanging in midair, only a few meters from the ground, Chu Tian thought with trepidation, this adversary was truly ruthless, sparing not even a single soul aboard the airship. As the airship plummeted, the attendants responsible for its protection and service were inevitably crushed, though a few clever ones, like the 3 magi, had the foresight to cast wind magic upon themselves and leap from the cabin. Instead of retreating after accomplishing their mission, the gargoyles launched an assault on the griffins, a 6th-tier beast against a 4th tier. This was an overwhelming advantage, and soon the griffins suffered devastating losses. However, Chu Tian had no time to concern himself with the fate of the griffins. As AK-47 landed safely, he sorrowfully realized he was now surrounded. Chapter 39. An unsafe landing. Chu Tian found himself encircled by a pack of wolves, yet these ferocious beasts posed no danger at all, for standing before him was a green-faced, tusked minotaur clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive blade. Although Chu Tian stood straight, he barely reached the minotaur's waist, prompting him to silently lament his own short stature. The minotaur's size was made even more imposing by the colossal shadow cast by an overgrown mammoth behind him. Towering over 10 meters, with a dark brown hide and 4 massive legs, even its 2 tusks were thicker than Chu Tian. AK-47, crouched before the mammoth, barely reached its belly, rendering the surrounding wolves inconsequential and devoid of threat. "That is an 8th-tier mammoth," Barbassa whispered to Chu Tian from behind. "It is one of the most powerful beasts of the beast folk. Immensely strong and difficult to contend with. An 8th-tier mammoth? Praise the goddess of life. It wasn't merely difficult to deal with. It was utterly beyond his capacity, though there were high-level professionals present. One was a fraud, and the other had lost their magical abilities." Chu Tian was utterly at a loss. "Ah, esteemed beastman, might I inquire what brings you to request our presence?" Recognizing that brute force would not suffice, Chu Tian resorted to his specialty, flattery. The Minotaur scoffed disdainfully. "I am chief basting of the Minotaurs. I have come here to eliminate you, the great high priest." Praise the goddess of life. Could you not express that a bit more delicately? Chu Tian, feeling helpless, replied, I have always held great respect for brave warriors, and it would be an honor to duel with a master such as yourself. He could only hope that this basting would prove to be more amiable than fearsome. However, Barbassa's words dashed Chu Tian's hopes. My lord, basting is one of the most formidable masters among the beast folk. He is not only an 8th level sword saint, but that mammoth appears to be his magical pet. While I would relish the opportunity to duel, I am currently injured and unable to utilize my magic. Upon hearing Barbassa's advice, Chu Tian quickly changed his tune. Even if he were a genuine high priest, he would stand no chance against basting. Priests specialize in healing, and their offensive capabilities are inherently weaker than those of other professions at the same level, especially since beast folk possess superior physicality from birth, consistently outmatching their human counterparts. No magic. How unfortunate. Though I would like to engage you in combat, I must eliminate you now. With that, Basting raised his massive blade. Wait! Chu Tian bellowed, startling everyone. To perish at the hands of a warrior such as yourself would leave me without regrets. But you must let me know why you seek my death. He aimed to buy as much time as possible, all the while pondering a solution. Could it be that your beast folk have also received an invitation from the Dragon Emperor, thus necessitating my elimination as a rival? Indeed, our great prophet, Mr. Ron, has also received an invitation, but Basting's tone shifted to one of reverence upon mentioning Ron, yet quickly turned. However, I do not seek to kill you for that reason. You are not worthy to be Ron's opponent. Ron? Chu Tian chuckled, his eyes narrowing instinctively. Do you know who my teacher is? Anthony had once told Chu Tian that he and the beast folk prophet Ron shared a close friendship. With this connection, perhaps Basting would show some leniency. Of course, your teacher is the holy high priest, Mr. Anthony. Basting expressed considerable respect for Anthony, acknowledging that even though Anthony had once fought against the beast folk in his youth, respect for the strong, transcended enmity on the Phantom Beast continent. My teacher and Mr. Ron are old friends. Thus, we are all kin. Chu Tian smiled broadly, attempting to foster camaraderie. Mr. Anthony is a great priest, worthy of comparison with Prophet Ron, but you are not. Basting coldly rebuffed Chu Tian's overtures. Even if Chu Tian were indeed an 8th level high priest, he would merely be on par with Basting, thus failing to earn his respect. I am not worthy. Chu Tian scoffed. I have long admired Mr. Ron. Observing that his flattery toward the beast folk prophet had softened Basting's demeanor, Chu Tian squinted and continued. Since we are all admirers of Mr. Ron, this should be easy. Let us drink and talk. With that, Chu Tian handed Xiaobai to Barbassa and signaled, Steward, quickly, bring forth the wine. Barbassa understood immediately, taking Xiaobai and removing the collar from its neck. Esteemed warrior Basting, I have here the finest Voster from across the continent. Barrels of Voster were drawn from the spatial ring, instantly filling the air with an intoxicating aroma of wine. Xiaobai cast a pained glance at its entire fortune. Then, with tears in its eyes, turned away. It was not the time to disrupt Chu Tian for the sake of wine. Basting's throat constricted as he inhaled the fragrant air deeply, his bovine eyes fixated on the barrels of wine. Good wine. I remember the last time I had this was a decade ago. Of course, my boss's wine is the finest on the continent. You must give it a taste. Seeing Basting's eagerness, AK-47 joined in the encouragement. The wine is indeed excellent. However, Basting suddenly swung his massive blade, shattering a barrel. I am not foolish enough to drink the wine of the necromancer. The plan had failed. It seemed the beast folk were not as dim-witted as the legend suggested. The reason Chu Tian instructed Barbossa to extract Voster instead of taking action himself was to allow Barbossa the opportunity to discreetly introduce some dark virus within. However, he did not anticipate that Bastien was already aware of Barbossa's identity. Someone must have leaked information. Praise the goddess of life. How could I possibly do such a thing? Chu Tian struck a pose of piety. Do you really believe that a student of the holy priest would engage in such shameless deeds? At that moment, Anthony's esteemed reputation across the continent came into play, causing Barbossa to hesitate. Master, I wish to drink, bellowed the mammoth, its voice booming like thunder. I am already 3 years old, and have yet to taste such fine wine. 3 years old. Chu Tian looked up, straining to see, but all he could behold was the belly of the young mammoth. If this juvenile was already like this at 3, what would it be like at 30? Useless creature! Bastien roared in fury, sweeping his giant blade backward, a surge of fighting spirit striking the magical beast. All you do is bring me shame. At such a moment, having his magical beast request wine from the enemy was a considerable embarrassment for Bastien. Awoo! The mammoth let out a mournful cry as a bruise instantly appeared on its body. Chu Tian, witnessing this, couldn't help but gasp in disbelief at how this minotaur could be so cruel to a magical pet. It was well known that an 8th-tier mammoth was an exceptionally perfect labor force, and being only 3 years old, it had a bright future ahead. However, this child's defensive capabilities were simply extraordinary. The fighting spirit of an 8th-tier sword saint could only leave a bruise. Chapter 40. The Conspiracy on Land. Don't. It's only 3 years old, and doesn't T understand? How could you hit it? Chu Tian winced at the sight, then picked up a jar of wine and rushed to the mammoth's trunk, saying, "Here, uncle will give you some wine." "Ah, thank you, uncle." The mammoth smiled innocently, but unexpectedly, its booming laughter left Chu Tian momentarily deafened. That it then extended its trunk, thicker than Chu Tian's body, and seized the wine jar. "You shall not drink." Bastien was infuriated, unleashing another surge of fighting spirit, and with a thunderous crash, the mammoth and the wine jar were sent tumbling to the ground, shaking the earth thrice. "Woo-woo!" The mammoth began to weep. "I just want to drink." Seeing the mammoth downed, Chu Tian hurriedly retrieved an array of medical supplies from his ring, rushing over. "Hold on, I will heal you." These supplies were replicas based on those from Earth, enhanced with magical properties, originally intended for the Dragon Emperor. They were essential for not becoming a laughingstock at the medical conference. Chu Tian's medical skills and priestly arts were indeed worlds apart. After applying several potions, the bruise on the mammoth's body vanished in an instant. "Thank you, uncle. You are truly amazing. Previously, when I was injured by my master, the shamans in my clan took days to heal me. Now I believe you are worthy of being compared with Prophet Ron." The orc's generous nature was evident in Bastien, who candidly expressed his thoughts. The damage inflicted by the 8th-tier fighting spirit was instantly healed. This was undoubtedly the level of a 9th-tier holy priest. "However, I also have another reason to kill you. As an opponent of Prophet Ron must be eliminated." He, brave warrior Bastien, Barbossa suddenly approached, speaking with disdain. "Since you dare not drink the wine I poured, would you dare to drink the wine poured by a dog?" As he spoke, Barbossa lifted the little white dog for Bastien to see. "This common dog? What is there to fear in drinking?" Bastien felt his pride as a strong man challenged, and had to respond, but he scrutinized the little white dog, confirming it was merely a pet dog, and then, swayed by the allure of fine wine and the harmless smile of the little white dog, he consented, though he still sneered. "I will drink this wine, but only after I have slain you. Praise the goddess of life." Chu Tian pointed at the collar of the little white dog, exclaiming in surprise, "You should know that items within a spatial collar cannot be removed without the owner's consent. If you kill me, my pet will certainly not hand over the wine to you." The little white dog, upon hearing Chu Tian's words, cooperatively raised its head, embodying a spirit of unwavering defiance. "Very well. I shall drink and then eliminate you." Bastien understood the characteristics of the spatial collar as Chu Tian had stated. Yet he remained cautious, glancing at Barbossa, and said, "When I drink, you must all leave." "Agreed. No problem. We shall all depart." Chu Tian responded on behalf of Barbossa, then pointed at the encircling pack of wolves. "Now you must have them step aside. All of you disperse. Keep your distance and observe. Just ensure they do not escape," Bastien commanded, and the entire pack of wolves scattered. Immediately, Chu Tian took Carter, Barbossa, and AK-47 and fled far away, leaving the little white dog alone among the wolves. "Woo!" The little white dog displayed the purest smile, using its small frame to nudge all the wine jars aside, indicating, "If you are not at ease, then let go of all the wine provided by Barbossa." After pushing all the jars aside, the little white dog patted its collar, and a multitude of fine wines appeared. "Woo!" The little white dog jumped onto one of the wine jars, straining to remove the lid, then dipped its little head in for a delightful sip, signaling, "Is this sufficient? I have personally tasted it." After a while, seeing that the little white dog exhibited no adverse reactions, Bastien could no longer contain himself. Seizing the jar of wine that the little white dog had drunk from, he gulped it down. "Ah, what fine wine!" Bastien exclaimed in admiration, then glanced at the mammoth, its tongue lolling out, raising his giant blade and threatening fiercely. "You shall not drink." Bastien remained highly cautious. This time, he was solely responsible for eliminating Chu Tian, bringing only about 1,000 fire-tailed birds, 50 gargoyles, and several hundred third-tier wild wolves. During the earlier aerial battle, the fire-tailed birds and gargoyles had suffered near total annihilation, leaving him with only a few hundred wild wolves. Thus, Bastien forbade the mammoth from drinking. If something were to go awry with the wine now, and he fell, there would still be an 8th-tier magical beast left to contend with Chu Tian and the others. Otherwise, if the mammoth also succumbed, those few hundred wild wolves would likely be powerless to stop even AK-47. Bastien's alcohol tolerance was certainly a source of embarrassment for Chu Tian, as soon the empty wine jars had piled into a small mountain. Yet each jar had been sampled by the little white dog first. That as Bastien continued to drink, he suddenly noticed something amusing. The little white dog's capacity for alcohol was commendable, having consumed dozens of jars himself. The little white dog had at least savored several jars as well, yet it seemed still eager for more, licking its lips and gazing at him pitifully. Thus, a subtle shift occurred. Bastien transitioned from drinking alone to sharing drinks with the little white dog, resembling two long-lost drunks reminiscing about old times. Bastien, somewhat inebriated, began to ramble. "I recall my first experience with such wine was back 10 years ago, when I had slain 3 6th-tier sword masters in a single day at the Red Earth Canyon. The Orc King rewarded me with this." Woo! The little white dog cooperatively displayed an expression of admiration, fetching another jar of wine for Bastien, listening intently as he recounted tales of his glorious past. "By the way," Bastien mused, finding this little white dog to be quite to his liking, "once I take down Vladino, you shall accompany me from now on. There will be wine to drink." Woo! The little white dog joyfully yelped a couple of times, seemingly grateful to have finally found a worthy master, though inwardly it cursed. Little did he know who would be the one to meet their end. "Oh!" As he spoke, Bastien suddenly broke into tears, tossing aside his weapon and lamenting to the little white dog, "We orcs are impoverished. Life is so tough. Even as a prince chieftain, I cannot afford such exquisite wine." The little white dog comfortingly nodded, offering him another jar of wine, silently counting in its mind. 5 for 3. Bang! Once the count was complete, Bastien also fell, and Chu Tian's plan had succeeded, having endured such an orderly attack. Chu Tian had come to realize that someone must have disclosed his route. Since the route was known, it was impossible for Bastien to remain unaware of Barbossa's identity. Therefore, the initial jars of wine that Barbossa had presented were indeed genuine and free of toxins, while the true virus was discreetly slipped into the little white dog's collar when Barbossa had lifted it for Bastien to inspect. Subsequently, the little white dog had willingly sampled each jar, which not only lulled Bastien into a false sense of security, but also allowed the virus to be introduced. Even a clever strategist like Bastien would never suspect that a seemingly ordinary pet dog could orchestrate such a scheme. From a distance, seeing the little white dog's success, Chu Tian first let out a cheer, then summoned Decula's wrath, charging toward the pack of wolves and the mammoth, exclaiming, "Do not move. Your master is merely intoxicated, and I am here to help him sober up." Initially, upon witnessing Bastien's collapse, the pack of wolves and the mammoth had been restless, but upon hearing Chu Tian's words, they settled down once more. After all, the mammoth was convinced that this uncle who provided it with wine was a good person, and with its 3-year-old intellect, it could not grasp the concept of poisoning. Besides, it was its master who had poured the wine. So it remained docile. The several hundred wild wolves, seeing their leader, the mammoth, refraining from attacking, naturally dared not act first. Magical beasts had their own rules. If the 8th-tier beast did not strike, how could these 3rd-tier wild wolves dare to act recklessly? Moreover, there was a 7th-tier AK-47 lurking nearby. "Uncle!" The master knows nothing anymore. Could you perhaps secretly spare me a little drink? The mammoth innocently inquired of Chu Tian. Just a tiny bit. What a good child. Chu Tian's eyes narrowed with amusement as he casually pointed towards the pile of liquor that Little White had pushed far away. All of that is yours. If it's not enough, I have more. Yea, the mammoth jubilantly cheered, bouncing towards Vostar, causing the ground to tremble beneath the startled Bastian. Boss, what should we do now? Barbassa inquired with a furrowed brow, gesturing towards the hundreds of third-tier frenzied wolves surrounding them. Chapter 41. Strong-armed pillaging first. Wake him up, Chu Tian instructed, pointing at Bastian, that he added, just make him conscious. Don't let him regain his strength. Rest assured, boss, Barbassa replied with a sly grin, crouching down to poke at Bastian. All right, now he can't even defeat a child. He praised the goddess of life. Chu Tian wickedly placed the wrath of Dracula upon the slowly awakening Bastian, the crackling flames scorching his flesh. Noble Tauran warrior, how about we strike a deal? You shameless! Upon regaining consciousness, Bastian quickly realized what had transpired. Attempting to rise, he found himself utterly devoid of strength. I never imagined that Mr. Anthony's student would resort to such tactics. Praise the goddess of life, the goddess once said. If one can outsmart an enemy, there is no need for force. Haven't you heard that saying? Perhaps someone as barbaric as you has it. You. Bastian was utterly infuriated, yet dared not refute, as his limited education left him unable to recall if the goddess had indeed spoken such words. Thus, as a devout orc, he tacitly accepted Chu Tian's assertion. However, after his anger subsided, he suddenly remembered he had a magical pet. With a howl, he summoned the mammoth. Kill these people. Although Bastian issued the command, it seemed ineffective. Master, uncle is a good person. Please don't kill him. Praising the goddess of life, Bastian was nearly driven to bloodshed by frustration. But Chu Tian promptly made him bleed for real. Good child, come, I have more wine. Take it aside and enjoy. Also, bring your little friends to drink as well. With that, Chu Tian produced all the liquor from his spatial ring. Thank you. Uncle, little ones, come with me. Let us drink. The mammoth happily gathered the barrels of wine and scampered off with the frenzied wolves, leaving the despondent Bastian alone, on the brink of collapse. What do you want now? Praise the goddess of life. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Chu Tian retracted Dracula's wrath, smiling as he said, I merely wish to strike a deal with you. A deal? Fine, if you do not harm me, I will let you go. It seemed this mission was doomed to fail. No. Chu Tian shook his finger. Your life is in my hands now, so what grounds do you have to claim you will let me go? What do you want then? The mammoth. That's impossible. The astute Bastian discerned part of Chu Tian's intentions, but only a portion. Indeed, I want the mammoth. Tiske, this child has suffered greatly under your command. Chu Tian lamented. Hand him over, and I will restore your fighting spirit. Bastian secretly tested himself, and found indeed that not a trace of fighting spirit remained within him. A devastating blow for a sword saint. All right, I will give him to you. However, I subdued the mammoth through strength. There is no contract. You must persuade him yourself. Losing a magical pet could be remedied. Losing his fighting spirit, however, would spell the end of everything. So Bastian opted for the more prudent course of action. As long as you agree, the rest is up to me. With that, Chu Tian glanced at the distant mammoth, frolicking joyfully with the frenzied wolves, then pointed to AK-47. You handle this. If you succeed, I will add 30 gold coins to your meal allowance. Dealing with children, it seems women hold the advantage. Right. Don't worry, boss. AK-47's eyes sparkled with the allure of gold as she approached the mammoth. Come here, little elephant. Annie has something delicious for you. With the mammoth secured, Chu Tian posed a second question. Who exactly ordered you to kill me? Was it Chancellor Caesar Ander? Bastian closed his eyes resolutely, declaring, The honor of the sword saint forbids me from answering that question. You may as well kill me. Chu Tian was taken aback. The so-called dignity of these powerful beings on the beast spirit continent was indeed a perplexing issue. It seemed Bastian was truly unwilling to speak. Praise the goddess of life. I respect your honor and will not pursue that question. Bastien cast a grateful glance at Chu Tian, feeling somewhat guilty, and hinted, I can only tell you that this matter has nothing to do with Ander. If it has nothing to do with Ander, then who could it possibly be? Chu Tian pondered this, but temporarily set aside his curiosity, for there were more pressing matters at hand. How did you manage to transport so many frenzied wolves and the mammoth to this dry land? This question was what Chu Tian truly wished to know. The Zeppelin had crashed. How would they traverse the swamp to Mount Agira? Moreover, Bastien must have had a sufficiently large means of transportation to bring all these magical beasts here. Uncle! At that moment, the mammoth bounced over, following AK-47, causing the earth to tremble once more. All sorted? Chu Tian quietly asked AK-47. No problem. AK-47 provided a satisfactory answer. Uncle, Annie said that if I follow you, I can have 10 pig beasts to eat every day. Is that true? The mammoth nudged Chu Tian with its trunk, incredulous. Bastien also clicked his tongue in astonishment, staring at Chu Tian. The pig beasts were the most common edible magical beasts on the continent. Not only large and meaty but also quite cheap, costing only a few silver coins. However, this was true for Caesar. On the grain-scarce hanging river prairie, their price was less favorable. Even a chieftain like Bastien could only allocate a few each day. Chu Tian found himself at a loss for words, as it seemed the magical pets of the beast spirit continent were routinely mistreated by their masters. Good child, if you help uncle in battle, I will give you 10 pig beasts each day. Oh, thank you, uncle, the mammoth exclaimed joyfully. I love fighting, and with pig beasts to eat, that's just splendid. By the way, uncle still doesn't know your name. Chu Tian squinted, beginning to devise the second weapon for his magical beast legion, the AK-47, and Little White looked on in exasperation at the mammoth, deducing from their names that this juvenile elephant's code name was unlikely to be anything admirable. I have no name, but everyone calls me Little Yozi. Little Yozi. Chu Tian nearly choked at the name. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a rather peculiar profession on Earth. Why do they call you Little Yozi? AK-47 asked curiously, finally discovering a name that was even less dignified than her own. Because my strength is the 6th greatest, Little Yozi proclaimed proudly. But now my strength is the 2nd greatest, because Big Brother Air, San, and C have all lost their strength. Listening to this string of trivial names, Chu Tian internally judged, orcs truly lack education. Are your 4 brothers golden behemoths? Chu Tian suddenly recalled this question, for within the orc tribe, only the golden behemoths could surpass the strength of the mammoth, and their current weakness was likely due to the mischief of the Crimson Flame. Yes. Uncle, how did you know? Little Yozi asked with curiosity. Now only the Lark sister who brought us here is stronger than me. Sister Lark? Is she the 7th-tier sky-blocking lark? Barbassa, well-versed in such matters, immediately recognized the identity of the little sparrow. Chapter 42. What a giant sparrow, 7th-tier sky-blocking lark. How dare such a small sparrow claim to block the sky? This irked Chu Tian. Chief Bastien, look. He pointed towards the wreckage of the crashed Zeppelin. You've got some nerve. Just don't let me catch you. Bastien interpreted Chu Tian's meaning and cursed. Now, even the sky-blocking lark is reduced to being your despicable servant. One wonders how the high priest could produce such a vile student. First, he abducted the 8th-tier mammoth Little Yozi, and now he wouldn't spare even the sky-blocking lark. Truly shameless. He had lost all his possessions. Don't say that. Chu Tian was unperturbed, having swindled the magical pet and receiving a few curses in return. Look, my Zeppelin is completely wrecked. You owe me some compensation, right? If you don't want to give me magical beasts, then how about 1,000,000 gold coins? Forget it. I will give you the sky-blocking lark. With no other options, Bastien reluctantly chose to compensate with a magical beast, knowing that Chu Tian's demand for 1,000,000 gold coins was no extortion. The Zeppelin was indeed worth that amount. However, for a chieftain who was not wealthy and whose life was still in Chu Tian's hands, he had no choice but to comply. Bastien called out, and then the earth trembled. Winds picked up. Darkness fell. Following that, an endless shadow enveloped the land. Chu Tian gazed at a feather of the sparrow. roughly his size, and marveled inwardly. What a giant sparrow! Lift him higher. I can't see clearly, Chu Tian shouted amidst the howling winds, as the little sparrow hovered just a few meters above his head, making it difficult to discern its entire form. Following his command, Bastien obliged, and soon a magnificent emerald-green sparrow appeared before Chu Tian's eyes, a sight to behold amidst the gusty winds, and oh wonder, it could carry hundreds of frenzied wolves and mammoth giants across the muddy marshes, upon estimation. The wings of this sparrow spanned over 100 meters. Unlike the sparrows found on Earth, this one's body was more flattened and its back broader. All right, let her descend. Chu Tian intended to admire the third member of his beast legion up close. With another tremor, the towering skylark, with its wings folded, descended gracefully at a height exceeding 30 meters. Sister Skylark, we have new masters now. Little Six, playfully, ran towards her, down on the golden earth. An unusual tableau unfolded. A sparrow gently caressed a miniature elephant beneath her feet, while at the elephant's side lay a beautiful tiny spider. A.S. for Chu Tian. He was content to be but a mere speck of dust. New masters. What does that mean? I have no master, the skylark inquired softly. In truth, the skylark was not Bastien's magical pet, but had been drawn from the beast clan's army for this mission, lacking any allegiance. Her demeanor was gentle, rarely exhibiting aggression, serving primarily as a means of transportation and occasionally fluttering her wings to mimic wind magic. In reality, her 7th-tier status stemmed largely from her massive size, which was why she had been kept in reserve within the beast clan, as such creatures were rarely deployed in battle. I was defeated in my battle against Vladino, Bastien explained solemnly. There existed an unwritten rule on the continent. High-ranking generals or notable figures captured in war could be ransomed with goods. Thus, Bastien bore no resentment in gifting the skylark to Chu Tian, and the Orc King would not punish him for it. At worst, he would be reprimanded for poor performance in battle. Mr. Vladino, I have heard much of your esteemed name, and I hope for your kind patronage in the future, Chu Tian stated, his tone consistently soft, though he strained his neck but could not discern the source of the voice. Rest assured, I treat my magical pets exceedingly well. How does 100 gold coins a day sound? Plus extra bonuses, since both the Skylark and AK-47 were 7th-tier magical pets. It seemed only fair to extend them the same initial benefits, lest it incite discord among his subordinates. Well then, how about an additional 100 pig beasts? Chu Tian calculated the Skylark's size, estimating her appetite to be considerable, nearly rivaling that of Little White's drinking capacity. With this, he would have finally gathered his subordinates' gluttonous appetites. No, I don't need pig beasts. I'm a vegetarian, and I don't eat much at all. The Skylark gently declined Chu Tian's generous offer. As for the gold coins, you may give them to Little Six. He has quite the appetite, she added, affectionately brushing her wings against the mammoth. Sister, Uncle has already given me 10 pig beasts a day. Uncle is a good person. He will surely provide you with plenty of delicious food. Little Six, newly joined, swiftly grasped the essence of Chu Tian's charm offensive, working to win over the new member. Oh, thank you. I believe you will make a wonderful master. The 7th-tier Skylark was finally charmed into joining. Chu Tian was elated, immensely so, with an 8th-tier mammoth, 2 7th-tier magical beasts, along with the toxic Barbosa and the cunning Little White. His legion was finally taking shape. With such strength, even if his magical ineptitude were exposed, he would possess sufficient means for self-preservation. Contemplating this, Chu Tian squinted with a smile, while Little White painfully shut his eyes, familiar with the expression on Chu Tian's face. Poor Skylark would undoubtedly be assigned a terrifying moniker. Indeed, Little White was correct. Chu Tian assumed a prophetic stance and declared, "Hail the goddess of life! As my third magical pet, I bestow upon you a new name, Boeing 747. Little White and AK-47 bowed their heads, silently praying for the new victim, while Chu Tian recalled another matter. He had yet to name his second magical pet. Little Six, may I bestow upon you a new name? Chu Tian embarked upon his charm offensive once more. Your name is rather unappealing. Sure. Thank you, Uncle. Brother Ada often says my name isn't as pleasant as his. Hearing Little Six's words nearly caused Chu Tian to choke. How could someone named Aide mock the name Little Six? It seemed the orcs were not only uneducated, but also possessed skewed aesthetic sensibilities. Ahem. Chu Tian cleared his throat and donned his prophetic expression once more. Hail the goddess of life. I bestow upon Little Six a new name. Hummer. Chu Tian glanced at the mammoth's physique, then recalled the most formidable war vehicle on Earth, ultimately settling on the moniker for his second magical pet. However, this second magical pet clearly did not take kindly to the name. Uncle, why am I called Hummer? I am not a horse. I am stronger than a horse. Chu Tian certainly would not entertain his subordinate's objections and replied sternly. The goddess of life decrees that magical beasts stronger than horses shall be called Hummers. Even Bastian, lying on the ground, could not stifle a dramatic eye roll. Yet the 3-year-old little Hummer remained oblivious. Then why is Sister Skylark called Boeing 747? She is also stronger than a horse. Should she not also be called Hummer? You will understand this question when you grow up. Chu Tian found it hard to deceive the innocent child. Chapter 43. Finally arrived in the sky, an extraordinarily large sparrow carried a mammoth on its back. While a beautiful spider rested atop the mammoth. Of course, Chu Tian was atop the beautiful spider, although he also bore Little White atop his head. This was the current situation of the Vladino family. The Boeing 747 lived up to its name, serving as a former aerial transport for the Beast clan, adorned with various suspended cabins of differing sizes. Over 20 griffins, who had narrowly escaped death. Along with the gargoyles Chu Tian had deftly extorted, and hundreds of third-tier frenzied wolves following the Hummer. Nestled within these cabins as for Barbosa, Carter, and the 3 rescued magic scholars, they were accommodated in a relatively luxurious room on the back of the Boeing 747. After having thoroughly extorted Bastian's last remaining resources, Chu Tian finally spared him, allowing Barbosa to tend to him and leaving enough provisions for him to await rescue. After all, Bastian was a prince chieftain of the Beast clan, and seizing his troops and magical pets as spoils of war was customary on the continent. This was a matter of course that no one could contest. However, killing him would lead to grave complications, regardless of whether the Beast clan chose not to clash with the Caesar Empire. The entire continent's minotaurs would make Chu Tian's future quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, Chu Tian's spatial ring was ample, and being a person of foresight, the gifts intended for the Dragon Emperor and various powerful nations remained intact within the ring. While essential supplies were salvaged from the wreckage of the airship, all hastily crammed onto the Boeing 747. The only regret was the lack of alcohol. First, he had tempted Bastian, and then soothed the Hummer and the frenzied wolves. After this round, Little White's stock had swiftly dwindled. Consequently, Chu Tian had to concede to countless unequal treaties to quell Little White's wrath. As for the gargoyles, since Chu Tian had accepted them all, he naturally assigned them a code name, Flying Bolt, indicating his hope that they would serve as suspended missiles for the Boeing 747. The Boeing 747 flew steadily, apart from Chu Tian's family, reveling atop her back. No one felt the rapid motion in the high skies. The sprawling muddy marshes were traversed in less than 3 days at the speed of the Boeing 747, and soon, Agira Mountain loomed ahead. Boeing 747. Steady now. Why are you swaying without wind? Hummer, behave yourself. AK-47. Why are you trembling? Chu Tian observed his pets with curiosity. Ever since the towering peak, which seemed to touch the clouds and remained unseen from the air, had appeared, the magical beast had begun to act strangely. Only Little White remained relatively normal, clutching an empty wine jar and lamenting, completely ignoring the looming Agira Mountain. Damn it, the dragon pressure here is overwhelming. I can hardly breathe. AK-47 muttered under her breath, which served as a response to Chu Tian. Compared to humans, magical beasts possessed a heightened sense of danger, and within their ranks existed their own survival rules. The pressure from the 10th-tier Dragon Emperor and countless dragons was unbearable even for the 8th-tier Hummer from 100 miles away. Uncle, I don't want to go there, Hummer said, gesturing with his nose toward the distant Agira Mountain. You have infringed upon the dragon's airspace. Halt and prepare for inspection. Just as Chu Tian sought to reassure Hummer, a commanding voice rang out, followed by the swift appearance of a blue dragon before the Boeing 747. I am Marquis Vladino of the Caesar Empire. I was invited by the Dragon Emperor. Chu Tian shouted, simultaneously assessing the dragon's power. 8th tier. The reasoning was straightforward. Among all his pets, only Little White and Hummer dared to meet the Azure Dragon's gaze. Little White, being somewhat oblivious, likely wouldn't even blink before the Dragon Emperor, yet the innocent Hummer's demeanor indicated the truth. Only when facing another 8th-tier magical beast would Hummer not fear the dragon before him. Vladino, then please present your credentials. Upon learning that the newcomer was a guest of the Dragon Emperor, the blue dragon's demeanor softened. After inspecting Chu Tian's invitation, it remarked, "Greetings, Mr. Vladino. I am Clark, the 8th-tier wind system dragon. Please follow me." Indeed, he is an 8th-tier dragon. Praise be to the goddess of life. The dragonkin are truly formidable. Even the attendants at the entrance are 8th-tier magical beasts, as Chu Tian marveled at this. He commanded the Boeing 747 to ascend into the towering Agura Mountain. The grandeur of Agura Mountain exceeded Chu Tian's expectations. Halfway up its majestic peaks, a spacious plaza had been meticulously constructed. The Boeing 747 landed on this tarmac, appearing no larger than a nondescript small aircraft. Accompanied by Barbassa, Carter, and the 3 magisters, Chu Tian disembarked, scrutinizing the plaza. A vast platform jutted out abruptly from the sheer cliffs, shrouded in swirling mists, and at the precipice connecting the platform to the mountain was a grand gate several dozen meters high, leading directly into the heart of Agura Mountain. Mr. Vladino, according to the customs of Agura Mountain, you must relinquish all weapons. This includes magical beasts and arms. Clark remarked after Chu Tian's landing, "I shall ensure their return to you upon your departure." Relinquishing arms. Suddenly, Chu Tian recalled the Wudong sect on Earth. It seemed not only had their founder ventured into another realm, but their custom of surrendering weapons before ascending mountains had also transcended into this new world. Very well, no problem. In a foreign land, Chu Tian had no choice but to abide by their customs. Especially since he was here to negotiate with the dragon kind, he casually handed over Dracula's fury to Clark and then bellowed, "Brothers, all of you, come forth." The weapon Dracula's fury astounded Clark. Even within the Dragon Emperor's treasury, there were likely few treasures of such caliber. However, he was soon captivated by Chu Tian's menagerie. A spirited little white dog led its companions down from the sky, followed by an 8th-tier mammoth, a 7th-tier human-faced spider, and several hundred 3rd-tier frenzied wolves. Finally, the Boeing 747 unfurled its wings, releasing a dozen griffins and 8 flying gargoyles of the fast-leg brand. "Ha-ha," Clark chuckled dryly, "Mr. Vladino's prowess is indeed formidable." Chu Tian feigned modesty, but internally he reveled in pride. With this entourage, he could likely obliterate a small nation. Yet Clark quickly doused his enthusiasm. "Heh, these magical beasts combined with your own 8th-tier strength would barely allow you to survive under a 9th-tier powerhouse." Chu Tian's sense of triumph evaporated, but he had to concede that although his forces were numerous, they would only be able to inflict minor damage, like a Hummer against true experts. The other magical beasts were merely there to cover his escape. After Clark arranged for another 7th-tier dragon to escort Chu Tian's magical beasts and attendants to their temporary lodgings at the mountain's base, he guided Chu Tian into Agura Mountain. The entire structure of Agura Mountain resembled a soaring skyscraper, and the dragonkin resided not on the mountain's exterior, but had excavated a paradise within it. Chu Tian stepped into Agura Mountain. He felt as though he had returned to a modern commercial building on Earth. The interior was cylindrical, with an open plaza at its center extending up to the mountain's peak, sunlight pouring down from the apex like a golden stream. Surrounding the plaza were various rooms and halls, their architecture nestled against the mountainside, stretching up numerous layers. Countless magical stones adorned the walls, casting a soft glow that illuminated the interior of Agura Mountain, where dragons descended onto the plaza or soared into the heights. Occasionally, one could spot a human figure, undoubtedly a 9th-tier dragon capable of shape-shifting into human form. Once inside, Clark hoisted Chu Tian onto his back, allowing him the thrill of being a dragon rider. This was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, as the pride of the dragon kin forbade anyone from riding upon their backs. However, the circumstances were exceptional. Clark needed to ascend to the upper levels of Agura Mountain, a journey that would take even dragons a few minutes to fly, and with Chu Tian's Boeing 747 temporarily grounded. It would be impractical to have the Dragon Emperor's guests climb. Thus, Clark made this rare concession. As the dragon and rider ascended slowly, Clark seized the moment to elaborate on Agura Mountain structure. Agura Mountain consists of two parts. The outer section where lower-tier subdragons reside, tasked with guarding against invaders, while the inner sanctum is our true dragon realm. Given the varying strengths of our kin, from 7th-tier whelps to 10th-tier dragon emperors, the areas of activity within the mountain differ accordingly. As he spoke, Clark turned to showcase the surroundings. This is where the 7th-tier whelps dwell. Above are the residences of the 8th-tier ordinary giants, while the 9th-tier dragons reside at the very top. Observing the dragon kin's lair closely under Clark's guidance, Chu Tian silently acknowledged. The dragon kin indeed prioritized strength. The architecture on the mountainside distinctly divided into 3 tiers. The humble dwellings of the whelps were quite ordinary. But in the 8th-tier giant area, the structures rivaled those of noble aristocrats. Looking further up, the residences of the 9th-tier dragons were comparable to the grandeur of Caesar's palace. Where does the Dragon Emperor reside? Chu Tian was eager to learn about the opulence of the Dragon Emperor's domain. His Majesty and the elders of the Supreme Council reside at the very top, while you and all invited powerful guests are accommodated in the lower levels of His Majesty's palace. Clark replied, "The Supreme Council? Praise be to the goddess of life. Could it be that the dragon kin practiced democracy?" Chu Tian began to pray for the Dragon Emperor Aristotle. He had developed a strong aversion to the word democracy, for he now belonged to the ranks of high bureaucrats and feudal lords, who would want to be reminded of democracy in such circumstances. Who else has arrived? Chu Tian wished to gather intelligence in advance for future endeavors. You are the third to arrive. Prior to you, the Mage Merlin of the Elson Kingdom and the Prophet Ron of the Beast Kin have already arrived. Ron? Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled. He still had an account to settle with Bastien, and now he had a chance to extort this old codger. Ron held an exceedingly high status among the Beast Kin, even surpassing Anthony's position in Caesar's realm. So Bastien, leading the Beast Army to attack Chu Tian, could not have escaped Ron's notice. He might have even orchestrated it. Even if he were not directly involved, it was inconceivable that this old friend, upon hearing of his disciple's assault, would neglect to give a warning. While Chu Tian contemplated how to extort Ron, Clark had already halted. "Mr. Vladino, we have arrived." Chu Tian dismounted from the dragon's back and surveyed the surroundings. They had reached the pinnacle of Agura Mountain. The sunlight that had previously appeared as a mere stream was now comparable in size to the dome of the Caesar Grand Arena. Scattered along the mountainside were several luxurious villas, with Aristotle's palace looming above. "Mr. Vladino, this is your residence." Clark indicated one of the villas. "Praise be to the goddess of life. I am quite satisfied with this place." Chu Tian humbly replied, but quickly added, "However, I wish to visit Mr. Ron first. He is a friend of my teacher, Anthony." "Very well. Please follow me." However, Mr. Ron prefers a different environment, out of respect for his habits. He has been arranged in the lower level. Clark guided Chu Tian to Ron's abode. Upon arrival, Chu Tian immediately understood why Ron and Anthony had forged a friendship. It seemed both had a penchant for self-deprivation, choosing to dwell in thatched cottages. "I shall not disturb you further. Please contact me when you wish to leave," Clark said, handing Chu Tian a magical communication stone, which left the currently shout-dependent Chu Tian quite vexed. After seeing off Clark, Chu Tian turned and knocked on the door, politely inquiring, "Is Mr. Ron in?" "Vladino from the Caesar Empire requests an audience." Though Chu Tian intended to confront him, he felt it prudent to maintain a degree of courtesy. As Ron was also a 9th-tier professional, while a prophet's offensive capabilities might pale in comparison to those of a priest, it was said that each prophet wielded a mysterious power, compelling Chu Tian to proceed with caution. "Come in. I am already aware that you seek to hold me accountable," as an aged yet resonant voice echoed. The door creaked open of its own accord. A charlatan. This was the true essence of a charlatan. Chu Tian mused, realizing he still had much to learn in the art of charlatanry. With a smile, he adopted the standard expression of a charlatan and strode inside. The interior featured a crude wooden table, a dilapidated chair, and a spacious bed, where an elderly lionkin orc-clad in simple attire sat, gazing at Chu Tian. "Praise be to the goddess of life. I am the disciple of my teacher Chu Tian," intended to mention Anthony. but was interrupted by Ron. Anthony as well. I am already aware of that. Ha! Chu Tian offered an awkward smile. This old fellow's skills in charlatanry were quite adept. I have long heard of your esteem, name I know what you wish to say. The old lion interjected again. I also know that you are currently cursing me over Bastien's affairs. This... Chu Tian found himself at a loss for words. The Bastien's situation has nothing to do with me. Although I did not notify you. You have gained many benefits, have you not? How did this old fellow know? Chu Tian had scammed Bastien just 3 days prior, and Bastien was still in the quagmire awaiting rescue. How could Ron, here in Agura Mountain, have received any news? It was worth noting that Chu Tian had thoroughly searched Bastien and found no means of communication. Do you have anything else to attend to? Ron inquired. Nothing at all, Chu Tian replied. Feeling dejected, this old charlatan was simply too formidable, leaving him no opportunity to voice his thoughts. Well then, you may return. Obediently, Chu Tian turned and walked away. Observing Chu Tian's retreating figure, Ron murmured to himself, Ah, Anthony, my old friend, the only wise decision you ever made in your life was to take on such a remarkable student. Chapter 45. Being a veterinarian is a promising career. Part 1. Returning inexplicably from Ron's abode to his residence. Chu Tian barely had the chance to step inside before he discovered a visitor had arrived. It was an imposing old man clad in white robes. Standing beside him, Chu Tian, dressed in a similar white ceremonial robe, resembled a pair of con artists exchanging tips on deception. Are you Vladino? The old man scrutinized Chu Tian with disbelief, for rumors wield great power regardless of their origin, through the exaggerated tales of wandering bards. Chu Tian's name and prowess had been magnified countless times, and he had become a notable figure across the continent. Thus, it was difficult for the old man to believe that the ordinary young man before him was the pride of the continent's priesthood spoken of by the bards. Praise the goddess of life. I am indeed Vladino. And you, esteemed sir, are you one of the high-ranking dragonkin? Chu Tian humbly responded, At present. There were only 3 outsiders within the Agura Mountains. He had already encountered Ron and himself, while the sorceress Elson, known as Merlin, was female. Hence, this old man must be one of the high-ranking dragonkin capable of assuming a humanoid form, and given his age, he likely held considerable status among the dragons. Eager to curry favor with the dragonkin, Chu Tian certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Your demeanor suggests you must be a once-renowned elder of the dragonkin. Might I inquire your name? Ha! The old dragon was quite pleased with Chu Tian's demeanor. As those of a certain standing often shared a common flaw, they relished the flattery of the young, particularly when it came from someone of equal stature like Chu Tian. I wouldn't say I am renowned across the continent. I am merely Elder Frodo of the Supreme Council of Agura Mountain. This old fellow was being exceedingly modest. Chu Tian looked down upon him. Having spent barely half a year in the Beastmaster continent, he had heard the name Frodo no less than 20 times. The nightmare of beautiful maidens across the continent. That was Frodo's moniker. Moreover, this nickname had been circulating for a millennium, that in his youth, this old lecher had indulged in seducing respectable women, and indeed he possessed the charm to do so, with his silver tongue and handsome visage. He had left many a maiden besotted, only to cast them aside without a second thought. Though some sought retribution, Frodo, a 9th-tier water dragon, was not to be trifled with. This situation only improved once Frodo ascended to the rank of elder among the dragonkin. However, the mere mention of his infamous name still sent shivers down the spines of maidens across the continent. Praise the goddess of life. Could it be that you were the dream lover of all the beautiful maidens in the land? Chu Tian inadvertently made a slight alteration to Frodo's nickname, adopting an expression of sheer excitement at the sight of his idol. Indeed, the old lecher bit the bait. The dream lover of beautiful maidens? Dear Vladino, you flatter me excessively. That was a long time ago. Now I am but an old man. It appeared this old fellow's intelligence was not much higher than that of a hummer. With just a few casual remarks, he had elevated Chu Tian to the status of brother, leaving Chu Tian feeling rather unaccomplished. Dear brother, you are in the prime of your life. How can you speak of being old? If you were to say such things, the maidens of the continent would be heartbroken. Such nauseating flattery rendered Frodo utterly defenseless. Well, it seems Vladino's reputation is indeed well-deserved, but let us first attend to business. With that, Frodo's expression turned grave, resuming the appropriate demeanor expected from a ninth-tier powerhouse toward an eighth-tier professional. Having lived for several millennia, Frodo was not easily swayed by Chu Tian's little tricks. I have a magical beast that has been injured, and I would like to request your assistance in treating it. So it was a test of his abilities. Chu Tian scoffed inwardly. It seemed the dragonkin were still wary of him, the student who had taken the place of his teacher. Dear brother, you needn't be so formal. Such a minor issue. I shall resolve it immediately. Upon hearing Frodo's challenge, Chu Tian readily agreed. If it were a person testing him, he would surely be exposed. However, Frodo had chosen a magical beast. How could that pose a challenge for a veterinarian? Frodo's magical beast was a 7th-tier thunder eagle with pale purple feathers, standing over 2 meters tall, its wings spanning approximately 10 meters. Though the thunder eagle was an impressive magical creature, this one was now on the brink of death. Chu Tian examined the numerous wounds on the thunder eagle's body and cursed Frodo inwardly. You old wretch, how ruthless! The thunder eagle's bones were shattered, lying limply like a puddle of goo, its feathers in disarray. Moreover, much of its body was swollen, clearly a result of water-based magic, a 9th-tier water spell. While Chu Tian may not have been powerful, he possessed keen insight. It was evident that this thunder eagle was not Frodo's pet at all. Rather, it was a creature he had casually captured to test Chu Tian, subsequently injuring it with 9th-tier magic to ascertain whether Chu Tian could heal wounds inflicted by such potent spells. If he succeeded, it would indicate that Chu Tian possessed at least the strength of a high priest, thus qualifying him to participate in the medical conference regarding the Dragon Emperor, that if he failed. However, this injury is the result of a 9th-tier water spell. Chu Tian mused aloud. The external wounds I can treat immediately, but what? Hearing that the external injuries could be treated quickly, Frodo's trust in Chu Tian grew. You needn't worry about the bones. Just tend to the external wounds. As long as he could alleviate some of the effects of the 9th-tier magic on the skin, that would suffice to demonstrate Chu Tian's abilities. The condition of the Thunder Eagle's shattered bones and its life or death was of no concern to Frodo. Although the Thunder Eagle was nearing death, it still clung to life. Weakly, it addressed Chu Tian. As long as you can lessen my suffering, let me die comfortably. Since falling into Frodo's hands, the Thunder Eagle had already accepted its fate, though it knew death was imminent. The festering, swollen skin made even death an uncomfortable ordeal. Thus, its greatest wish before passing was for Chu Tian to alleviate its pain. The tragic fate of the Thunder Eagle and Frodo's callousness ignited Chu Tian's innate veterinarian instincts. It's merely shattered bones. With me here, you shan't die. Upon hearing Chu Tian's words, Frodo's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished. You can restore it to full health? Could it be you are a 10th-tier practitioner? The healing arts of the continent differ fundamentally from earthly medicine. The healing arts merely harness the power of magic to awaken the latent potential within living beings, thereby restoring them to their optimal state. Thus, advanced healing techniques can even revive the dead, as the magical energy can reignite the life force of those who have passed. However, this also has a drawback. Injuries not conducive to the growth of life potential cannot be remedied by healing arts. Take Xian, for example. She suffered injuries inflicted by an 8th-tier magical beast. The external wounds could easily be healed by the Empire's advanced priests, yet her paralysis caused by internal bleeding was beyond their capabilities. This is easily explained. While the healing arts can stimulate Xian's life potential and accelerate the healing of her wounds, can they eliminate the bruising? After mobilizing a significant amount of life potential, it would likely exacerbate the accumulation of bruising. The Thunder Eagle's injuries were similar. The sole method for treating fractures on the continent was to rejoin the broken bones and then use healing arts to accelerate the growth of the bones, allowing the two fragments to reforge into a single bone. However, the Thunder Eagle's bones were completely shattered, and the force of a 9th-tier spell had pulverized them. To realign each fragment would require a level of magical energy that could likely drain even a high priest. If that were all, it wouldn't be enough to astonish Frodo. He was well aware of the severity of his actions. The Thunder Eagle's bones were not merely shattered. Some joints had disintegrated into dust and vanished entirely. Without bones, how could Chu Tian's mobilization of life potential be of any use? Could he recreate the bones of an eagle? It was akin to attempting to grow crops without soil, regardless of how much fertilizer one employed. However, Chu Tian was oblivious to Frodo's extensive contemplation and calmly remarked, "The bones of the Thunder Eagle may be gone, but we shall simply create a new set." Chapter 46. Being a veterinarian is a promising career, Part 2. Create a new set of eagle bones? Ha 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 ha. Frodo erupted into uproarious laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous tale. Do you think you are a god? Create bones? This notion was not only unheard of by Frodo, but would also be deemed a laughable fantasy throughout the annals of history on the continent. Even the most formidable beings from ancient times, who had once dominated the world, could not accomplish such a feat. You shall soon find out. With that, Chu Tian disregarded the cold-hearted Frodo and turned his attention back to the Thunder Eagle. I intend to provide you with a new set of bones. Do you dare accept? I dare to accept if you dare to provide. The Thunder Eagle defiantly gazed at Chu Tian. If it comes to it, I will die. Very well. At that moment, Chu Tian had completely transformed from a charlatan on the Beastmaster continent back to a veterinarian from Earth. Then I shall induce a state of stupor in you. With that, Chu Tian produced a stunning scroll. While there were no anesthetics on the continent, there existed stunning magic, and its effects were even superior. I do not require that. Rayhawk dismissed Chu Tian's notion of being dazed, declaring, I wish to witness with my own eyes the creation of the greatest myth upon this continent. Then prepare to embrace the miracle. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, Frodo, bestow fire-based defenses upon everything here. As a veterinarian, Chu Tian emanated a formidable confidence, suddenly exuding an irresistible authority. Frodo, instinctively, complied with Chu Tian's command. He retrieved a fire-based scroll from his ring, and Chu Tian forcefully struck it upon Rayhawk, instantly engulfing the entire room in a surging inferno. Amidst the roaring flames, Chu Tian extracted his surgical tools, scalpel, hemostatic forceps, magical needles, sutures, and variously shaped magical crystals. Moments later, Chu Tian was fully prepared, and the disinfection of the room and Rayhawk was complete. This is your spine. As flames danced around him, Chu Tian carefully incised Rayhawk's chest, softly explaining, It is shattered, and I shall replace it with a crystal enhanced by a level 9 magical scroll. With that, Chu Tian produced a softened magical crystal and wrapped it in the treasured level 9 scroll. The fierce flames devoured everything. As the scroll turned to ash, the crystal bore mysterious magical patterns. Now I shall replace your spine. Watch closely. Rayhawk's body convulsed, becoming a sea of flames from within. Yet he defiantly gazed at Chu Tian as he severed the flesh from the bone and placed the crystal, then gently reattached the surrounding muscles with needle and thread that a gentle voice resonated. As if confiding in a beloved, all done, the spine is replaced. Next are the ribs, and for these, I shall use the strongest level 8 earth scroll. One by one, the ribs were removed and replaced with similarly shaped crystals. Though excruciating pain consumed every nerve, Rayhawk had come to believe that Chu Tian could create a miracle unseen for millennia. Moreover, each magically enhanced crystal bone would surely surpass his former self. Thank you. Rayhawk choked out. But Chu Tian appeared oblivious, wholly immersed in the surgery. Next, your wing bones. His voice remained gentle as water. I shall use the swiftest wind scroll. Now for the leg bones. This time, it will be a water scroll. The tibia is gone. Then I shall substitute it with a light scroll and a magic stone. A day and night elapsed, with flames burning continuously throughout. The entire populace of Agula Mountain was stirred. Unbeknownst to them, outside Chu Tian's abode, a multitude of dragons had gathered, with Ron and the Dragon Emperor enlisted, now in human form, at the forefront. Mr. Ron. The Dragon Emperor's voice was as regal as his appearance, yet carried a hint of hoarseness. Can Vladino truly achieve this? Though I have glimpsed the future, I cannot divulge. Ron maintained his enigmatic demeanor, even in the presence of the Dragon Emperor. However, the Dragon Emperor understood that Ron was not deceiving him. His silence surely held reason. Ahem. Will Vladino cure my ailment? As he spoke, the Dragon Emperor coughed violently twice. Soon, you shall have your answer. Ron answered with a solemn gaze before stepping back. Although Ron did not provide the Dragon Emperor with a definite answer, his actions conveyed a clear message. My presence is no longer required here. I shall return to the grasslands. Ha! You remain unchanged, knowing everything yet saying nothing. The Dragon Emperor chuckled at Ron's departing figure, feeling helpless towards a friend of over a century. If Vladino cures you, do reward him generously. Ron cast his final words before vanishing from sight. Reward him generously? The Dragon Emperor Listed pondered. Did Ron suggest that he should establish good relations with Vladino? Might there come a day when he would need to implore him? Or would Vladino pose a threat? Even if he indeed replaced Rayhawk's bones, it merely demonstrated that his medical prowess surpassed that of the High Priest, though how he accomplished this remained a mystery. According to the report from the Crimson Flame, Vladino was nothing more than a magical simpleton. For such a person to have a Tier 10 Dragon Emperor fawn over him, despite his confusion over Ron's meaning. The Dragon Emperor noted his words. Meanwhile, Chu Tian had gone a full day and night without rest, yet he remained invigorated, wholly focused on the surgery. Countless fire scrolls had been expended, and Frodo had lost count of how many defenses he had cast. Yet the Tier 9 Dragon Frodo had transformed from initial disdain to astonishment, ultimately becoming a blank slate, mechanically observing as Chu Tian's hands flew amidst the flames, replacing shattered bones with crystals. Only the pain-ridden Rayhawk, now numb, continued to fixate on Chu Tian's scalpel. Haha, who would have thought my toe bones could be so grotesque? They are far less appealing than my ribs. Chu Tian had completely immersed himself in a state of obsession. Your skull remains unscathed. Indeed, had it shattered, you would not be alive now. However, suddenly, Chu Tian's scalpel paused, as if an artist meticulously perfecting his creation. But all your bones must be enhanced with magic. We cannot allow the skull to be a flaw. Rubbing his fiery hand against his head, Chu Tian pondered, can he think of a solution? Then I shall apply one scroll from each element. With that, he gently incised Rayhawk's scalp, flames instantly igniting upon the skull. At that moment, Chu Tian retrieved a plethora of scrolls from his ring, spreading them across Rayhawk's head, which then ignited. Rayhawk, who had endured in silence until now, suddenly let out a piercing scream, the stark white skull radiating a myriad of colorful lights that in an instant, it eclipsed the flames. The brilliance refusing to relent, bursting through the roof, piercing Agula Mountain, and shooting into the chaotic realm beyond. Chapter 47. Veterinary Medicine is a Promising Career. Part 2. Monster Mutation. It is indeed a monster mutation. Long after the light had vanished, the Dragon Emperor Listed continued to gaze at the sky, murmuring, elevating the tier of a monster. Father, did you not say that only a deity could accomplish such a feat? Inside the house, Chu Tian's surgery had concluded. After applying several vials of miraculous magical potions, Rayhawk's body was restored to its pristine condition, albeit with some changes. His length had surged from over 2 meters to beyond 5. And his wings, once coiled, had greatly expanded. His pale purple feathers darkened to an inky black, and his electric eyes sparkled with extraordinary light. Beneath his crescent-shaped beak, a series of circular grooves appeared, creating a chilling impression. Praise the goddess of life. Elder Frodo, I have successfully healed Rayhawk. Stepping down from the operating table, Chu Tian transformed back into his enigmatic self, narrowing his eyes with a smile. However, your pet suffered such grievous injuries. Do you not bear some responsibility? Haha, he is not my pet. Rayhawk glared at Frodo, suddenly feeling that the dragon's might was not so fearsome after all. Frodo chuckled awkwardly, explaining, I captured you so naturally, you are my pet. However, I now transfer you to Mr. Vladino. For reasons unknown, Frodo suddenly felt a chill in Rayhawk's gaze, which left the Tier 9 dragon feeling quite uncomfortable. Although Frodo was only at the initial stage of Tier 9. The only magical beast capable of unsettling him was likely of the same tier. Realizing this, and reflecting on how he had treated Rayhawk, Frodo swiftly made a prudent decision. Esteemed Mr. Vladino, since you have healed Rayhawk. I shall use him to express my gratitude. Shameless. Who would have thought there could be someone even more shameless than himself? Chu Tian silently cursed within, yet he pleasantly accepted Frodo's proposal. I am immensely grateful to you. My friend, haha, though I wonder if Rayhawk consents? With that, he turned to his patient. My life was given by you. Henceforth, it belongs to you. Rayhawk declared resolutely. Praise the goddess of life. The magical beast legion finally has a formidable aerial force. Although Chu Tian had anticipated this outcome from the outset, he still felt a twinge of fear. Had Rayhawk refused, or if Frodo had reneged, all the scrolls in Chu Tian's ring would have been rendered useless, for they were nearly all of his possessions. Fortunately, the situation remained under control, and it seemed to have yielded additional benefits, although Chu Tian was unaware of the nature of Rayhawk's transformation. Judging by his fearless demeanor towards Frodo, something fortuitous must have occurred. It appeared he had struck gold again. Mr. Vladino. Frodo's demeanor had markedly shifted. You have toiled throughout the day. It is time for you to rest. And I shall not intrude any longer. Over the past day and night, Chu Tian not only proved his complete eligibility to treat the Dragon Emperor, but likely deserved an added most before the term eligibility. Haha. My brother, you are too courteous. Indeed. Once I regain my strength, I shall visit you. With Frodo's suggestion, Chu Tian suddenly felt the weight of exhaustion. His entire body felt utterly drained. Even on Earth, he had never performed surgery for such an extended duration. Haha. Then I shall take my leave, young brother. At present, Frodo is quite eager to ascend to the status of Brother Chu Tian. After all, he possesses formidable strength. As Frodo stepped outside, he gently closed the door, but the moment he turned around, he was taken aback to find several individuals standing outside. Among them was Aristotle himself. Your Majesty. Just as Frodo intended to approach and pay his respects, he was halted by Aristotle, who softly inquired, Did Vladino truly exchange a set of bones for the Thunder Eagle? Indeed, Your Majesty. Noticing that the Dragon Emperor spoke in a subdued tone, Frodo lowered his voice significantly. Moreover, it seems the Thunder Eagle has undergone some changes. I am already aware of that. The Dragon Emperor nodded, gesturing to those behind him. Everyone, please return. Having said this, Aristotle prepared to depart. Your Majesty, are you not going to meet Vladino? Frodo queried, puzzled as to why he would leave without so much as a greeting after such a lengthy wait. Perhaps another time. It is currently Vladino's rest period. The figure of the Dragon Emperor gradually faded away, leaving behind a final remark. A strong individual deserves the respect they are owed. Chu Tian, completely oblivious to the events occurring outside, had no intention of resting. The Thunder Eagle. Chu Tian suddenly found it rather awkward to refer to his new subordinate in such a manner. It seemed he ought to assign it a code name. From now on, you will follow me. What kind of treatment do you require? Do not hesitate to speak. My magical pets enjoy excellent treatment. In this regard, Chu Tian was certainly not lying. His pets were currently living lives of high nobility. I desire nothing. The Thunder Eagle stood up from the operating table and, looking down at Chu Tian, who was several times shorter than itself, declared, I only wish to serve my master henceforth. Praise be to the goddess of life. What a diligent worker, to toil without any expectation of reward. Chu Tian felt that the expenditure on those scrolls was worth it. However, the Marquis Chu Tian could not be overly demanding of his pet. What do you enjoy eating the most? What do you desire? I have already stated, I need nothing. The Thunder Eagle understood Chu Tian's intent and resolutely rejected his proposal. This is an order. You must respond. Chu Tian feigned seriousness as he pulled a stern face and questioned. Reporting to my master, my favorite food is the pig beast. I most wish to serve my master. The Thunder Eagle stood tall, responding to Chu Tian's inquiry with a military demeanor. The pig beast? Just like a Hummer. That simplifies matters. From now on, you shall have 200 pig beasts daily. In addition, you will receive 200 gold coins. This, too, is an order. You must accept it. Chu Tian decisively established the Thunder Eagle's treatment. This standard was not excessively high. Given the Thunder Eagle's ability to rival Frodo, it was undoubtedly worth far more. Thank you. The Thunder Eagle was surprisingly choked with emotion. As most of the pig beasts on the continent were raised by humans, and the thunder eagle had always looked down upon competing for food. Thus, while it had enjoyed a carefree life as a seventh-tier magical beast, it could not indulge in pig beast daily that Chutian's offer instantly moved the thunder eagle, who had grown accustomed to a life of hardship. Hee, what is there to think? All my magical beasts receive such treatment. You will see when you meet them. After finalizing the terms of treatment, Chutian recalled that he had yet to assess his subordinate's capabilities. You appear different from before. How is your strength now? The thunder eagle, feeling genuine gratitude towards Chutian, replied, after my master's transformation, although I do not know what transpired, I sense my power has significantly increased. The thunder eagle furrowed its brow in contemplation, examined its own body once more, and then, in a tone of disbelief, stated, Ninth tier. I have become a ninth-tier magical beast. Master, you are truly magnificent. No magical beast has ever been able to elevate its tier. You have accomplished this for me. The thunder eagle was teetering on the brink of madness, but quickly regained composure. Thank you. Master, praise be to the goddess of life. I am now a ninth-tier magical beast. After the initial excitement, Chutian found himself bewildered as he recalled the surgical process, but his mind was a blank slate, unable to discern the reason behind the thunder eagle's elevation in tier. Never mind, I shall research it later. Chutian had more pressing matters at hand. Can you demonstrate your strength? Very well, let us move outside. It is too cramped in here, standing over 5 meters tall. The thunder eagle was nearing the ceiling, and testing its abilities in such an environment would likely result in the destruction of the dragon clan's dwelling. Chapter 48. Apache Chutian used a magical communication stone to contact Clark and then boarded the thunder eagle as they soared out of the Aguila Mountains. Your speed is astonishing. It is several times faster than a Boeing 747, Chutian exclaimed, gripping the feathers tightly, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of racing through the skies. However, the thunder eagle was perplexed. What is a Boeing 747? It was the first time it had encountered such a peculiar and lowbrow name. Furthermore, there was something the thunder eagle had yet to confess. Were it not for the concern of injuring Chutian, its speed could be increased by over 10-fold. After all, the thunder eagle was originally the fastest among all flying magical beasts on the continent. Not to mention that this one had been transformed into a ninth-tier creature by Chutian. She is also my magical pet, originally a 7th-tier shroud cloud lark. Chutian proudly explained, Boeing 747 is the new name I have given her. So, she is a shroud cloud lark, master. Do you have any other magical pets? The thunder eagle inquired, eager to learn about its new colleague. There is also the AK-47, the Hummer, in addition to 8 flying legs and several hundred frenzied wolves. I cannot count the exact number of frenzied wolves. Chutian felt a bit embarrassed, although he held disdain for the frenzied wolves and had not even assigned them a codename. They were still his pets, and not knowing their quantity was rather unacceptable. The thunder eagle was taken aback, both by the sheer number of magical beasts Chutian possessed and by the odd names of those other creatures. What is a Hummer? I have never heard of such a horse. What is an AK-47? What is a flying leg? Is it faster than me? Alas, communicating with magical beasts from another realm proved to be challenging. Chutian took a deep breath and patiently explained the origins of those names to the thunder eagle. Humph. The next time I encounter that bastion, I will eliminate him on behalf of my master. The thunder eagle was immediately incensed upon learning that Bastion dared to ambush its master. Chutian was quite pleased with the thunder eagle's reaction. Humph. What is a mere 8th-tier sword Saint matter now? By the way, there is one more thing. After introducing his pets, Chutian added, I have a little dog named Xiaobai. It is your superior when I am not around. You will listen to it. Yes, master. The thunder eagle readily agreed, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to Chutian. Even complying with such an absurd command, it was likely the only 9th-tier magical beast on the continent willing to submit to a dog. During their conversation, they had already left the Aguila Mountain region and entered the muddy marsh. I am ready. We can begin. The thunder eagle halted midair, awaiting Chutian's command, while the circular grooves beneath its beak deepened, faint magical light beginning to flicker within them. Commence. Chu Tian issued the command, and the sharp sounds of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh suddenly emanated from the corners of the Thunder Eagle's beak. Initially, there were only one or two sounds, but they gradually intensified. Simultaneously, with each whoosh, a beam of magical light shot forth from the circular grooves beneath the beak. The first beam was red, representing fire magic. The second transformed into a pale blue hue, indicating water magic. The third was a yellow hue for earth magic. The fourth appeared as a cyan shade for wind magic. Occasionally, several beams of black light emerged, likely due to Chu Tian inadvertently activating the dark magic scroll given by Barbassa. Ultimately, Chu Tian was astonished to discover that nearly every type of magic had been unleashed from the Thunder Eagle's beak. The beams quickened, ultimately coalescing into a torrential downpour, as the marshland below writhed in agony, enduring the fate of being blasted into dry earth. Eventually, a perfectly square dry patch of land, measuring 100 meters on each side, appeared on the ground. Master, I have just ascended in tier, and I am still unfamiliar with the power within my body. This is all I can achieve. The Thunder Eagle lamented. Praise be to the goddess of life. Chu Tian clicked his tongue in astonishment. If this was not even the strongest state, how terrifying was a 9th-tier magical beast? After the shock, Chu Tian quickly calmed his racing heart and assumed a mystical demeanor. Meanwhile, down at the foot of the Aguila Mountains, Xiaobai, AK-47, Boeing 747, the Hummer, and the 8 flying legs all shivered in unison. In the name of the goddess, I bestow upon the Thunder Eagle a new name, Apache. Then my name from now on shall be Apache. The Thunder Eagle, or rather Apache, joyfully accepted its new name. Without a hint of hesitation, complying with Chu Tian's every command was its duty, including adopting such an unusual name. Excellent. Chu Tian beamed as he patted Apache's broad back. Having such an obedient 9th-tier magical beast was incredibly satisfying. By the way, 9th-tier magical beasts can transform into human form. What do you look like when you change? All of Chu Tian's magical beasts shared a common trait. They were tall. Apache was no exception, which posed a problem. Chu Tian was reluctant to confine his magical beasts in a mysterious alternate space, only summoning them when necessary. However, he could not carry those colossal creatures everywhere, making it imperative to have a smaller magical beast at his side for protection. An Apache capable of transforming into a human was undoubtedly the best choice. Unfortunately, Apache temporarily disappointed Chu Tian. I have just entered the 9th tier and cannot transform into a human for the time being. After noticing Chu Tian's disappointment, Apache added, At most, it will take half a year. After 6 months, I will be able to. Half a year. The duration is not particularly lengthy. In this brief span, Chu Tian is still able to afford some patience. Then I shall wait for 6 months. Chu Tian and Apache returned to Mount Agura, only to be intercepted at the platform by the hastily arriving Clark. Mr. Vladino, please hold on. The news of Chu Tian's transformation of the Thunder Eagle had already created quite a stir within the Dragon Clan, where strength commands respect, thus prompting a subtle shift in Clark's demeanor towards Chu Tian. I apologize, but according to regulations, your pet is not permitted to enter Mount Agura. On what grounds? I have just emerged from within. Before Chu Tian could respond, Apache, unable to contain himself, spread his wings wide and glared fiercely at Clark. You dare to deny entry to me, a mere 8th-tier Azure Dragon, while challenging a 9th-tier magical beast? No, that is not my intention. Clark chuckled helplessly, recognizing that the aura of this Thunder Eagle was indeed beyond his capacity to confront. Previously, you were brought in by Elder Frodo, which was certainly permissible, but now your master is Mr. Vladino. So I am no longer allowed entry. Apache glared at Clark, flapping his wings with a force that sent a gust of wind stinging Clark's face. At the same time, the magical ports beneath his beak began to shimmer with arcane light. Mr. Vladino, look. Clark turned to Chu Tian, who was perched upon Apache's back, that if this mutated Thunder Eagle truly attempted to force its way in, Clark would be powerless to stop it. Hence he sought Chu Tian's assistance. Could you please have your magical creature return to the residence below? After all, this is a rule of the Dragon Clan. Noting the slight threat in Clark's tone, Chu Tian squinted and smiled. Yet he understood it was not the right moment to offend the dragon clan. "Apache, please descend." "Yes." Apache complied, gently flying to Clark's side. Once Chu Tian had mounted the back of the colossal dragon, he shot Clark a sidelong glance. "Humph, I shall remember you." And with that, he darted away like a flash of lightning. Chapter 49. The meeting here is silent. After being escorted back to the temporary residence by Clark, Chu Tian could no longer withstand the exhaustion. A day and night of surgery had drained him of all his energy. Additionally, having flown for the better part of the day outside Mount Agura with Apache left him, devoid of any magic or fighting spirit. Collapsing onto the bed upon entering the house, It took Chu Tian a full 2 days of slumber to regain his strength. And upon awakening, he discovered that the medical conference at Mount Agura had officially commenced. In truth, the schedule indicated that the meeting was not supposed to start for another half-month, but the Dragon King's ailment and Ron's prompt had compelled Aristod to advance the consultation. In the intervening days, several individuals had also arrived at Mount Agura. Others, although invited, had presumably either been delayed by great distances or encountered fates similar to Chu Tian's. However, unlike him, they had not been fortunate enough to escape unscathed. At the summit of Mount Agura, the palace of the Dragon King Aristod served as the venue for this medical conference. Within a spacious chamber adorned with a crystal round table measuring over 10 meters in diameter and several crystal chairs. Nothing else adorned the room. All the medical experts and the Dragon King were gathered around the table, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an operating room. Chu Tian surveyed the pristine environment of the chamber, where the immaculate white walls were spotless. And even the floor was composed of milky white crystal, that a massive magical crystal in the ceiling cast a gentle glow throughout the space. Ahem. The Dragon King attempted to speak, but was momentarily interrupted by a fit of coughing. Once his breath steadied, Aristod gently patted his chest and declared, "I am grateful to you all for accepting the invitation to attend to my ailment. Your Majesty, you are too kind." "It is my honor to serve you," responded Cleanse. Seated opposite the Dragon King, he was a 9th-tier Holy Dragon Knight from the Res Empire. Yes, he shared the same profession as Canis. Chu Tian paid particular attention to him, noting that Cleanse embodied the essence of a true iron-willed soldier. Exuding an aura akin to a drawn blade, showcasing formidable strength, Cleanse truly deserved the title of Holy Dragon Knight. Not only did he possess a 9th-tier ice giant dragon, but his own strength had also reached the 9th tier, making their combination a terrifying force. The classification of a knight is contingent upon both the knight and their mount. If either reaches the 9th tier while the other attains the 8th, they may ascend to the rank of Holy Dragon Knight. Thus, if Canis were to advance to an 8th-tier profession, he could pair with the Crimson Flame to become a formidable entity on the continent. However, even then, Canis would not rival Cleanse, as while the Crimson Flame could match Cleanse Dragon, Canis' own strength fell considerably short. Esteemed Knight Cleanse, I trust your familiarity with the Dragon Clan will enable you to heal His Majesty. An elderly monk, speaking after Cleanse, flatteringly added, Mr. Hubble's mysterious abilities are also remarkable. I still have much to learn from you. Humility is a fundamental virtue among knights, and this quality was well exemplified in Cleanse. However, his steely voice rendered the humility somewhat less sincere. Chu Tian listened calmly to their mutual flattery, internally cursing. What a pair of shameless fools! In the presence of so many experts, how dare you two engage in mutual adulation, as if disregarding all others? Stealthily, Chu Tian observed the other two individuals present, and indeed, the expression of the elf elder Helsher seated to the left of the Dragon King had shifted. Meanwhile, Merlin remained as inscrutable as ever. Continue to flatter each other, I pray, thought Chu Tian. Cleanse hailed from the Res Empire, while Hubble was from the Celestial Sea Nation. The more enemies they made, the more pleased Chu Tian became. However, Cleanse proved to be more astute than Chu Tian had anticipated. After dismissing Hubble's flattery, he stood and addressed everyone present. All of you here are the finest medical experts on the continent. I believe I can learn a great deal from you. Especially from Mr. Vladino. Cleanse suddenly flashed a smile at Chu Tian, then placed his right hand over his heart, bowing in a formal knightly salute. As the most powerful priest here, you surely possess the ability to heal His Majesty. The incident with the Thunder Eagle a few days ago is still fresh in my memory. I dare say none in attendance can match Mr. Vladino. I am the most powerful priest. What then of the others? Are they to eliminate me in order to uphold their dignity? Chu Tian observed the suddenly pale faces of Helsher and Hubble, narrowing his eyes as he smiled. Praise be to the goddess of life. I am merely an ordinary priest, representing Master Anthony at this conference, that as long as I do not bring shame upon him, I will be thoroughly satisfied. The animosity between Caesar and Residential had permeated every corner of both nations, even at such a crucial meeting. Cleanse did not hesitate to provoke Chu Tian, the chief court priest of Caesar. Yet he did not foresee that Chu Tian would be so cunning, deftly using Anthony as a shield, making it clear that he represented his teacher in all matters. Should Cleanse press further against Chu Tian, it would be tantamount to challenging Anthony, effectively inciting the ire of all priests across the continent. Praise be to the goddess of life. Your knightly virtue is astonishingly impeccable. It seems that rumor must be unfounded. In the spirit of reciprocity, Chu Tian perceived that the elf elder Helsher appeared to be in a foul mood and decided to provoke Cleanse further. It is said that in Pompeii, Cleanse the knight purchased a substantial number of elven maidens from the Pampas family. How utterly absurd. This was a fabrication of Chu Tian's imagination, yet it bore reasoning. The purchase of elven maidens was a common practice among nearly all high-ranking nobles on the continent. Given the irresistible allure of elven beauty, by implicating the notoriously infamous Pampas family, the credibility of the claim naturally increased. Cleanse, is this matter true? While trading in elven beauty was commonplace, discussing it before Helsher, another elf, was decidedly inappropriate. Silence. The Dragon King, having sensed the rising tension among several individuals, expressed his ire, casting a cold gaze upon the two and snorting, "Humph. This is Mount Agura, not a battlefield for Caesar and Res." The 10th-tier Dragon King had ample grounds for his anger and the strength to reprimand those present. Instantly, the air in the chamber felt as if it had been sucked dry, leaving all present gasping for breath. At that moment, the previously silent mage god Merlin finally spoke. "Your Majesty, let Cleanse and the elf clan resolve their matters themselves. The most pressing issue now is to attend to your health." "Very well, I will let this matter slide for now." However, Aristod, having quelled his fury, quickly adopted a stern demeanor as icy words escaped his lips. "If anyone dares to disclose my ailment." The temperature within the chamber plummeted to freezing levels, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. They shall prepare to face the death bestowed by the Dragon Clan. Chapter 50. The Dragon King's Ailment, Part 1. The Dragon King. With an impassive expression, warned the gathered elites, yet the palpable aura of menace sent everyone's hearts racing. Drip, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Chu Tian's chin and fell to the ground. Praise be to the goddess of life. Chu Tian finally experienced firsthand the terror of a 10th-tier magical beast, without any overt actions or the release of magic or fighting spirit. Merely the faint hint of murderous intent emanating from him sent tremors through the very air. The wrath of a 10th-tier beast. The world weeps. The proverb from the continent of mythical beasts has been vividly validated by the Dragon Emperor. The strength of the gathered individuals was unmistakably revealed under the oppressive presence of the Dragon Emperor. Chu Tian felt his throat constrict, rendering him utterly speechless, as he could only endure the relentless flow of cold sweat cascading down his body. Hubble and Hershey fared slightly better, yet their legs trembled incessantly. Cleanse took a deep breath, managing a strained smile to face the Dragon Emperor. Only Merlin remained unfazed, her demeanor as composed as ever. In her gentle voice, she reassured, "Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, need not worry. Everyone present will uphold the honor of the strong." Strong? Chu Tian shivered as he glanced at the others, silently acknowledging to Merlin that, before the Dragon Emperor, perhaps only she could truly be deemed strong. Indeed, under the murderous intent of the Dragon Emperor, only Merlin seemed capable of maintaining her composure, her elegant face the sole one adorned with a smile. Observing Merlin's youthful beauty, scarcely around 30, Chu Tian marveled at her formidable power. He couldn't fathom how she had cultivated such strength. At that moment, Cleanse regained some composure from the pressure, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, if anyone were to divulge today's events, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate them." He then cast a pointed glance at Chu Tian, clearly insinuating that Vladino was the least trustworthy among them. Others would not stoop to such shamelessness, but Hubble, though still somewhat tense, seized the opportunity to undermine the representative of Caesar. "I wonder if Mr. Vladino is capable of such restraint." Although relations between the kingdom of Tianhai and Residential were not particularly cordial, the presence of Caesar's envoy, Chu Tian, had aligned them on the same front, with both individuals striving to ensnare Chu Tian, eager for the Dragon Emperor to dispose of him at that very moment. "Enough! We are here to treat the Dragon Emperor." Merlin preemptively reacted before the Dragon Emperor could unleash his ire, slamming her hand on the table and asserting, "I trust Vladino. If he were to disclose today's matters, you may hold me accountable. Lady Merlin, please temper your anger." Cleanse, unafraid of Chu Tian or even Merlin, recognized that when the two stood united, their combined influence far surpassed that of the Residential Empire, thus opting for a temporary retreat. "I meant no disrespect towards Mr. Vladino. I was merely expressing concern for him." With Cleanse conceding, Hubble awkwardly glanced at Chu Tian, left with no words to say. Without Reza's support, the kingdom of Tianhai dared not offend both Caesar and Elson simultaneously. The weak have no diplomacy. Chu Tian felt fortunate to have joined a nation boasting the claim, "The iron cavalry of Caesar is invincible." Were it not for the continual threat posed by the Empire's 300,000 iron riders to the existence of the Elson kingdom, Merlin likely would not have risked incurring the Dragon Emperor's wrath to assist him. Gratefully regarding Merlin, Chu Tian suddenly perceived a warmth in her demeanor, akin to a mother gazing upon her child. He shook his head slightly, dismissing this peculiar feeling from his mind, and addressed the Dragon Emperor. "Your Majesty, please rest assured, I swear by the faith of the goddess of life that I shall not divulge your affliction to anyone." For a priest, an oath made in the name of the goddess of life carries the utmost gravity. However, for Chu Tian, who regularly fabricated divine quotations, subsequently, everyone made the most solemn oaths to the Dragon Emperor, after which he slowly revealed his symptoms. The Dragon Emperor's description was intricate, laden with a multitude of magical terminologies and specialized jargon that left Chu Tian feeling dazed. After much contemplation, he distilled the Dragon Emperor's illness into simpler terms: a cold, fever, cough, and concomitant throat inflammation. Praise the goddess of life. Such a trivial ailment was capable of unsettling the entire continent. And he threatened them with such ferocity? This was sheer nonsense. Though Chu Tian maintained a serious demeanor while listening to the Dragon Emperor's elucidation, internally he was seething with indignation. As he ruminated, Chu Tian suddenly realized an unsettling discrepancy. Logically, upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's condition, the experts present should have at least displayed a mix of anger and amusement. Yet each one wore a frown. Even the usually composed Merlin revealed an expression of grave concern for the first time. Praise the goddess of life. He felt utterly foolish, observing the reactions of those around him. Chu Tian comprehended that he had made a monumental error. A cough and throat inflammation may be trivial ailments on Earth, and commonplace for ordinary folk on the continent of mythical beasts. Yet for the Dragonkin, it bore a vastly different significance. The bodies of the Dragonkin are not to be trifled with. Aside from injuries sustained in battle, they rarely suffer from illness. Yet here was a dragon afflicted. And not just any dragon, but the king of the Dragonkin. This escalated the situation to a serious level that a 10th-tier magical beast falling ill. That was nothing short of a grand absurdity. Yet the Dragon Emperor was indeed ill, suffering from a severe cold and throat inflammation. The strength of the Dragonkin lies in their mastery of the dragon language magic that can sweep across the continent. How is dragon language magic invoked? Naturally, it relies upon the dragon's mouth and voice. But now the Dragon Emperor's voice was inflamed. If the Dragon Emperor were merely an ordinary giant dragon, it would be inconsequential. Even a 9th-tier dragon would not pose a significant problem. However, Aristod is the king of the Dragonkin. In a realm where strength reigns supreme, if he cannot cast magic, how can he continue to be a Dragon Emperor? Moreover, in the treacherous world of power, one inevitably accumulates enemies. Those worthy of being enemies of the Dragon Emperor are likely only the 10th-tier magical beasts. If, at this moment, Aristid's foes were to discover he had become a mere figurehead. The following day, the entire Agura mountain would likely be transformed into a grand feast of roasted lizards. Furthermore, I have sought treatment from high-level priests and dark sorcerers for this ailment. The Dragon Emperor's hoarse voice was particularly grating, yet to no avail. The life-augmenting priestly arts proved ineffective, as did the dark sorcery specializing in viruses. It seemed the Dragon Emperor's affliction was not so simple. Chu Tian internally calculated. A common cold, throat inflammation, could easily be remedied by any priest invoking a portion of life energy to heal the affected area. Even if a priest could not cure it, a dark sorcerer like Barbassa could address the issue by annihilating the cold virus. Yet now, neither of these methods bore any fruit. The route of allowing the afflicted area to heal itself was futile, and eliminating the pathogenic virus was equally ineffective. In Chu Tian's knowledge, only one ailment could explain such symptoms.